300 years ago, chaos descended upon the world as secret kingdoms and dungeons suddenly appeared, bringing with them an army of terrifying demons. These creatures declared the end of humanity, plunging the world into an age of destruction. But amid the turmoil, a new power emerged, those known as job changers. These awakened individuals possessed incredible abilities, allowing them to fight back against the monstrous invasion and push humanity away from the brink of extinction. Over time, job changers became the backbone of society, venturing into hidden kingdoms in search of wealth, resources, and greater power. Nations prioritized their training, ensuring that every person had the chance to awaken their class at the age of 18. The long-awaited day of awakening arrived for a group of students. To awaken a class, each student had to touch a magical blue crystal. One by one, they stepped forward. Some succeeded, like Li Wei from Class 3, who awakened as a swordsman, and Wang Hao, who became a crafter. But not everyone was so fortunate. Wang Wei from Class 2 failed to awaken any class, earning the dreaded label of classless. Awakenings were divided into three main categories: combat, support, and creation. The combat category was the most sought after, as it provided the strength to fight monsters directly. Meanwhile, the creation category was considered the weakest, as those who awakened it lacked direct combat ability and were often looked down upon. As more students took their turns, excitement and disappointment filled the room. A purple-haired student celebrated after unlocking the powerful magic swordsman class, while another student broke into tears upon receiving a creation-based class, knowing it would make him an outcast. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, Jiang Chen's turn. As he placed his hand on the crystal, something incredible happened. A blinding light erupted from the stone, sending a wave of energy soaring toward the sky. The other students watched in stunned silence. Someone pointed at Jiang Chen, calling him the prodigy of the academy, while whispers spread. Was this the awakening of a divine rank class? The crystal's glow intensified, and in mere seconds, a massive tree of light materialized in the sky, towering over the entire city. This was no ordinary awakening. Throughout history, every divine class awakening had caused a phenomenon capable of shaking the world. And yet, as all eyes fixated on Jiang Chen, he remained unfazed. With one hand still on the crystal, he casually slipped the other into his pocket and simply gazed at the sky, calm, composed, and completely indifferent to the spectacle he had just created. At that moment, Director Wang stepped forward, making his way toward Jiang Chen with a proud expression. He congratulated him, calling him the pride of the academy. While he had always believed Jiang Chen would awaken a combat class, he never expected something as rare as a divine rank awakening. Curious about the details, Director Wang asked Jiang Chen what class he had received. Jiang Chen turned slightly toward him, a small smile playing on his lips. With a hint of surprise, he admitted that his class wasn't combat-related. The director's expression froze. His confident smile wavered as he processed Jiang Chen's words. Unable to hide his shock, he quickly followed up, asking if it was at least a support class. Instead of answering right away, Jiang Chen turned fully toward the director. Extending his hands to the sides, he summoned a set of ethereal, glowing plants that hovered in his palms. He then revealed his class, the Divine Rank Creation class, Spiritual Master. He explained that his abilities were centered around enhancing the growth of plants and nurturing small creatures. Silence filled the room. The shock on Director Wang's face deepened. The excitement from moments ago was suddenly replaced with concern. He sighed, explaining that this was bad news. No matter how rare, a creation class without combat ability would always be seen as useless. One of the professors standing beside the director quickly stepped in, trying to reassure Jiang Chen. He advised him not to be discouraged. After all, spiritual masters were highly valued in research fields. However, he hesitated before mentioning that the special recommendation they had planned for him was no longer possible. Instead, he suggested that Jiang Chen consider a research career, offering to help him get a different letter of recommendation. Before the professor could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen cut him off with a polite smile. Thanking him for the offer, he casually slid his hands into his jacket pockets and turned to walk away. He had other things to do. Meanwhile, the murmurs among the students grew louder. Laughter broke out as one student turned to his friend, shaking his head. What a joke, he scoffed. I thought he awakened some kind of overpowered divine combat class, but it turns out it's just a creation class. His friend smirked, placing a hand near his face. Life's full of surprises, he mused. Everyone thought the academy's prodigy would become a powerhouse. But now, no matter how smart he is, he's just another nobody. Jiang Chen paid no attention to the growing mockery around him. Hands still in his pockets, he walked toward the exit without a word. The taunts continued as students whispered behind his back, enjoying the irony of the situation. Can you believe this? One student chuckled. Jiang Chen has been the king of hard work since he got here. And for what? A useless class? Another student nodded. Meanwhile, school beauty Lin, the academy's second-ranked student, just awakened a secret combat class. Talk about a twist. Despite the ridicule surrounding him, Jiang Chen simply smiled. Just moments ago, those same students had treated him with admiration. Yet now, they mocked him without hesitation. It was clear strength was all that mattered in this world. As he pondered the situation, he couldn't help but question why the creation class was looked down upon. Raising his hand, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him. A notification confirmed that he had successfully awakened his divine rank spiritual master class. But that wasn't all. His awakening had also triggered the activation of something unexpected, the natural calamity insect system, unlocking the initial mother of insects. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the system window, and a smirk crept across his face. This class was a perfect fit for him. His name was Jiang Chen. In his previous life, he had died, only to be reborn in this world, one where strength dictated everything. After the Dark Era ended, monsters and dungeons reshaped the world, and humanity had no choice but to respect power above all else. Born an orphan, Jiang Chen had struggled to survive, knowing he had nothing but his own determination to rely on. Then, a month ago, everything changed. Out of nowhere, a mysterious system window appeared before him, stating that the insect calamity system would merge with his class upon awakening. It promised great power, but only after a successful class transfer. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chin as he analyzed the system window. The insect race, a species that had once brought humanity to the brink of destruction, was feared as one of the most powerful forces in history. It was said that during the last natural calamity, 9 of humanity's 12 kings had sacrificed themselves just to seal it away. His expression hardened as he clenched his fist. In this world, strength was everything. There was no room for hesitation. If he could harness the power of the insect race for himself, then instead of being humanity's greatest threat, they would become his greatest weapon. Without wasting another second, Jiang Chen activated the system. Instantly, his surroundings changed. He found himself in a strange space, blinking in confusion. Looking around, he raised a hand to shield his eyes as he tried to take in the unfamiliar environment. This place, was it his sea of consciousness? Before him stood an enormous spiritual tree, radiating an overwhelming presence. He hadn't expected his talent to manifest as a tree. More system windows popped up, revealing details about his abilities. Jiang Chen had multiple class talents, each tied to the evolution of all things and requiring sacrifices to activate. These abilities could be used once every 10 days and were limited to 1 use per target. The first talent, Fruits of All Things, allowed him to accelerate the growth of fruits through sacrifice. In return, a special fruit with unknown effects would randomly appear. The second talent, Improved Growth, increased the growth rate of all living beings by 10%. With this ability, Jiang Chen could enhance the speed of development for anything he chose. This talent had a cooldown of 8 hours. Jiang Chen placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought as he analyzed the system window. The system had even proactively assessed his talent, which was impressive. While his abilities didn't seem suited for direct combat, they could still be integrated into his system. Just as he was considering his options, a new system prompt appeared, asking if he would like to summon the mother insect. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen confirmed the summoning. Immediately, an ominous energy surged from the ground. A system notification flashed, informing him that the mother insect was being summoned. Jiang Chen watched as the sinister aura intensified, and he couldn't help but acknowledge its overwhelming presence. Seconds later, another system window appeared. Summoning complete. Natural calamity rank mother insect, 9 miasma wing, has been successfully summoned. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as the enormous creature took form. The mother of insects was a towering, monstrous being, its sheer size forcing him to instinctively take a few steps back. His system interface displayed her status. Name, 9 miasma wing. Title, Sovereign of Death. History, once a catastrophic calamity, she had brought destruction on the scale of a natural disaster before vanishing during the Third Era. Devouring value, 0%. Affinity with host, 100%. Jiang Chen quickly realized that in order to unlock her full abilities, he would need to begin the devouring process and start breeding the next generation of insects. As he stood there, still processing everything, the mother insect turned her piercing gaze toward him. To his surprise, instead of attacking, she lowered her head and addressed him as master. She introduced herself as Little Nine and immediately voiced her hunger, expressing a strong desire to devour fierce beasts to grow stronger. A system window popped up, confirming that her growth rate had increased by 10%, and Jiang Chen was given an opportunity to enhance her using a sacrificial object. However, thanks to his talent, the first enhancement wouldn't require a sacrifice. Raising his head slightly, Jiang Chen glanced at the system window. If he could enhance her immediately without using any resources, then there was no reason to hesitate. Without wasting a second, he commanded the system to begin the upgrade process. A radiant green light engulfed the mother insect's body, pulsating with intense energy. As Jiang Chen observed the transformation, he quickly realized something: she needed to devour in order to grow stronger. This meant she would always be hungry, and keeping her satisfied wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, an immense aura erupted from her form, forcing Jiang Chen to instinctively take a defensive stance. Slowly, her grotesque insect body began to change, her limbs reshaping, her exoskeleton shifting. And then, in mere seconds, she was no longer a monstrous beast. The mother insect had evolved. Her new form was that of a white-haired woman clad in dark armor, exuding a terrifying presence. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Chen, and with slow, deliberate steps, she began advancing toward him. Above her head, a system window appeared, revealing her new abilities. 1. Feed. Allows her to share 10x experience with the host. 2. Poisonous Mist. Grants her the ability to transform into deadly miasma, corroding everything in her path. 3. United. Enhances all of the host's abilities by 20%. Jiang Chen stared in disbelief at the newly evolved mother insect. Her transformation had been drastic, but before he could fully process it, she suddenly lunged forward and wrapped him in a tight hug. Beaming with excitement, she announced that Little Nine had evolved. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. He wasn't sure how to react. As he glanced at her, now in human form, he couldn't help but blush slightly. This was not what he had expected. Sensing his confusion, Little Nine finally let go and looked up at him, her expression filled with admiration. Without thinking, Jiang Chen reached out and gently patted her head. She closed her eyes, clenched her fists with excitement, and once again referred to him as master. With a small, almost playful smile, she eagerly declared her hunger for flesh and blood. As Jiang Chen absent-mindedly stroked her head, a status window appeared above her. Name: 9 Miasma Wing. Abilities: Poisonous Mist, Feed, Fury, and Unity. Devouring value: 0%. Needs to be filled before she can start producing offspring. Passive abilities: Experience Return, Attribute Enhancement. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened as he analyzed the interface. His spiritual master talent could accelerate Little Nine's devouring growth and experience gain, which in turn would make him stronger at an incredible rate. Not only that, but her passive ability boosted all of his attributes by 20%. His class and the insect calamity system were a perfect combination. A smirk crossed Jiang Chen's face. Who needed a combat class when he had this? Raising his hands, he activated his abilities. Instantly, countless insects began crawling out from his palms, skittering forward in droves. Watching them move, Jiang Chen felt a rush of excitement. As long as he could devour and grow quickly, he would soon command an unstoppable army. He then turned his attention toward the great spiritual tree. The system had referred to the insects of the abyss as a catastrophe on par with a natural calamity. Though the details remained unclear, one thing was certain: this was not something that could be revealed to the world. If anyone found out, he would instantly be seen as a threat to humanity. Jiang Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets and stared at the spiritual tree in deep thought. For now, he decided it was best to hide his true abilities. He would use his creation class identity as a cover, while secretly using Little Nine's poisonous miasma and devouring abilities to hunt monsters and grow stronger. However, hiding forever wasn't his style. One day, he would become so powerful that he wouldn't need to hide anything. Before he could think further, the waters of his sea of consciousness suddenly began to ripple. Sensing danger, Little Nine instantly leapt into the air, wings spread wide. She scanned the surroundings, then turned back toward Jiang Chen with a mischievous grin. Her golden eyes gleamed with anticipation. She could sense it. A threat was near. A moment later, Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and exited the system space. The moment he returned to the real world, his breath hitched. Standing in front of him was a man, much taller than him. He had jet black hair, a rugged beard, and a long scar over one eye. His powerful presence was suffocating. Slowly, the man stepped forward, locking eyes with Jiang Chen, his piercing gaze cold and unreadable. Jiang Chen's instincts screamed at him. This man was dangerous. For several seconds, the towering man remained silent, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Then, in a calm but firm voice, he finally spoke. Was the awakening phenomenon that the entire city had witnessed caused by him? Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He could tell immediately this man was at least master rank, if not higher. His presence alone was suffocating. Instinctively, Jiang Chen became alert, trying to figure out why he was being approached. Meanwhile, the crowd around them had started paying attention. Even though the man stood at a distance, his sheer aura was palpable, radiating with a powerful green energy. Whispers spread among the onlookers as they speculated about his rank. Why was someone so strong speaking to Jiang Chun? Was there some kind of conflict? The man remained silent, his gaze unwavering, pressuring Jiang Chun without a single word. The intensity of his stare made Jiang Chun uneasy. Was he testing him? Just then, Little Nine appeared, casually licking her finger. The moment she laid eyes on the man, her expression darkened. She leaned in close to Jiang Chun and, with a voice dripping in murderous intent, declared that this man was a threat. To her, he looked delicious. Jiang Chun's heart pounded. Something was very wrong. His system immediately reacted, flashing multiple warning windows. The insect mother had identified a high-value target for devouring. Before Jiang Chun could process what was happening, Little Nine prepared to attack. Suddenly, Jiang Chun's aura exploded outward, spreading in all directions. The sheer force of it sent a chilling wave through the area, reaching the same students who had mocked him earlier. They instinctively shielded their faces, their expressions shifting from amusement to fear. Why does Jiang Chun's aura feel so cold and sinister? One student stammered. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He had just realized a critical flaw. When the insect mother's devouring value was low, her aggressiveness increased. If he didn't find monsters for her to consume soon, she would start targeting people. Meanwhile, the man in front of him did not look intimidated. Instead, he simply smiled. Jiang Chun immediately understood. This guy was testing him. But in the process, he had accidentally triggered Little Nine's instincts. The situation was dangerous, but thankfully, Jiang Chun was still able to suppress her. With a deep breath, he forcefully calmed the insect mother, and a system notification confirmed her temporary suppression. However, this was only a short-term solution. If he didn't begin devouring and breeding soon, this would keep happening. The man, hands tucked casually into his jacket pockets, studied Jiang Chun with keen interest. Then, with a nod of approval, he congratulated him. Despite just finishing his awakening, Jiang Chun had already managed to face his test and even fight back. That was impressive. You truly are worthy of a divine awakening, the man said. Your future is limitless. Jiang Chun remained silent, carefully processing every word. He felt relieved. The man hadn't discovered his true abilities. Taking a cautious step forward, Jiang Chun met the man's gaze and finally asked, "Who are you?" The man's smile widened. He extended a hand and introduced himself, Ji Gang, leader of the Night Watch. With a glint of admiration in his eyes, he then made an offer. Jiang Chun, how about joining us? Jiang Chun's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Ji Gang to be part of the Night Watch. The Night Watch was a special task force under Shia, responsible for resisting demon invasions and beast hordes. Whenever a beast tide struck, or a new dungeon or secret realm appeared, they were the first to investigate or eliminate the threat entirely. However, being on the front lines came with a price. The mortality rate among Night Watch members was alarmingly high, which was why most people avoided joining. But for Jiang Chun, this was an opportunity. The insect mother needed a constant supply of monster flesh and blood to accumulate devouring value and begin reproducing. Once that process started, no one knew how much chaos it would cause. A wild, monster-infested battlefield was the perfect breeding ground. As Jiang Chun stared at Ji Gang's outstretched hand, a small smile formed on his lips. The Night Watch was the perfect cover for him. Meanwhile, the students watching from afar whispered among themselves. Is he crazy? No one volunteers for the Night Watch. One of them muttered. The death rate is insane, another agreed. There's no way he'll actually join. Ji Gang overheard their murmurs and let out a forced smile. Hoping to persuade Jiang Chun, he assured him that the rumors were outdated. Things had changed, and to sweeten the deal, he offered Jiang Chun comprehensive training and exclusive resources, privileges granted only to divine rank awakeners. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun grasped Ji Gang's hand and firmly called him leader. There was no need for further discussion. Looking directly into Ji Gang's eyes, Jiang Chun spoke with conviction. To restore the glory of the Night Watch, our generation must not shy away from its duty. With that, he officially agreed to join. Ji Gang blinked, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected such an easy acceptance. What he didn't know was that Jiang Chun had his own reasons. He intended to use the Night Watch to breed his insect army. Still, Ji Gang couldn't help but ask, "Are you serious?" Before Jiang Chun could answer, a system notification popped up. Then another, and another. The insect mother had appeared, and she was furious. Her golden eyes burned with rage as she stomped toward Jiang Chun. "Master, I am not happy about this," she declared, crossing her arms. She shot a murderous glare at Ji Gang. "I wanted to eat him." Jiang Chun internally panicked. Suppressing a sigh, he closed his eyes for a moment, then turned back to Ji Gang. "Yes," he reaffirmed. "I meant what I said, Before Ji Gang could question him further, Jiang Chen quickly excused himself, claiming he had an urgent matter to attend to. As he walked away, he glanced over his shoulder, giving Ji Gang a casual wave. In 3 days, I'll report to Night Watch headquarters. Don't be late, leader. Ji Gang watched Jiang Chen disappear into the distance, standing there in silence. This was too easy. He had expected negotiations, hesitation, maybe even some resistance. But Jiang Chen had agreed immediately. Something didn't add up. And then before Ji Gang could think further, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside him. One of them was a high-ranking elder from the martial arts academy. Ji Gang turned his head, his expression unreadable. If you're here to steal talent from the Night Watch, he said, his tone flat, then you're already too late. The 8th elder ignored his remark and got straight to the point. Where is the boy who awakened a divine rank creation class? Ji Gang furrowed his brow, clearly confused. He turned to the 8th elder and asked what he was talking about. The old man took a step closer, locking eyes with Ji Gang. His expression carried a mix of shock and disbelief. You're seriously planning to let a divine rank creation class awakener join the Night Watch? The elder scoffed. You're just sending him to his death. Ji Gang's eyes narrowed. Divine rank creation class? It suddenly clicked. Jiang Chen had awakened a divine rank creation class. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, Jiang Chen made his way through the streets when an older man named Wang Yi spotted him. Kid, were you the one who caused that phenomenon in the main city? Wang Yi asked, his voice carrying a mix of excitement and curiosity. Jiang Chen simply nodded. Yeah. Before Wang Yi could say anything else, a young woman with purple hair approached. She placed a hand on her waist and sighed. Lower your voice, old man, she warned. If the wrong person hears, you might bring trouble down on yourself. Wang Yi chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Ah, don't mind her. I just talked too much. Jiang Chen closed his eyes briefly, then smiled. It's fine, Wang Yi. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Wang Yi studied him for a moment before letting out a small sigh. Well, even if the creation class can't fight, I've heard that companies are always looking for people to cultivate spiritual plants. If your parents were here, they'd be so proud of you. Jiang Chen's expression softened. Over the years, the people in this building had helped him survive. With a sincere smile, he reassured them, I won't forget you all in the future. Wang Yi waved him off. Don't sweat the small stuff, kid. Then, his eyes lit up as if he had just remembered something. Actually, you came at the right time. We're about to head into a beginner-level secret realm to pick up some gear. Why don't you join us? You'll level up faster. Jiang Chen nodded. Sounds good. I appreciate the invite. Just then, a system notification popped up, confirming that the team formation was complete. Minutes later, inside the secret realm, Jiang Chen and the others stepped through the portal, entering the secret realm. With his hands in his jacket pockets, Jiang Chen glanced around, taking in his surroundings. Was this really the interior of a secret realm? Before he could process it further, torches around the area suddenly ignited, signaling that the matchmaking process was complete. At that moment, the monsters inside the dungeon turned toward them. The Temple of the Dead, a C-rank secret realm, was now officially open. A system notification appeared. Guaranteed 100% drop rate for items and equipment. Experience points will be calculated upon dungeon completion. Leaving voluntarily means forfeiting both experience and loot. Wang Yi's expression tensed as he examined the enemies ahead. These are undead soldiers. A bead of sweat rolled down his forehead as realization hit him. Wait, why did the secret realm system match us with this level of dungeon? Jiang Chen scanned the horde of undead soldiers and quickly understood. This wasn't going to be easy. The purple-haired girl stepped forward, crossing her arms. It's because Jiang Chen is a divine rank awakener, she explained. The celestial system automatically adjusted the difficulty. Wang Yi turned slightly toward her, raising an eyebrow. Did you forget? Jiang Chen awakened in the creation category. The brown-haired girl stepped forward as well, her gaze locked on the undead soldiers ahead. Shouldn't we just abandon the dungeon? She suggested cautiously. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Yi cut her off. He unsheathed his sword, a glint of excitement in his eyes. There's no need to run. We don't come across secret realms of this level every day. Then, with a smirk, he added, besides, thanks to Jiang Chen, we're about to hit the jackpot with equipment drops. The moment Wang Yi unsheathed his sword, the undead soldiers roared in fury. Their hollow eyes flickered with eerie light as they prepared to strike. Wang Yi, however, was unfazed. Gathering momentum, he lunged forward and called out to Jiang Chen. These undead are stronger than your average C-rank monsters. Stay back for now. With that, he and the others rushed toward the core of the dungeon. Wang Yi's sword swung down in a brutal arc, landing a direct hit on the skull of one of the undead soldiers. The impact sent cracks rippling through the creature's decayed armor. Without missing a beat, he turned his head and called out, Luing, boost me now. In response, Lu Ying clasped her hands together, activating her ability. A faint golden glow surrounded Wang Yi as his talent was enhanced. With his strength amplified, he delivered a final blow, completely shattering the undead soldier's skull. The monster collapsed lifeless. While Wang Yi and the others fought fiercely, Jiang Chun simply stood at a distance, observing. He watched as they risked their lives against monsters every single day, all just to survive. It suddenly made sense why they always returned covered in wounds. His gaze flickered toward Lu Ying. He had heard that she became an adventurer to earn enough money to heal her brother's eyesight. Jiang Chun clenched his fists. He needed to grow stronger quickly. Once he had the means, he would properly repay those who had helped him. Lost in thought, he didn't immediately notice that Little Nine had materialized beside him. With her hand under her chin, she studied the fallen undead soldier's corpse. Master, there's so much blood and flesh here, she murmured, her voice filled with hunger. I want to devour them. Jiang Chun, still calm and composed, slid his hands into his pockets and turned toward the undead corpse. A small smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Little Nine had already detected the bodies. Given the situation, Jiang Chun decided it was time to test her abilities. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the level 1 poison barrier skill, Corrosion. A thick, dark green fog swirled in his palm, pulsating with deadly energy. Go ahead, Jiang Chun commanded. Little Nine's eyes gleamed, and she let out a pleased hum. The poisonous fog surged forward, creeping toward the undead corpses. The moment the mist made contact, the bodies began to corrode at an alarming rate. Within seconds, the decayed flesh melted away, leaving behind nothing but a blackened stain on the dungeon floor. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. The skill was far more potent than he expected. A system notification popped up. Devouring successful. Devouring value +10, but there was a downside. Since the undead were low-level monsters, the growth rate was painfully slow. Little Nine needed to consume stronger prey. Jiang Chun glanced back at Wang Yi and his group. They had already pushed deeper into the dungeon, their teamwork seamless, a sign of partners who had fought together for years. His only concern was his poison mist. Since it was an area of effectability, he still couldn't control it properly. If he wasn't careful, he could accidentally injure his own allies. To avoid any collateral damage, Jiang Chun decided to follow from behind and quietly dispose of the fallen monster corpses. But then, Little Nine tensed. Her expression shifted. She suddenly turned to Jiang Chun and whispered, Master, I sense something. Jiang Chun followed her gaze. The ground began to tremble. A chilling presence spread through the air as dark silhouettes emerged from the shadows. More monsters were appearing. Little Nine's lips curled into a hungry grin. They're fresh, she purred, and their blood smells delicious. A system notification appeared. New enemy identified. Level 10 shadow lurkers. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Defense, 10. Stamina, 5. These creatures were specialized in ambushing their prey. Hiding in the darkness, they targeted the weakest stragglers. As Jiang Chun locked eyes with the shadow lurkers, he noticed that their names were displayed in red. He wondered, was it because their level was much higher than his? However, when it came to raw attributes, these monsters were far inferior to him. A status window appeared before him. Name, Jiang Chun. Title, Lord of Insects. Occupation, Divine Rank Spiritual Master. Devouring Value, Level 1. Talents, O Growth of All Things, LV.1. O Divine Evolution, LV.1. O Ancestral Tree of All Things, LV.1. Equipment, none. Companion, 9 Miasma Wing, Natural Calamity Level. Stats, O Strength, 35. O Agility, 31. O Endurance, 27. O Constitution, 20. O Combat Power, 41 stars. Abilities, O Experience Return, Passive. O Attribute Enhancement, Passive. Current Devouring Value, 100. Current Experience, 0. Jiang Chun smirked. It was time to test his abilities. Turning slightly, he gave Little Nine a simple command. Transform into poisonous mist and follow me. Without hesitation, she obeyed. Her body dissolved into a thick, eerie fog, slithering along the ground like a living entity. At that moment, the shadow lurkers lunged. Jiang Chun barely moved. His expression remained calm as he brought his hand up, allowing Little Nine's poisonous mist to swirl around his palm. He was waiting. The moment the monsters got close, he dashed forward. The shadow lurkers struck first, but he effortlessly dodged, weaving through their attacks with precision. As he moved, he brushed his hand against their bodies. A second later, the monsters froze in confusion. They turned their heads, looking at the spots where Jiang Chun had touched them. The poisonous mist had already started spreading. Jiang Chun paused, smirking. Then, he slowly extended his hand toward them. and with a single deliberate motion, he clenched his fist. The poisonous mist around the monsters thickened in an instant, sinking deep into their bodies. They screeched in agony as their flesh began to corrode. Their forms withered away, melting into nothingness. Jiang Chun didn't react. He simply turned his head slightly, watching in silence as the mist consumed them. A series of system notifications popped up. Shadow Lurker defeated. Special points plus 200. Devouring value increased. Jiang Chun glanced at the pile of corpses and chuckled. They were no match for me. His devouring value was increasing rapidly, far faster than before. This was exactly what he needed. Just as he was lost in thought, Little Nine reappeared, materializing from the mist. Her golden eyes gleamed. Master, she purred. More blood food has appeared. Jiang Chun turned, his smirk fading. From the darkness, more shadow lurkers emerged. He stood still, hands in his pockets, unmoving. His gaze darkened as he studied the approaching creatures. But then a thought struck him. Wang Yi and the others. His eyes narrowed. If there were this many hidden monsters here, how many more were lurking deeper in the dungeon? A sliver of concern crept into his mind. He needed to check on them. Without hesitation, he decided to finish off these monsters quickly. Little Nine, he called out, can you handle them? In response, Little Nine grinned. Slowly, she began to manifest herself from the poisonous mist, her figure taking shape once more. Extending a hand toward the approaching monsters, her voice was filled with pure amusement. Leave them to me, master. These creatures are nothing but small prey. Several minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived at Wang Yi's location. The moment he laid eyes on the scene, his expression darkened. Wang Yi was badly injured, blood dripping onto his face. He and Lu Ying were completely surrounded by monsters. Wang Yi stood firm, gripping his sword with both hands, while Lu Ying had both arms raised, ready to activate her ability. But the monsters weren't giving them a break. They continued advancing, their numbers overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yi stared at the approaching monsters. They're getting stronger, he muttered. At this rate, there's no way we're getting out alive. He then turned to Lu Ying, his expression grave. Find Jiang Chun and get out of here. I'll hold them off. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. What are you saying? She protested. Before he could respond, a sudden movement caught his attention. An undead soldier had broken through their defenses. Its rusted sword gleamed, slicing through the air as it lunged straight for Wang Yi's head. Wang Yi sensed it immediately, but it was too fast. As he whipped around, his heart clenched. It was too late to block. But just before the attack landed, a dense, dark mist erupted. The poisonous fog wrapped around the undead soldier, corroding its body in an instant. The monster let out a ghastly screech, its form melting away as if swallowed by an unseen force. Wang Yi's breath hitched. He spun around stunned. And there, standing before him, was Jiang Chun. Are you two okay? Jiang Chun asked, his tone calm. Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chun, he muttered. Jiang Chun stepped forward, unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he commanded Little Nine's mist to spread further. The remaining undead soldiers barely had time to react before the corrosive mist engulfed them all. Their decaying bodies dissolved, disintegrating into nothingness. Silence fell. Wang Yi gripped his sword tightly, his face a mix of shock and confusion. How? His voice was barely above a whisper. You're an awakener from the creation class. How can you do this? Jiang Chun stopped in front of him. His body pulsed with energy as he turned his gaze toward Wang Yi and gave a knowing smile. I have a hidden ability called Poisonous Mist. To demonstrate, he extended his hand once more. A thick, lethal fog coiled around his palm before rushing out, consuming the remaining undead in its path. But Jiang Chun wasn't done yet. He turned toward Lu Ying and Yi Qian. Take Wang Yi and head to the portal. He's too injured to keep fighting. I'll stay behind and cover you. The entire group froze. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Wang Yi's jaw tightened. Even if you have a divine class, this is too dangerous. Jiang Chun. Wang Yi snapped. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. You should come with us, not stay behind to fight alone. As they pleaded with him, Yi Qian simply pressed a hand near her mouth, remaining silent. Jiang Chun turned his back on them. His aura surged, waves of power rippling around him. Then, without turning fully, he glanced over his shoulder. Don't worry, he said smoothly. I'll be fine. And with that, he walked forward alone. His body radiated power, his energy intensifying as he approached the oncoming monsters. Just then, a system notification echoed through the secret realm. Alert! The final level conditions have been met. The boss of the secret realm is now being summoned. Wang Yi's eyes widened. At the same time, he watched as Jiang Chun moved further away, advancing toward the horde of undead soldiers. His instincts screamed at him to stop the boy, but just as he opened his mouth, Lu Ying cut him off. She turned to him, her expression calm yet firm. Jiang Chun isn't reckless, she reminded him. Trust him? Wang Yi hesitated, but after a moment of deep thought, he sighed and made his decision. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his sword toward Jiang Chun. Take this, Wang Yi said, but don't forget to return it later. Jiang Chun effortlessly caught the weapon, gripping it firmly. With a smirk, he nodded. Don't worry, he replied. I'll bring it back. A system notification appeared. You have obtained the Novice Conqueror's Sword. Plus 25 speed. Plus 30 strength. Plus 2% attack speed bonus. Passive ability activated. Jiang Chun lifted the sword, studying its gleaming edge. This was perfect. With a blade in hand, he could extend the range of his poisonous mist. As the undead soldiers lunged toward him, Jiang Chun activated the mist, allowing the toxic fog to coil around the blade. The moment the first monster attacked, he dodged with ease, then countered. In a blink, his sword sliced through them, leaving their bodies corroding in blackened mist. One by one, the undead fell, disintegrating into nothing. They were no match for him. After all, Jiang Chun was the best swordsman in the entire school. But then, something changed. A powerful presence surged through the battlefield. Before Jiang Chun could react, a much stronger monster appeared, rushing toward him at high speed. Its blade gleamed as it closed in. Jiang Chun hadn't sensed the attack at first, but as he turned his head, his instincts flared. The monster was already too close. Thinking fast, Jiang Chun leapt into the air, dodging just in time. The monster's blade struck the ground with explosive force, shattering the earth beneath it. Jiang Chun landed safely, but the enemy wasn't done. With burning red eyes, the monster locked onto him, gripping its sword even tighter. Then, in a split second, it attacked again. Jiang Chun barely managed to block in time, but the sheer force of the impact sent a shockwave through his arms. A sickening crack echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in horror. The Novice Conqueror's sword had snapped in half. The sheer difference in strength was staggering. Jiang Chun was sent flying backward, but he quickly twisted his body midair and landed, skidding to a stop. His grip tightened as he glanced at the broken blade in his hands. He wasn't worried about the boss. He was more worried about how to explain this to Wang Yi. Then, another system notification appeared. Boss monster. Undead King, level 15. Jiang Chun slowly lifted his gaze. Standing before him was the Undead King, a towering figure. Its skeletal frame was clad in dark armor, its grip firm around its massive sword. The boss locked eyes with Jiang Chun, radiating killing intent. Then, its body vibrated. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Jiang Chun's heart pounded. Where did it? Before he could react, a chilling aura appeared behind him. His instincts screamed in warning. Jiang Chun whipped around, and his eyes went wide with shock. The Undead King was right behind him. Sword raised. Attack incoming. For the first time, Jiang Chun felt a flicker of fear. How, he muttered. How did it move so fast? His body tensed. His mind raced. Then, with gritted teeth and a fierce glare, he shouted one name. Little Nine! Just as the Undead King's sword was about to strike Jiang Chun, Little Nine appeared. With one swift motion, she caught the blade in her bare hand. Her golden eyes locked onto the Undead King, unblinking. A dangerous glint flickered across her face as she turned to Jiang Chun. Master, can I eliminate him? She asked, almost too eagerly. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Do it. Upon hearing his approval, Little Nine grinned. Then, without even flinching, she shattered the Undead King's sword with her bare hand. A massive shockwave rippled through the battlefield. Little Nine extended her arms to the sides, her body radiating an overwhelming aura that surged in all directions. Sensing the danger, the Undead King tensed. Now that it had lost its weapon, it had no choice but to fight with its fists. Taking advantage of Little Nine's momentary distraction, the Undead King lunged forward at full speed, aiming to strike her down. But just as its attack was about to land, Little Nine's eyes snapped open. Her entire presence shifted. Her murderous intent flooded the battlefield. With razor-sharp tentacles bursting from her back, she instantly switched to an offensive stance. The Undead King never stood a chance. Her tentacles lashed out like swords, striking with deadly precision. First, she severed its left arm, then its right arm. Finally, she decapitated it in one clean strike. With one final motion, she impaled the Undead King's severed head on a tentacle. Then, without a second glance, she turned her back to it. Behind her, the headless body collapsed to the ground. Silence. Jiang Chun stood there, watching in awe. Little Nine, in front of a secret realm boss, had remained completely calm. He couldn't help but smile. At this point, he was certain she was an absolute monster. Just as he was about to relax, a bright energy crystal materialized in front of him. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. What is this? The crystal floated upward, and suddenly, it began absorbing magic from the corpses scattered across the battlefield. Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Seconds later, the crystal pulsed violently. A massive, towering figure materialized. It was 20 times bigger than both Jiang Chun and Little Nine. A system notification flashed. True boss identified. Undead Tyrant. The undead tyrant slowly lifted its head, its glowing red eyes locking onto Jiang Chun and Little Nine. Its sheer presence sent a chilling wave through the air. Jiang Chun clenched his fists. This was the real boss, all along. Realizing the crystal was the key, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Little Nine, destroy the energy crystal inside it." But before she could move, the undead tyrant let out an earth-shaking roar. Then it swung its massive mace downward. The attack was aimed directly at Little Nine. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Using the momentum from the attack, she launched herself off the wall, dodging effortlessly. The undead tyrant's mace slammed into the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Jiang Qin watched as the colossal beast raised its weapon again. It struck once more, aiming for Little Nine. But she leapt into the air, dodging again with perfect timing. The ground split apart from the sheer force of the blow. Still airborne, Little Nine's expression turned cold. With a murderous gleam in her eyes, she extended her tentacles forward. Sharp as blades, they shot toward the undead tyrant, aiming to tear through its massive body. But it dodged, effortlessly. Jiang Qin's breath hitched. This thing is massive, yet somehow, it was moving at impossible speeds. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a plan. His eyes darted to the ground, where several plants lay among the debris. A chance. This was his only shot. The undead tyrant was too fast, its attacks devastating. Every swing of its mace carried enough force to shatter the earth. Right now, it was like a raging bull completely out of control. But that also meant it had a weakness. Little Nine lashed out with her razor-sharp tentacles, but the undead tyrant spun at high speed, effortlessly dodging her attacks. Then, using the momentum, the colossal beast charged forward, its massive form barreling toward Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's heart pounded. It was coming too fast, and then it leapt. Jiang Qin's head snapped up, eyes locked onto the airborne monster. His instinct screamed this was bad, but then he sensed it. Beneath the battlefield, hidden roots lay dormant in the soil. This was it. The undead tyrant clutched its mace in both hands, its descent toward Jiang Chun unavoidable. Jiang Chun remained calm. He waited, just a little closer, and then, now, Jiang Chun thrust his hand toward the ground. A glowing green symbol flared in his palm as he activated his spiritual master talent. In an instant, the hidden spiritual roots surged from the earth. From massive roots shot upward, piercing straight through the undead tyrant's body, trapping it midair. The monster let out a deafening roar, struggling violently. But it was too late. It was immobilized. Jiang Chun, his hand still raised, radiated pure dominance. His aura flared, his eyes burning with calculated fury. Then, without turning, he spoke. "Little Nine, it's your turn." In the blink of an eye, Little Nine moved. She landed on the undead tyrant's head, one hand pressing down firmly. With her other hand, she extended her claws, their edges gleaming menacingly. Her eyes locked onto the helpless creature, filled with murderous intent. "Understood, Master." The undead tyrant's eyes widened. It realized what was coming. Panic flickered across its twisted face. It struggled, trying desperately to break free. But it was in vain. Before it could react, Little Nine attacked. With a feral grin, she drove her claws deep into the undead tyrant's chest. Then, with a flick of her tentacles, she tore its body clean in half. The spiritual roots shattered, their purpose fulfilled. The undead tyrant's remains plummeted to the ground. Jiang Chun, his hands still extended, exhaled slowly. He gazed at the fallen boss, and for the first time he felt proud. He had done it. This battle had proven something crucial. His abilities were more than just support. If he used them correctly, he could dominate any battlefield. Just as he was lost in thought, a system notification appeared. Growth acceleration is now on cooldown for 8 hours. The spiritual roots slowly faded away, sinking back into the earth. And then, a core emerged from the undead tyrant's corpse. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he lunged forward. Before the core could escape, he snatched it in his grasp. With a tightened fist, he crushed it into dust. As the fragments scattered to the ground, Jiang Qin stared at his hand, his eyes cold and resolute. This battle was over. As soon as the battle ended, a series of system notifications popped up. "Congratulations! You have cleared the C-rank secret realm, Temple of the Undead." The system then began calculating individual contributions. A few seconds later, the final secret realm rankings were generated. Jiangchun, level 0, spiritual master, S rank. Wang Yi, level 12, swordsman, B rank. Lu Ying, level 11, warlock, A rank. And Lin, level 10, boxer, B rank. Following this, the heavenly system started generating team rewards. A glowing reward window appeared in front of Jiangchun, displaying his options. A few moments later, the system finalized the team rewards and the window expanded. Jiangchun could now choose from several weapons. 1 dagger, 2 scepter, 3 heavy axe, 4 light axe, 5 hammer. As the spiritual roots slowly sank back into the ground, Jiangchun studied the system window, lost in thought. After a few seconds, he reached inside and selected the dagger. A system notification popped up. You have obtained Edmu's Swift Dagger, rank D. Plus 50 attack points, plus 5% speed bonus. Bonus: 2 professional attributes related to swords. Jiangchun examined the dagger's blade, testing its sharpness. Not bad. This would make a decent replacement for Wang Yi's broken sword. However, his eyes flicked back to the system window. There was still a lot of equipment left. He quickly realized something. All of it was geared towards combat. He frowned slightly. Wasn't there anything suitable for creation class awakeners? Curious, he reached back into the system window and decided to check the stats of each weapon. His gaze landed on the hammer. The moment he pulled it out, it slammed into the ground with a loud thud. It was unbelievably heavy. A system notification appeared. You have obtained Call of the King, legendary hammer. Plus 100 strength, minus 100 agility, due to extreme weight. Effect: 10% chance to trigger 5x critical damage. Jiangchun tried to lift it, but even with both hands, it barely budged. Just then, a new system notification flashed before him. Experience rewards calculated. Distributing earned experience. Jiangchun's eyes widened. The system was now rewarding him with the experience points from the secret realm. As the experience flowed into his body, something changed. The once heavy hammer felt lighter and lighter, until in just a few seconds, he was able to lift it effortlessly. Another system notification appeared. United ability activated. All attributes increased by 20%. A surge of powerful energy enveloped Jiangchun's body. With one hand, he easily held the massive hammer, while his other hand casually slipped into his pocket. He turned his gaze toward the hammer, studying its new weight in his grip. Under Little Nine's passive ability, his level had skyrocketed to level 6. With that, the effects of United became even stronger. Not only had his overall attributes increased, but he now realized that his physical combat ability was rising alongside his level. As Jiangchun stood lost in thought, Little Nine tugged at his shirt, snapping him out of his trance. She pointed at the system window, eyes gleaming with curiosity, and asked if she could eat everything inside. Setting his hammer down, Jiangchun met her gaze and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He explained that the equipment was meant for Wang Yi and the others to exchange for money. If she ate it, she'd end up with a terrible stomachache. Hearing this, Little Nine pouted, placing one hand behind her back while touching her lips with the other. Her disappointment was short-lived, though, as she turned her attention toward the massive corpse of the undead tyrant. With hopeful eyes, she asked if she could devour that instead. Jiangchun had completely forgotten about the boss's remains. The devouring value was too precious to waste. His powerful aura flared slightly as he turned to look at the towering corpse before giving Little Nine the go-ahead. It belonged to her, after all. Wasting no time, she approached the monstrous body. Jiangchun couldn't help but wonder if this thing was a bit too big. If she used her poisonous mist to break it down, it might take a while. Then, without warning, Little Nine stretched out her arms, closed her eyes, and muttered something about digging. Her body trembled for a moment before she reverted to her natural form. Now, in her true state, she fixed the undead tyrant's remains with a predatory glare, opened her maw, and lunged forward. Despite the tyrant's colossal size, it was nothing compared to the sheer scale of her true form. Seeing this, Jiangchun felt a chill run down his spine. With a deafening roar, Little Nine sank her fangs into the corpse, devouring it at an alarming pace. The force of her feeding created powerful gusts of wind, sending debris flying. Jiangchun took advantage of the chaos to quickly remove all the equipment from the system window. Holding his hammer in one hand, he shielded his face with the other. Her roar was deafening. If they had been in the main city instead of this secret realm, there would have been no hiding from the commotion. As the last remnants of the undead tyrant disappeared, a system notification appeared, rewarding Jiangchun with 400 devouring points. Peeking out from behind his arm, he noticed the devouring value was skyrocketing. As expected, boss-level creatures provided a huge boost. They needed more of these monsters if they wanted to push it even further. But before he could think too much about it, the sound of footsteps snapped him back to reality. His expression tensed. Wang Yi and the others were heading their way, drawn by the ruckus Little Nine had caused. The devouring value was now at 8,876 points, so close to being filled. Rushing over to Little Nine, he urged her to revert to her other form immediately. Grinning playfully, she nodded. Understood, master. Jiang Chen sighed. What a pity. If only they had a little more time. A few seconds later, Wang Yi and the others arrived. Their eyes immediately fell on the scattered equipment, confirming that Jiang Chen had indeed cleared the level. Jiang Chen explained that his sword had broken during the fight, but to make up for it, he handed Wang Yi a dagger. Without hesitation, Wang Yi took it. The moment he realized it was a rare item, he waved off the issue of the damaged sword. This was more than a fair trade. Meanwhile, Luing examined a necklace among the loot and pointed out that it was also a rare item, something that could fetch a high price. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was still in shock. She demanded to know how Jiang Chen had managed to take down the boss all on his own. Scratching the back of his head, Jiang Chen gave a casual response. His poison seemed to work particularly well against monsters like this. But as he spoke, his expression turned serious. The secret realm was now fully cleared, meaning it wouldn't refresh again. If he wanted to continue increasing his devouring value, he'd need to hunt down another boss. With that in mind, the desert seemed like his next destination. Wang Yi studied Jiang Chen for a moment before sighing. It was a shame that he was heading toward the research department. Someone with his talent, who could defeat a boss monster despite not even reaching level 1 yet, would become incredibly powerful once he started leveling up. Curious about his next move, Wang Yi asked about his plans. Jiang Chen turned to him with a smile and admitted he hadn't mentioned it before to avoid worrying him. But he was preparing to join the Night's Watch. This revelation stunned Wang Yi. He immediately questioned if Jiang Chen was serious about enlisting in the Night Watch. Jiang Chen simply placed a hand on his head and confirmed it. He would be leaving in 3 days. But before that, he wanted to increase his level, so he planned to head into the wilderness soon. The response shocked everyone. Yi Qian covered her mouth in disbelief, and Luing reached out, her expression stern. She warned him that the wilderness was incredibly dangerous, but before she could finish, Jiang Chen cut her off. Clenching his fist, he let a trace of Little Nine's poisonous mist seep through his palm. His voice was calm, but firm. He knew what he was doing. Instead of worrying about him, they should be worrying about the real threat, the monsters out there. Later that day, a few hours after their conversation, Jiang Chen boarded a train heading toward the outskirts of the city. As it slowed to a stop, the conductor announced that those heading into the wilderness should disembark. Jiang Chen stepped off the train, now wearing a cloak to avoid drawing attention. He scanned his surroundings and stood still for a few moments. In front of him, a bridge was packed with awakeners, all preparing for their journeys. Ever since awakening his system, his appetite had grown significantly. But what was even stranger was that despite the instability of his devouring value, he noticed a small increase, just from eating. Pulling out a loaf of bread, he took a bite, and sure enough, his devouring value ticked up by 2 points. At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. She put a hand near her mouth and grimaced at the sight of the bread. With an unimpressed look, she informed Jiang Chen that his food didn't look tasty at all. Hearing Little Nine's complaint, Jiang Chen decided to find something better for her to eat. He reached out and summoned a map, opening it with Little Nine by his side. He hadn't expected Wang Yi to be so generous. Aside from most of the equipment, he had also given Jiang Chen an important storage ring and a detailed map of the area. Considering he was heading into the desert, these items would be invaluable. As he walked across the bridge, he recalled Wang Yi's warning. The wilderness was heavily influenced by the power of the Heavenly Way, which meant all electronic devices would be rendered useless. It was almost like an apocalyptic wasteland where monsters constantly migrated between their nests. These maps had an extremely short lifespan. Without up-to-date intelligence, tracking down monsters, let alone boss creatures, was nearly impossible. According to the map, firebirds and thunder rhinoceroses were the most common creatures in the area, easily identifiable when they moved. There was also a section marked with a question mark, something Wang Yi had explicitly warned him to avoid, as it housed an extremely dangerous nest. However, the Goblin Dungeon seemed like the perfect spot for him. It had low-level monsters, decent numbers, and very few people exploring it. Clenching his fist with determination, Jiang Chen smiled. With a map in hand, finding the dungeon would be easy. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out, ordering him to stop. Instantly on alert, Jiang Chen turned his head to see who it was. A cloaked man had approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, staring at him aggressively. The man had apparently been calling for him for a while and demanded to know why Jiang Chen had ignored him. He insisted he only wanted to ask a question. Had Jiang Chen seen a girl with golden hair in the area? Jiang Chen turned to him, his gaze cold and dangerous. Without hesitation, he replied that he hadn't seen anyone matching that description. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added a sharp warning. The man should be careful with how he spoke. At that moment, a faint trace of Little Nine's poisonous mist began seeping from Jiang Chen's shoulder, sticking to the man's hand. The man quickly yanked his hand back, his expression shifting to confusion. He clenched his teeth and examined his hand, clearly wondering if this was poison. It didn't make sense. Jiang Chen hadn't even reached level 10 yet. How could he possibly wield such a dangerous ability? But despite the man's strength, being a level 27 main defense warrior, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. Without looking back, he calmly advised the man to find a healer quickly, as his poison wouldn't be easy to cure. Then, with a smirk, he added that the man should also take better care of his brain. With that, Jiang Chen turned and walked away. The man's face twisted in anger. Gritting his teeth, he barked at Jiang Chen, demanding to know who had given him permission to leave. Jiang Chen paused and slowly turned his head, his gaze now carrying a murderous intensity. The air around them grew heavy. The man stepped forward, his body radiating a powerful aura. Locking eyes with Jiang Chen, he sneered and demanded, "How dare you lay a hand on the Shao family?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Was this man referring to that Shao family from the Battle of Heaven? He barely had time to process the thought before the man lunged at him with full force. But Jiang Chen had already anticipated the attack. Just as the man's fist came crashing down, Jiang Chen swiftly sidestepped, leaping away in one fluid motion. The impact shattered the ground, sending debris flying. Still airborne, Jiang Chen raised a hand in front of his face, his expression darkening as he studied his attacker. What exactly did the Shao family want? The man, clearly seething, clenched his teeth and charged forward at high speed. Unsheathing his sword, he couldn't help but acknowledge Jiang Chen's agility. "Not bad," he muttered. Seeing the fight escalating, Jiang Chen pulled back his hood and stretched his hand to the side. In an instant, Little Nine's poisonous mist swirled around him. His gaze sharpened as he gave her a simple command. It was no longer necessary to hold back. Little Nine materialized within the mist, her eyes locked onto the man with a murderous glint. "Understood," she replied. But instead of backing off, the man became even more aggressive. He let out a furious shout, mocking Jiang Chen for trying the same trick again. Did he really think this poison would scare him twice? Just as Jiang Chen was about to teach this guy a painful lesson, a voice cut through the tension. "Zheng Tai," someone called out sharply. The sudden interruption made Zheng Tai freeze. His expression changed in an instant. His rage was replaced by something close to fear. Slowly, he turned his head, his jaw clenched so tightly it looked painful. Jiang Chen remained silent, watching intently. Who was this? A man with striking blue hair, dressed in a hooded cloak, had appeared behind Zheng Tai. His presence alone exuded authority, and his expression was nothing short of furious. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai like a predator eyeing weak prey. "What the hell are you doing here?" the blue-haired man demanded, his voice filled with irritation. "I told you to find someone, not start a damn scene." Zheng Tai visibly trembled. He tried to explain, but before he could get a single word out, the man turned away slightly and scoffed. "Trash," he muttered coldly. "All you do is cause problems." Zheng Tai's fear spiked. He barely had time to react before the blue-haired man delivered a brutal uppercut to his chin. Blood spurted from his nose as he stumbled back, gasping in pain. Jiang Chen observed the exchange, realizing that this man wasn't just part of the Shao family. He was someone with serious authority. The blue-haired man turned his head slightly, his energy flaring ominously. Fixing Zheng Tai with a deadly glare, he reminded him, "You're nothing but a dog of the Shao family. You have no right to even speak our name." Zheng Tai, still reeling from the punch, could do nothing but tremble in fear. Zheng Tai immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head in submission. He apologized profusely, swearing that he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Now that the confrontation had de-escalated, Jiang Chen calmly pulled his hood back on, turning his gaze toward them in silent observation. Strangely enough, he had never sensed the presence of the blue-haired man before. It didn't take long for him to realize that this guy was far more dangerous than the so-called warrior he had just dealt with. As Zheng Tai shakily got back on his feet, the blue-haired man approached Jiang Chen, his tone surprisingly polite. He offered an apology, explaining that his dog had a bad habit of biting things. As compensation, he was willing to make amends. Jiang Chen waved it off. "No need," he replied simply. The man smiled and took another step closer. "Are you heading to the desert?" he asked, his aura subtly intensifying as he locked eyes with Jiang Chen. "Want to travel together?" Jiang Chen met his gaze but remained silent for several moments. Then, without a word, he turned his back on them and started walking away. He preferred to go alone. The blue-haired man watched him go, saying nothing. But in his mind, he found Jiang Chen very interesting. He already knew that Jiang Chen had awakened the divine class ability known as Spiritual Master. Once Jiang Chen was far enough away, Zheng Tai cautiously approached the man and hesitantly asked if he should continue searching for the target they had been after. The man barely glanced at him before shaking his head. "No, By the time you find her, it'll already be too late. His tone was cold yet assured. Besides, I already have a clue. The girl escaped the city. She's probably trying to cross the desert to reach the next station. With that, he raised a hand and pulled down his hood, revealing his full face. As he began walking away, he gave a final order. Make sure she never arrives. Zheng Tai pressed both hands against his chest, lowered his head, and closed his eyes in submission. Understood, he responded solemnly. The world had changed. Humans had once spread across this planet, building countless cities. But with the arrival of the awakened era, waves of beasts, secret realms, and dungeons had invaded their homes. Ancient human settlements had been remodeled and repurposed to withstand the chaos. Now, only the awakened, those who sought power, dared to return to these places, battling monsters to level up and claim wealth. These perilous zones were now known as the Wild Lands. Jiangchen advanced through the desolate area, coming across a few scattered mutant rats along the way. Hours passed, and eventually, he arrived at a remote and ruined part of the city. He paused, glancing around. Did I get lost? He had been heading toward the goblin beast's nest, but after walking for what felt like forever, the sun had already set, and he still hadn't arrived. Little Nine, who had been growing increasingly hungry, decided to take matters into her own hands. She hunted down a rat, hopped onto Jiang Chen's head, and bit into her prize. But the moment she tasted it, her expression soured. Chewing slowly, she came to a tragic realization. Not all food was worth eating. As Jiang Chen traveled through the area, he had encountered plenty of monsters, but none of them were strong. The creatures here granted only a tiny boost to his devouring value. If he didn't find a proper beast boss nest soon, it would be a waste of time. And with his impending entry into the Night Watch, he couldn't afford delays. Lost in thought, Jiang Chen gazed ahead with a serious expression. Then, without warning, the sky darkened as heavy storm clouds rolled in. Within seconds, rain began to fall. At that moment, a giant spider lurking nearby sensed his presence. Moving slowly, it descended from the shadows, its many eyes locking onto him with murderous intent. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand, letting raindrops gather on his palm. Immediately, he noticed something unusual. The rain carried traces of magical fluctuations. His eyes lit up. This meant he had wandered into an area where beast slayers operated. A mistake in navigation had actually turned into an unexpected stroke of luck. They had found the beast nest after all. Now, all that was left was hunting down a powerful enough monster to finally fill his devouring bar for the first time. Sensing movement behind him, Jiang Chen turned his head and met the spider's piercing gaze. The two stared at each other in silence for several seconds. Little Nine manifested beside him, her sharp eyes fixed on the creature. Do you want me to handle it? She asked. Jiang Chen lifted his chin slightly and studied the monster. Despite its intimidating size, its actual level wasn't high. It was just big. Without breaking eye contact, he responded, no need, as if taking that as a challenge. The spider landed on the ground with a heavy thud, its sharp legs flexing as it prepared to strike. Its beady eyes glowed with predatory hunger. Then, without hesitation, it lunged. The spider's razor-sharp legs slashed toward him, but Jiang Chen barely exerted any effort. His movements were swift and precise, dodging each attack with effortless jumps, as if he was dancing through the rain. Sensing an opening, he suddenly gathered momentum and leaped high into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was above the monster. The spider's head tilted back, its eyes widening in panic. What is he doing? Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly, then brought it down with devastating force. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, shattering the stone beneath them and crushing the spider instantly. Its lifeless body collapsed, sprawled out in the destruction. Jiang Chen remained standing on top of the fallen monster, momentarily lost in thought. Then, Little Nine appeared beside him, placing a hand on her forehead as if sensing something. More monsters are coming, she informed him. Her voice snapped him out of his trance. He turned his head and was immediately surprised. The sound of his strike had drawn the attention of the other creatures lurking in the area. All around him, giant spiders began creeping closer, their gleaming fangs ready to strike. Still standing atop the fallen beast, Jiang Chen calmly stretched his hand to the side. With a swirl of poisonous mist, he summoned the dagger he had obtained earlier from the secret realm. As he and Little Nine stared at the oncoming horde, a smirk tugged at his lips. It's time for a good meal. Jiang Chen and Little Nine locked eyes with the approaching giant spiders, their expressions sharp and deadly. He turned to her. Ready? Without hesitation, she nodded. Always. With that, Jiang Chen activated Little Nine's poisonous mist and lunged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was upon the spiders, his dagger slicing through their bodies with ruthless precision. The mist seeped into their wounds, corroding them from the inside. As they advanced, their levels climbed rapidly. If they kept fighting monsters at this rate, they could easily level up 2 more times on their way back. The battle was over in seconds. Those that hadn't died immediately collapsed moments later as the poison finished its work. In an instant, the battlefield was reduced to a massive pile of corpses. Jiangchen approached the remains and gestured toward them. Go ahead, little nine. Devour them all. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Stretching her arms out, she beamed at him. Thank you. Just as she was about to begin, she suddenly froze. Tilting her head to the side, she focused on something in the distance. Something big, powerful, and delicious is coming, she murmured. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. If she was this excited, then there was no doubt. It had to be the boss. Turning toward the approaching presence, he extended his hand, poisonous mist swirling around him. Prepare to attack, he ordered. Through the thick fog, a shadowy figure emerged. Little Nine, obeying without question, lunged forward. A sharp cry of pain rang through the air. Jiang Chen's brow furrowed. That didn't sound like a monster. Glancing toward the source of the scream, he was met with an unexpected sight, a woman. Little Nine had miscalculated. Instead of attacking the boss, she had struck an unknown woman, tearing part of her clothing in the process. Within seconds, the stranger collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Jiang Chen remained still, studying her. What kind of magical creature is this? Several seconds later, the woman stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion as she gazed up at the sky. Where am I? She wondered. Slowly, she pushed herself upright with one hand while placing the other on her head, trying to regain her bearings. She had no memory of coming to this place. Jiang Chen approached and casually sat beside her, resting his elbows on his knees. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he then flashed a relaxed smile. You're awake. The sound of his voice jolted her alert. Her body tensed as her mind raced. Who is he? Without hesitation, she jumped to her feet, instantly creating distance between them. Adopting a defensive stance, she kept her eyes locked on him. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Jiang Chen stood up as well, but remained calm. Facing her directly, he spoke in an even tone. Relax. I'm just a job changer. I came to the desert to hunt monsters. He paused before adding, I have no intention of harming you. As the woman looked at Jiang Chen more closely, a spark of recognition flashed in her eyes. Her expression shifted, and she placed a hand on her chest while pointing at him with the other. You? I know you. You were the one who attacked me, she exclaimed, staring at him intently. Jiang Chen let out a small, nervous chuckle. Closing his eyes briefly, he flashed a polite smile and apologized. That was my mistake. I thought you were a monster. Hearing this, she pouted and turned toward him, her cheeks slightly flushed. How could you mistake a beautiful girl like me for a monster? She huffed. That's just presumptuous. Then, as if the thought had just hit her, panic set in. She frantically touched her face, feeling her nose and ears, checking to make sure everything was still in place. Jiang Chen simply observed her in silence. He had used all his strength when he attacked. Yet here she was, standing in front of him as if nothing had happened. His curiosity grew. Who exactly is she? After confirming that she was unharmed, she finally relaxed. With a quick motion, she extended her hand to the side, causing the golden ring on her finger to glow and emit a faint green energy. A holographic display appeared, revealing the time. The moment she saw it, her expression darkened. Too much time wasted, she muttered under her breath. Without another word, she turned her back on Jiang Chen and started walking away in a hurry. Jiang Chen didn't stop her, but his sharp gaze followed her every move. Why is she in such a rush? More importantly, who is she running from? The woman had almost completely distanced herself from him when, suddenly, she stopped in her tracks. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she covered her mouth and began nervously biting her nails. Jiang Chen immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, he approached her. Is there a problem? He asked, studying her closely. Her posture stiffened. With her back still turned, she slowly glanced over her shoulder, forcing an obviously fake smile. Oh, yeah, there are monsters up ahead, she stammered. Since I'm not very good at fighting, I decided to turn back and let you handle them. The moment those words left her mouth, her nervous demeanor disappeared. Turning away once more, she casually waved over her shoulder. Well, that's that. See ya. And just like that, she took off again. Jiang Chen stood still, his expression blank. Then, after a brief pause, he sighed. Her acting skills are truly pathetic. At that moment, the rain intensified, and the woman disappeared into the downpour. Jiang Chen resumed walking, his thoughts shifting. If there were monsters up ahead, then good. He wanted more monsters. They weren't a threat to him, and every battle meant more devouring points. But there was another problem. He turned his head slightly, his eyes darkening with a serious expression. Dealing with other job changers? Now, that could be tricky. The desert had always been a lawless place. Many who came here weren't just hunting monsters. They were hunting people, looting and killing without consequence. His thoughts circled back to the woman from before. Would it be a good idea to capture her and question her properly? While Jiang Chun was deep in thought, Little Nine suddenly materialized beside him, pointing ahead with a serious expression. A lot of monsters are coming from that direction, she informed him. Far from feeling alarmed, Jiang Chun was thrilled. He turned slightly toward her, a grin forming. That's great news. But his excitement was short-lived. As he shifted his gaze forward, his eyes widened in shock. Emerging from the darkness were hundreds of giant spiders, identical to the ones he had just defeated. But among them was something even more terrifying, an enormous spider, much larger than the rest, its many eyes fixed on him with a murderous glare. Jiang Chen's energy flared around him as he took in the situation. This isn't good. Fighting a handful of them was one thing, but taking on an entire swarm? That was another matter entirely. As the spiders inched closer, he couldn't help but recall the woman's warning. So she wasn't lying after all. Despite being surrounded, he felt oddly relieved. He'd much rather deal with monsters than get caught up in battles with ruthless job changers. Then, without warning, the swarm charged. Their enraged screeches filled the air as they lunged toward him, their monstrous bodies moving at terrifying speeds. Jiang Chen's excitement returned. Why would he ever run from something so valuable? Each of these creatures meant more devouring points. Without hesitation, he unsheathed both daggers, his energy surging as a suffocating aura enveloped him. Little Nine, he commanded, activate the poisonous mist. Understood, she responded instantly. A thick, venomous mist poured from the daggers in his hands. In a blink, the first wave of giant spiders reached him. They bared their fangs, their grotesque mouths widening as they prepared to strike. Jiang Chen didn't move. For several tense seconds, he remained still, letting the mist coil around him like a living entity. Then, one of the spiders lunged. In an instant, Jiang Chun vanished, moving at blinding speed. Reappearing midair, he slashed through the spider's body in a single motion, cutting it clean in half. Poison seeped into its wounds as the severed pieces hit the ground with a sickening thud. Still airborne, he turned his head slightly, his fierce gaze locking onto the rest of the swarm. Something's off. These spiders were faster than before. Why? Before he could dwell on it, another spider shot toward him at incredible speed, aiming to take him by surprise. Jiang Chen immediately sensed the attack. He glanced back, slightly startled by how quickly it had closed the gap. But unfortunately for the creature, Jiang Chen wasn't one to be caught off guard. Just as it lunged, he moved. In one fluid motion, his daggers flashed, slicing through its body effortlessly. The spiders remained scattered across the ground. Seconds later, Jiang Chen landed, his stance firm, both daggers dripping with venomous mist. His gaze flickered to the lifeless bodies around him. But something felt wrong. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint stinging sensation. A thin cut ran across his abdomen. It was barely a wound, but the fact that one of them had managed to land a hit at all meant something had changed. Suddenly, the smaller spiders surged forward, moving in perfect coordination. Jiang Chen quickly realized something was different. These monsters weren't acting randomly. They're cooperating. Narrowing his eyes, he scanned the swarm. Then he spotted it, a massive spider, far larger than the rest, with 6 glowing eyes that burned with intelligence. The boss. It didn't take long for Jiang Chun to come to a conclusion. This spider was controlling the others. And then, as if summoned by the boss's will, thousands of spiders emerged from the darkness, surrounding him on all sides. Jiang Chun remained completely still, his body shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. Now it all made sense. The creatures in this area didn't just rely on sheer numbers. They had strategy. This was why no one dared enter this place. Fixing his gaze on the boss, Jiang Chen knew the only way to win was simple. Kill the leader, and the swarm would fall apart. But with this many enemies, even though it was easier said than done. As he weighed his options, Little Nine materialized through the mist, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her expression was serious as she locked eyes with the boss. I understand now, she said. These creatures, they're trying to challenge their master. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, turning toward her. Challenge? What are you talking about? Little Nine scoffed, folding her arms. How arrogant. Without another word, she extended her arms to the sides, tilted her head back, and let out a thunderous roar. The effect was instantaneous. The spiders, previously moving with terrifying unity, suddenly froze. And then, complete chaos. The swarm panicked. Spiders scattered in every direction, their formation crumbling as they desperately tried to flee. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. Wait, they're running? His mind raced. Could it be that these creatures, despite being monsters, were also insects? If that was the case, then Little Nine turned to him, a smug expression on her face. I severed the connection between the boss and its swarm, she announced. Jiang Chun hadn't expected her abilities to work like this. But now, with the horde in total disarray, the battle had just become a lot easier. He tightened his grip on his daggers, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Nice work, he praised. Now let's end this. Little Nine began shifting back into her true form, her predatory gaze locked onto the boss. Understood, master. With his body still radiating poisonous mist, Jiang Chun gathered momentum and launched himself forward. In a blur of movement, his daggers sliced through the chaos, cutting down the now disorganized spiders with ease. Without the boss controlling them, they were nothing more than scattered prey. And Jiang Chun? He was the predator. Jiang Chun moved at lightning speed, slicing through the scattered monsters with his daggers. Now that they were disorganized and no longer a threat, he wasted no time. In just a few swift movements, several monsters fell before him. Without hesitation, he gathered momentum, leaped high into the air, and locked onto his final target, the boss. The monstrous creature let out a deafening roar, its murderous gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. But he didn't flinch, meeting its stare with unwavering confidence. He knew this was the last obstacle standing in his way. More importantly, this boss held the highest devouring value. The beast attempted to defend itself, but before it could even react, Jiang Chun struck. With both daggers, he landed a precise and deadly blow to its head, infusing the wounds with Little Nine's poisonous mist. Despite its overwhelming size, the boss crumbled in seconds, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chun landed smoothly atop the fallen creature, his dagger still in hand as the venomous mist swirled around him. Staring at the lifeless corpse, he knew it was time. The moment had come to breed the swarm of insects. As he stood there, a system window flashed before his eyes, announcing his victory. He had leveled up. Now at level 14, his power evaluation soared to 127 stars, and his passive abilities and level-up effects remained active. Clenching his fist, he felt the surge of newfound strength flowing through his body. A smirk formed on his lips. With 127 stars, his combat power was already approaching that of a level 25 professional in the combat class. But there was still more to gain. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, he realized the remaining small spiders had begun to flee. They weren't foolish creatures. Recognizing Jiang Chun's overwhelming strength and the terrifying aura of the mother insect, they knew they stood no chance. Though he could have hunted them down for more points, he decided against it. There was something far more important at hand. It was time to begin the process. Stepping toward the fallen monsters, the poisonous mist thickened. Little Nine slowly emerged, her presence exuding an eerie, lethal energy. Fixing his gaze on the boss's corpse, Jiang Chun clenched his fist tightly, then raised the other toward the sky. With a firm declaration, he granted the remains to Little Nine. Hearing this, she acknowledged him with gratitude before reverting to her true form. With a single leap, she lunged toward the massive corpse, sinking her fangs into its flesh. As she began devouring the body, another system window appeared. The reward? 600 devouring points. While Little Nine feasted on the fallen boss, Jiang Chun turned to the side, deep in thought. Elite monsters like this one were on a completely different level from regular creatures, providing a much higher devouring value. It didn't take him long to realize that hunting more of these powerful foes and rapidly breeding his swarm of insects was the most efficient path to gaining strength. Just moments later, a system notification popped up in front of him. The devouring value had reached its maximum. The system prompted him to begin the insect breeding process. As Jiang Chun stared at the notification, he couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly the value had filled up. It confirmed what he had suspected. Elite monsters were far more rewarding than ordinary ones. Seconds later, Little Nine returned to her human form. Kneeling before him, she placed one hand on the ground and lowered her head in respect. She informed him that she was ready to reproduce and requested permission to continue following him, now with even greater strength. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment, his powerful aura radiating around him as he processed everything. Then, with a faint smile, he decided it was time to begin. Right on cue, another system notification appeared, confirming that Little Nine had initiated the first generation of mass insect breeding. Suddenly, both of their bodies emitted waves of energy, and the system informed him that his passive abilities, accelerated growth of talents and blessing of the growth of all things, were now in effect. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Little Nine, realizing just how effective his abilities were in accelerating the process. Then, a strange mark appeared on his hand. He didn't have to think too hard to understand what it meant. A system notification quickly confirmed his suspicion. He had unlocked 2 new exclusive abilities, Insect Nest and Dominion. Before he could fully process this, another message appeared. The breeding process had been accelerated, and only 8 seconds remained. Lifting his head toward the sky, Jiang Chun's eyes widened in shock. What he saw was nothing short of astonishing. Little Nine stood with her arms spread wide, and in the blink of an eye, an overwhelming swarm of insects filled the air around them. The system congratulated him. The first insect swarm had been successfully bred. The total? 2,300 insects. Jiang Chun turned to the side, watching the massive colony in awe. A grin spread across his face. He hadn't expected the first breeding cycle to produce over 2,000 offspring. And this was just the beginning. If this was a result of the first generation, what kind of numbers would he see by the third or fourth? One of the newly born insects fluttered toward him. Feeling its presence, Jiang Chun reached out and gently stroked its head. He actually liked these creatures. However, their abilities were quite different from Little Nine's. As if responding to his curiosity, a status window appeared, revealing the swarm's name. Son of Nine, Wings of Miasma. It had 4 powerful abilities. 1. Poisonous Mist, a corrosive toxin that could devour anything it touched. 2. Camouflage, a skill that allowed the insects to blend into their surroundings by reflecting light off their wings. 3. Fury, an ability that consumed devouring value in exchange for temporarily boosting strength and speed. 4. Self-destruction, a last resort attack where the insect would detonate its body, unleashing deadly toxins and causing massive damage. Jiang Chun analyzed the newly acquired abilities, particularly camouflage and self-destruction. Both seemed incredibly useful. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when Little Nine silently approached him from behind. With a gentle hug, she closed her eyes and smiled, drawing his attention back to the moment. Hearing her soft voice, Jiang Chun snapped out of his trance. Turning his head slightly toward her, he couldn't help but smile. A rare sense of ease washed over him. Facing her fully, he reached out and lightly ruffled her hair. Something about her felt different, yet in many ways she was still the same. With a bright, joyful expression, Little Nine placed her hands on her chest and informed him that the insect breeding process was complete. Then, without hesitation, she clasped Jiang Chun's arm with both hands and requested to rest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow at her words. Rest, he thought. Before he could ask for clarification, Little Nine's body began to fade. Startled, he turned his gaze toward his hand, watching in confusion as she completely disappeared. A system notification popped up at that moment, explaining what had happened. Little Nine had returned to the insect nest. Jiang Chun examined his hand, and, realizing she was safe, let out a small chuckle of relief. The system space was truly remarkable. It could house entire insect swarms, meaning he no longer had to worry about them being discovered by outsiders. The insect nest ability was a powerful tool, granted at its maximum level, meaning it couldn't be leveled up any further. Curious about his other newly acquired skill, Dominion, Jiang Chun decided to test it. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the ability. Immediately, a suffocating aura exploded from his body, his eyes glowing ominously. The insects surrounding him reacted instantly. One by one, they turned toward him, their gazes filled with an eerie, murderous intent. Jiang Chun met their stares with equal intensity, instinctively understanding the nature of the skill. Raising his hand to the sky, he activated Dominion, and the swarm began to absorb into his control. A realization struck him. Manipulating this ability was as effortless as moving an arm. But what truly amazed him was the extent of his connection. Not only could he command the insects, but he could also see through their senses. As his perception expanded, he became aware of the hidden dangers lurking in the area. The entire place was teeming with monsters, lying in wait for their next prey. Turning his head slightly, he observed his insects' behavior and smirked. They were just as eager as he was. With a deadly glint in his eyes, Jiang Chun locked onto the monsters. The poisonous mist of Little Nine swirled around him as he issued a simple command, attack. Without hesitation, thousands of insects surged forward, their first act of destruction, reducing a nearby building to rubble. The deafening collapse echoed through the area, successfully drawing the attention of every lurking monster. As expected, the creatures turned their heads toward the disturbance, their curiosity piqued. One by one, they began to close in, eager to investigate. Jiang Chun saw no reason to wait any longer. With Little Nine's poisonous mist swirling around him, he advanced toward the monsters. They quickly realized what was about to happen and attempted to flee, but it was already too late. Before they could make a move, the deadly mist surged forward, engulfing them in seconds. The corrosive toxin clung to their bodies, eating away at their flesh as they let out agonized cries. One by one, they collapsed, their bodies dissolving into nothingness as the mist continued its relentless feast. Jiang Chun walked up to the fallen creatures, his gaze fixed on their remains. With the swarm of insects at his side, there was barely any need for him to lift a finger anymore. The range and potency of the poisonous mist had increased significantly, devouring its targets faster and more efficiently. On top of that, with Dominion, he now had shared vision with his swarm. Common monsters had nowhere to hide. As he observed the mist breaking down the corpses, a satisfied smile crossed his lips. Soon, he would be able to breed even more insects. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked how much devouring value was required for the next breeding cycle. Opening the system window, his eyes widened in shock. Something unexpected had appeared on the interface. What was this? Before he could process it, the scene shifted. Not far from Jiang Chen's location, inside an abandoned warehouse, a hooded man with green hair had just returned, his face pale with fear. Gasping for breath, he hurried over to his leader and reported his findings. The tall, braided-haired man narrowed his eyes. "You're late," he snapped. "Now, tell me, what's really going on in the spider's nest?" The green-haired subordinate swallowed hard before speaking. His voice trembled as he revealed the unbelievable truth. The entire spider's nest had been annihilated. A complete, merciless massacre. Not a single monster had survived. Silence filled the room. The leader's eyes widened in shock. "You think this is some kind of joke?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. Another man standing nearby stepped closer, equally stunned by the report. The green-haired man shook his head. "It's the truth," he insisted, his expression deadly serious. "The city of monsters, it's in ruins." The leader placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. How is this possible? The nest had been reduced to ashes, completely wiped out. It was terrifying to even imagine. His first suspicion was that the Night Watch might be responsible. However, he quickly dismissed that theory. This wasn't their style. That meant only one thing: a hidden force was at work. Perhaps a secret operation from a powerful family or a highly skilled assault squad. Either way, one thing was clear: they needed to retreat. For them, this mission had ended in utter failure. They had been tasked with collecting venom from a wolf spider, but now that was out of the question. Frustrated, the leader decided they would recoup their losses another way, by robbing some unfortunate souls on their way back. Hearing this, one of the men beside him stiffened, breaking into a nervous sweat. Something about this felt off. Just as they were discussing their next move, the door to the abandoned warehouse suddenly creaked open. The sudden creak of the door sent a jolt through the three men. Instinctively, they snapped their heads toward the entrance. The green-haired man tensed, immediately warning the others. They had an unexpected visitor. Their minds raced. Who could it be? A figure stepped forward, pushing the door open with a deliberate slowness. His calm voice echoed through the dimly lit warehouse. "Finally, I found some professionals." The leader narrowed his eyes. "Who are you?" The newcomer, Jiang Chun. Without hesitation, he strode toward them, his movements confident and unhurried. Dropping a severed arm to the ground, he extended his hand toward them, his expression unreadable. In a composed tone, he assured them there was no need to be alarmed. He had only come to level up. He even added that he was looking to trade some food. The leader exhaled slightly, relieved to see Jiang Chun had arrived alone. Studying him closely, he smirked and agreed to an exchange, remarking that food in the desert wasn't cheap. With a casual air, he asked Jiang Chun what he had to offer. But not everyone was convinced. The man standing beside him tensed, his demeanor shifting into an aggressive stance as he locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Undeterred, Jiang Chun stepped closer to the leader, maintaining steady eye contact. A faint smile played on his lips as he calmly reassured them. There was no need for hostility. He claimed to have some truly valuable items for trade. At this, the tense man's expression flickered, first with doubt, then with intrigue. He couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Chun was hiding. The leader, equally curious, ordered him to reveal his so-called trade goods. The moment the words left his mouth, the two men beside him subtly adjusted their grip, their hands drifting toward their swords. Then, with eerie smiles, they slowly began unsheathing their blades. Jiang Chun barely reacted. He simply turned his head slightly, watching them from the corner of his eye, and let out an amused chuckle. As expected, he had never trusted them to begin with. Without hesitation, he activated the ring. Raising his hand, he released its contents. In the blink of an eye, several wolf spiders emerged, their gleaming eyes locking onto the men with piercing, predatory intent. Jiang Chun turned his back on them, his tone dripping with mockery. "So, do my products interest you?" The effect was immediate. The men stiffened, their smirks vanishing. Panic set in as they sheathed their swords and instinctively stepped back, their bodies now rigid with tension. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They knew exactly what these spiders were: wolf spiders. But that didn't make sense. Hadn't the entire spider's nest been annihilated? A terrifying realization struck them all at once. Was Jiang Chun the one responsible for the massacre? Jiang Chun, now at level 17, turned his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with an overwhelming, almost suffocating presence. With a knowing smirk, he addressed them once more. "Don't think I don't know what you were planning. Then, with complete nonchalance, he sat down on a nearby rock, resting one arm on his knee. After a brief pause, he spoke again, his tone far too calm for comfort. I'm in a bad mood right now, so I'd suggest you pick up your things and get lost. The three men didn't need to be told twice. Grabbing their belongings, they spun around and bolted for the exit. As they ran, they yelled apologies over their shoulders, swearing they meant no trouble and promising to leave immediately. Minutes later, once the warehouse had fallen silent again, Jiang Chun stretched out his hand. Little Nine's poisonous mist seeped into the air. He issued a command, summon the swarm. Still seated on the rock, he casually lifted an arm and let the mist release two of his insects. They fluttered into the air, their murderous gaze scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. Jiang Chun casually sipped the leftover soup from the men who had fled earlier. His hunger was getting worse, and he realized he should have expected this. When he first obtained Little Nine, he never imagined that leading a swarm of insects would have side effects like this. As he drank, a system notification suddenly popped up. His devouring value had increased. Devouring value, 2,768/1 million. The system advised him to increase it as soon as possible. Jiang Chun frowned. Originally, he thought that once his insect swarm doubled, the devouring value would increase much faster. However, what he hadn't expected was that the cost of the next reproduction cycle had also doubled. This complicated things. At this rate, even if he wiped out every beast nest outside the city, it wouldn't be enough to reach the required devouring value. Even elite monsters were now just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He recalled hearing rumors that the Night Watch controlled powerful beast nests in secret realms, but they weren't made public. That meant if he truly wanted to rapidly strengthen his swarm, he would have to join the Night Watch as soon as possible. As he sat there, he glanced at his hand, where Little Nine still hadn't woken up. Seeing this, he quickly concluded that the burden of reproduction was immense. Just then, his instincts flared. Someone was approaching. His expression darkened as he snapped his head to the side, his entire body tensing. Clenching his fist, he adjusted his stance, muscles coiled like a spring. The air was thick with the scent of battle. Someone was being pursued. Seconds later, a girl using an invisibility spell stumbled into the warehouse and crashed directly into him. The sudden impact knocked her to the ground. It was her, supporting herself with one hand. She winced, pressing the other against her aching head. Jiang Chun turned to her, his brows furrowing in confusion. Why had he encountered her again? The girl, still on the ground, lifted her head and locked eyes with him. Recognition flickered across her face. She knew him. Her gaze immediately filled with fear. Don't tell anyone you saw me here, she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Chun was taken aback. He turned to her, his expression shifting into one of shock. She had been so close, and he hadn't even sensed her presence. It didn't take him long to piece it together. The person being hunted, the one that blue-haired man had been chasing, was her. He quickly decided to get her out of there. But before he could make a move, he felt it. Another presence. Jiang Chen's body stiffened as he turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. It was too late to leave. Moments later, several figures entered the warehouse. Among them was Jing Tai, accompanied by a man with striking blue hair, a member of the Shao family. As they advanced toward Jiang Chun, Jing Tai quickly recognized him, and a chill ran down his spine. Panic flickered across his face as he pointed at Jiang Chun, urgently informing his leader that this was the same person they had encountered before. The blue-haired man casually slipped a hand into his pocket, studying Jiang Chun with a smirk. Amused, he praised his subordinate for having a sharp sense of smell. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained unfazed, sitting back down on a nearby rock, resting his hands on his knees, and maintaining his silence. Taking a closer look around, the man realized the warehouse was deserted, aside from Jiang Chun, who seemed to be camping alone. Jing Tai's expression darkened as he glared at him, his anger barely restrained. Without wasting time, he demanded to know if a girl had entered the warehouse moments ago, warning that if Jiang Chun didn't answer immediately, this time he wouldn't be so forgiving. Before Jing Tai could escalate the situation, the blue-haired man raised a hand to stop him, signaling for patience. He took a seat on a rock in front of Jiang Chun, his interest piqued. From the energy Jiang Chun radiated, he could tell he belonged to the spiritual master class. But what surprised him even more was the rapid increase in his level. It had been less than a day since their last encounter, yet Jiang Chun was already at level 16. Intrigued, the man set that thought aside for now, shifting his focus back to the matter at hand. Leaning slightly forward, he drew his sword and casually aimed it at Jiang Chun's neck, his expression turning serious. Without hesitation, he asked if a girl with black hair had passed through this area. His subordinates, now gathered behind him, remained silent, awaiting Jiang Chun's response. Jiang Chun, however, remained calm, locking eyes with the man. In that instant, he could tell This person's aura was overwhelming, far surpassing level 30. The accuracy with which the man had assessed his class and level made Jiang Chun suspect he possessed some sort of detection artifact. After a brief pause, Jiang Chun turned his head slightly and pointed toward the back door of the warehouse. He explained that he had seen a shadow moving in that direction, but admitted he wasn't sure if it was the person they were looking for, as he wasn't of the perceptive class. The blue-haired man considered his words for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. Though still skeptical, he chose to believe Jiang Chun for now. However, he left him with a warning, advising him to be more honest in the future. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the remark. The man then turned his back to him, but cast a final glance over his shoulder, his gaze laced with silent threat. With an unmistakable sense of menace, he warned Jiang Chun that if he found out he had helped that girl, the Shao family would make sure he paid the price. Jiang Chun, unfazed, simply smirked. A few moments later, the man and his subordinates exited the warehouse. As Jiang Chun watched them fade into the distance, a thought crossed his mind. The Shao family might be dangerous, but in Jiang City, the Shao family was the true powerhouse. Jiang Chun fixed a penetrating gaze on the blue-haired man, his mind racing. The city's clans had deep roots, their history stretching back to ancient times. Each of them operated like feudal lords, shrouded in mystery, rarely emerging unless disaster loomed. Some of their strongest warriors were said to wield power great enough to tear the heavens apart. This man, he was even more formidable than Jiang Chun had expected. And being remembered by someone like that? Definitely not a good thing. After a few silent moments, Jiang Chun subtly turned his head toward the warehouse exit. Seeing that the men had already left, he decided there was no reason to linger. Just as he was about to leave, the girl emerged from her hiding spot, hands on her hips, and shot him a grateful smile. She thanked him for saving her. Jiang Chun stood up, turned to face her, and said nothing. Then, without warning, he grabbed her arm. The sudden action made her panic, her mind racing with thoughts of what he was planning. His sharp gaze locked onto hers as he leaned in slightly, his tone firm. She had almost tricked him the last time. Since he had helped her again, he wanted to know exactly how she had gotten into trouble with those men. With Jiang Chun standing so close, she felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. Looking away for a moment, she hesitated before finally explaining. Her family was drowning in debt. That man had tried to take the valuables they were transporting and intended to kill them all to keep the secret buried. But she had managed to escape. Now, he was after her to make sure no one found out. After finishing her explanation, she glanced at Jiang Chun warily. Her voice dropped slightly as she asked if he was planning to silence her too. Jiang Chun let go of her arm, turned his back on her, and started walking away. Seeing him leave, she placed a hand over her chest, then reached out toward him. Her voice carried sincerity as she told him she would always remember what he had done for her, and that she would be forever grateful. Jiang Chun kept walking, his eyes closing as he clenched his fists. He had no intention of getting tangled in her affairs. But just as he was distancing himself, something felt off. His instincts flared. He abruptly stopped, eyes snapping open. The girl noticed it too. Her face paled as she whispered in alarm. Someone had just cast a barrier spell around the warehouse. Outside, an unseen figure gave the order. Within seconds, movement stirred in the shadows. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. Escape was now impossible. Even if the girl claimed she didn't know him, their enemies wouldn't believe her. Activating his insect perception, Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings. A cold realization settled in. There was no way out. They were completely surrounded. His expression darkened as he slowly turned toward the entrance, bracing himself for the fight ahead. The girl, sensing the incoming danger, clutched her chest in fear. Then, like a storm rolling in, the blue-haired man and his subordinates reappeared. Their presence was suffocating, an unmistakable killing intent radiating from their bodies. The blue-haired man locked eyes with Jiang Chun, his expression twisted with anger. He had seen through the lie. Without hesitation, he demanded that Jiang Chun hand over the girl. His voice dripped with venom as he called him a bastard, making it clear he knew Jiang Chun had deceived him. Raising a hand, he gave the order. His subordinates lunged forward, their sights set on the girl. Jiang Chun stood motionless, his gaze locked onto the blue-haired man, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the girl's face drained of color the moment she saw him. Panic set in, fear gripping her as she turned to Jiang Chun. Her voice trembled as she revealed the truth. This man had already stripped the Luo family of everything they owned. And yet, that still wasn't enough for him. Summoning what little courage she had left, she demanded to know why he was so determined to kill her. The blue-haired man regarded her with an eerie calm. Then, with an almost mocking tone, he asked if he really needed a reason. Jiang Chen's attention shifted to the girl upon hearing that she belonged to the Luo family. His gaze deepened, studying her intently. From their position on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chen and the girl watched as the man and his subordinate stood below on the first floor. She clenched her fist, extending the other arm defensively as she faced him. With unwavering resolve, she warned that if he killed her, the Luo family would never forgive him. They would hunt him down, ensuring he never lived in peace. Jiang Chen, standing just behind her, simply let his arms fall to his sides, silently watching. The man with blue hair, however, threw his head back and erupted into laughter. His subordinates quickly followed, smirking at her words. Mocking her, he asked if she truly believed that a family like the Luo family had the power to seek revenge. With one hand on his waist, he lowered his head, covering his face with the other as his laughter echoed through the warehouse. The very thought that a second-rate family with a bit of wealth considered themselves a threat was hilarious to him. Then his tone darkened. He revealed a truth that made the girl's blood run cold. Without the protection of the Shao family's ancestors a century ago, the Luo family would have been wiped out long ago. One of his subordinates unsheathed his sword, while the others continued to sneer. Zheng Tai folded his arms, glancing at Jiang Chen with amusement. Lowering his hand from his face, the blue-haired man raised his head and fixed the girl with a serious look. In the eyes of the Shao family, she and her kin were nothing more than lowly peasants. To him, they were cattle, meant to be slaughtered at the Shao family's will. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. His gaze turned sharp, filled with raw hatred. The sheer arrogance of this man was beyond belief. With a smirk, the blue-haired man lifted his hand, his palms suddenly surging with a powerful red energy that crackled and pulsed toward the sky. His eyes locked onto the girl as he taunted her. What could the Luo family possibly investigate if there was nothing left to find? In an instant, the unleashed energy formed a powerful barrier around the abandoned warehouse. The Dragon Prison Formation, an ability unique to the Shao family. The girl's eyes widened in horror. As she looked up at the sky, the realization hit her like a crushing weight. She clutched her chest, her fingers trembling. Panic overtook her. There was no way out. Jiang Chen lifted his head, his eyes narrowing as he took in the barrier surrounding them. Despite the looming danger, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This blue-haired man was truly an interesting opponent. From their vantage point on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chen and the girl watched as Zheng Tai unsheathed his sword below. His gaze locked onto the girl, his intent clear. With a cold, ruthless tone, he ordered his men to obey the young master's will. No one was to be left alive. His subordinates responded in unison. Understood. The blue-haired man stood beside Zheng Tai, observing in silence. Seconds later, Zheng Tai prepared to strike. But before he could make a move, the man with blue hair stepped forward and raised a hand, signaling him to stop. His gaze shifted back to Jiang Chen, and a smirk crept onto his face. The girl from the Luo family must die today, he declared. But his attention remained fixed on Jiang Chen, his interest in him only growing. He had long since realized that Jiang Chen wasn't just any fighter. He possessed the divine rank creation class. Still watching him, the man casually explained that the spiritual master, Jiang Chen's class, was an exceptionally rare profession. Unlike most people, he understood its true value. With that, he extended a hand to the side and made an offer. If Jiang Chen captured the girl and handed her over, he would spare his life. Not only that, but he would allow him to serve under the Shao family, an opportunity to obtain everything under the sky. With a confident smile, he asked, "So, what do you think?" The girl, who had her hands on her waist, froze in shock. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen simply let his arms fall to his sides, his expression unreadable. For a few moments, he said nothing. Then a chuckle escaped his lips. He lowered his gaze to the ground, shaking his head slightly before letting out a mocking remark. The bastards of the Shao family sure were good at making offers. The girl immediately turned to look at him, her heart pounding. Was Jiang Chen actually considering it? Panic filled her eyes as uncertainty gripped her. Then, Jiang Chen's demeanor shifted. His gaze snapped back to the blue-haired man, sharp and murderous. "Take your Shao family and go to hell." His voice was laced with contempt. His fists clenched tightly, and in an instant a thick, poisonous mist began to seep from his body, Little Nine's venomous aura spreading into the air. His expression remained cold as he made his stance clear. "I refuse." Then his tone grew even sharper. "If you want to fight, come and get it." The girl gasped as she stepped back instinctively, bringing her hands close to her chest. The venomous mist curling around Jiang Chen sent a shiver down her spine. She had no idea what was happening, but one thing was certain. This was no ordinary ability. The blue-haired man's smirk vanished. His expression twisted with anger. To reject his offer so blatantly, this was an insult. His voice darkened as he barked a single command. "Kill him." Without hesitation, his subordinates sprang into action. Swords were unsheathed. Feet pounded against the ground. and within moments, they leaped into the air, surging toward Jiang Chun with deadly intent. Amidst them, Zheng Tai locked his eyes on a Jiang Chun and gave a sharp warning to his comrades. Be careful. This one won't go down easily. As the enemies closed in, Jiang Chun remained perfectly still, his sharp eyes tracking their every move. He made no attempt to flee, no sign of fear, just silent observation. Within seconds, they reached the second floor. Zheng Tai's eyes widened as he noticed the poisonous mist surrounding Jiang Chun's body. Wasting no time, he warned his comrades that Jiang Chun could use poison and cautioned them not to attack directly. Realizing the fight was inevitable, the girl quickly hid behind Jiang Chun. At that moment, Jiang Chun deactivated the poisonous mist. Instead, he extended his hand, and a vibrant green energy surged around his body. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai, his expression unwavering as he revealed a startling fact. Not only could he wield poison, but he also possessed a powerful talent ability. The girl, still behind him, took a few steps back, clutching her chest. Her confusion grew. She had no idea what this ability was. In an instant, green spiritual roots erupted from the ground, spreading rapidly like living vines. Zheng Tai gripped his sword with both hands and lunged forward, preparing to strike. But the moment he looked down and saw the massive roots twisting toward him, he froze in shock. Well, what is this? Before anyone could react, the roots surged forward and coiled tightly around Zheng Tai and his subordinates, trapping them in place. Panic erupted as they struggled against the sudden entanglement, completely bewildered. Jiang Chun, his hand still outstretched, calmly explained. This was his ability, the evolution of all things. The spiritual roots constricted tighter around Zheng Tai's body, squeezing with increasing pressure. He gritted his teeth, gripping the roots in an attempt to break free. His mind raced. A divine rank class? His confusion deepened. He knew Jiang Chun could use poison, but this was something else entirely. Realizing he couldn't afford to hesitate, Zheng Tai gripped his sword with both hands and, using all his strength, slashed through the roots binding him. The others followed his lead, hacking away at the vines. Attack the roots! They're fragile, Zheng Tai shouted. One by one, the severed roots collapsed to the ground, near where the blue-haired man stood. Annoyed, he casually pushed them aside with his hands. But as he did, something clicked in his mind. His expression shifted. You idiot, he suddenly shouted at Zheng Tai. This is just a distraction. But it was too late. While they had been preoccupied cutting through the roots, Jiang Chun had already made his next move. A swarm of insects emerged, their piercing gazes locking onto their prey. Poisonous mist began to swirl around Jiang Chun once more as he extended his hand to the side, his intent clear. His voice carried an air of finality. You're already too late. The girl, still on the ground, leaned back on her hands and lifted her head. Upon seeing the insects, her eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Zheng Tai's subordinates remained focused on cutting the roots, completely unaware of the looming threat. Then, Zheng Tai turned his head slightly, only to freeze. His breath hitched, his eyes widened. As he took in the sight of the approaching swarm, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. What were those things? The swarm of insects surged forward at blinding speed, launching a relentless assault on Zheng Tai and his men. Reacting quickly, Zheng Tai raised his sword to block the attack, but his confidence shattered just as quickly as his weapon. Within seconds, the insects tore through the blade like it was made of paper. He froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. Jiang Chun had just destroyed his sword. A cold sweat formed on his forehead as he took a closer look. That wasn't poisonous mist at all. It was something far worse. These weren't just toxins. They were summoned creatures. His stomach dropped. Before he could process what was happening, one of the insects crept up behind him, its mandibles opening wide, ready to strike. He barely had time to react before he felt its presence looming over him. His instincts screamed at him. His head snapped upward, and the moment he saw it, sheer panic took over. He let out a desperate scream, warning his comrades. This isn't poison, it's monsters. But it was too late. Jiang Chun, still controlling the creatures with his outstretched hand, watched Zheng Tai with a cold, murderous gaze. A slow, knowing smile spread across his lips. He had him right where he wanted him. Just as the insect lunged for its prey, a sudden force crashed down onto Zheng Tai's shoulder. A foot. A voice followed, dripping with contempt. Trash. Get lost. Zheng Tai barely had time to turn his head before confusion overtook his face. Jiang Chun, too, was momentarily stunned. The man standing over Zheng Tai was none other than the blue-haired leader of the Shao family. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword with a single hand. Gathering momentum, he leaped into the air, his aura flaring as he closed in on Jiang Chun. As he advanced, his body was engulfed in a fierce, orange glow. This was the first form of the king's 9 forms. Jiang Chen remained silent, his body still shrouded in little Nine's poisonous mist. The girl, still sitting on the ground nearby, gasped. She covered her mouth with both hands, eyes wide with fear. Jiang Chen lifted his head. In that instant, he realized something. This man was faster than a mist. His expression tensed. His teeth clenched. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. There was no time to hesitate. Summoning his power, he activated one of the Shao family's most feared techniques, chasing dragons. A massive dragon, forged from pure spiritual energy, materialized in an instant. Its eyes locked onto Jiang Chen, burning with raw intensity. Then it struck. The sheer force of the attack obliterated the area where Jiang Chen stood, reducing it to rubble. A dense cloud of smoke and dust filled the warehouse, masking everything from view. The blue-haired man stood at the center of the destruction, his sword extended, unwavering. His gaze remained fixed on the swirling smoke. A smug grin spread across his face. Bastard, he muttered. He knew Jiang Chen would be a challenge. But fortunately for him, Jiang Chen's level wasn't high, and his speed wasn't fast enough to keep up. With this blade alone, he was confident he could finish the job. But then, as the dust began to settle, his expression changed. His body stiffened, his breath hitched, because once the smoke cleared, he saw something that made his blood run cold. As the dust settled, Jiang Chen remained standing, alive, but only thanks to the girl. She had used her hidden profession ability, Earth Eternal Shield, to conjure a barrier just in time. But now, with her hands still outstretched toward the shield, cracks spread across its surface like shattered glass. Her body trembled, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she turned to Jiang Chen, her voice strained. It hurts? Jiang Chen, standing behind her, stared in shock. Until now, he hadn't realized she was a defensive type. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man, who had all but forgotten about her, now burned with fury. His attack had been blocked. His teeth clenched as his gaze darkened, and without hesitation, he prepared to strike again. Jiang Chen, however, saw an opportunity. Without wasting a moment, he extended his hand to the side, releasing a thick poisonous mist. Then, with a swift movement, he landed on the ground, ready to counterattack. Just then, a panicked voice called out. One of the blue-haired man's subordinates, lying on the ground, reached out to him in desperation. Be careful. Turning his head slightly, the man caught sight of what the warning was about. Dozens of Jiang Chen's summoned insects were closing in fast. Reacting instantly, he grabbed the nearest subordinate by the hood. The man barely had time to register what was happening before he found himself yanked forward, used as a human shield. The swarm of insects, too simple-minded to realize the trick, sank their fangs into the unfortunate subordinate instead. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the warehouse. The sheer force of the attack sent both bodies flying backward. As the chaos settled, the blue-haired man dropped to one knee, his sword pressed into the ground for support. Blood trickled from his mouth as he coughed, his gaze lowered. From the second floor, Jiang Chen watched the scene unfold, his expression unreadable. But internally, he could only think, what a disgusting bastard. Sacrificing his own man without hesitation. The fallen subordinate, now lying in a pool of his own blood, coughed weakly. His chest had been torn open by the attack, yet somehow, he was still clinging to life. The blue-haired man turned his head slightly, acknowledging him. You endured well, he muttered. Slowly, he stood up and approached Jiang Chen, but not before glancing back at his dying subordinate. I didn't train you for nothing, he added coldly. You truly are strong, but strong wasn't enough. Within moments, the man breathed his last. Ignoring the corpse, the blue-haired man reached into his pocket, pulled out a dragon yuan pill, and swallowed it in one swift motion. He hadn't expected to be pushed this far. But now, Jiang Chen had forced his hand. The moment the pill took effect, his energy surged. With slow, deliberate steps, he advanced toward Jiang Chen, dragging his sword along the ground. The blade scraped against the stone, causing small rocks to lift into the air, as if responding to his aura. Jiang Chen, sensing the shift, immediately assumed an offensive stance. Nearby, the girl remained seated, one hand clutching the wound on her arm. She didn't dare move. The blue-haired man lifted his sword, pointing it directly at Jiang Chen. His eyes burned with murderous intent. This next strike, he growled, will take your head. Jiang Chen remained calm, his eyes locked onto the blue-haired man. He stood firm, ready for whatever came next. The dragon yuan pill had fully taken effect. Behind the blue-haired man, the elemental energy dragon surged in size, its glowing eyes flaring as if acknowledging its master's intent. It was ready to strike. With a thunderous stomp, the man shattered the ground beneath him, his energy so intense that the surrounding rocks floated in response. His grip tightened around his sword, his gaze burning with determination. This time, he would end Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes flicked toward the dragon, and for the first time, a trace of unease crossed his mind. Could he withstand this attack? Without hesitation, the blue-haired man unsheathed his sword. This time, he activated the second form of the Nine King Styles, Descending Dragon's Cut. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from his body as he swung his blade. In an instant, the elemental dragon lunged forward, its massive form tearing through the air, mouth open wide, ready to consume Jiang Chun in a single devastating strike. At that moment, the girl suddenly stepped in front of Jiang Chun. Extending her hands toward the incoming attack, she activated Earth Eternal Shield once again. Jiang Chun instinctively raised an arm to shield his face from the incoming impact, but his eyes widened as he turned toward her. Despite her injuries, she was still willing to block another attack. A brilliant green shield materialized around them just as the dragon struck. The sheer force of the impact shattered the ground, kicking up a thick curtain of smoke. With her arms still outstretched, the girl clenched her teeth, her body trembling. Gritting through the pain, she turned to Jiang Chun, her voice strained. The Dragon Yuan pill. It's made the Shao family's technique several times stronger, she gasped. My shield, it won't hold. Cracks began to spread across the protective barrier. Realizing the inevitable, she pushed herself to her limits, determined to buy as much time as possible. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, tightened his grip on his cloak, his gaze locked onto the energy dragon. He couldn't help but be impressed. Each strike from that beast was lethal. The previous attack had already been overwhelming. Yet this man had even more power to unleash. Above them, the blue-haired man leaped forward, his sword raised high. As soon as he saw the shield cracking, a cruel smirk crossed his lips. Without wasting a second, he unleashed multiple descending dragon's cuts in rapid succession, each strike hammering against the already weakened shield. Jiang Chun exhaled sharply and turned his gaze upward. No more hesitation. He raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm of insects mark. Against an enemy this ruthless, this powerful, there was no room for mercy. A moment later, the shield shattered completely. Then, a deafening buzz filled the air. From Jiang Chen's outstretched hand, thousands of insects burst forth, swarming into the sky like a living storm. The blue-haired man's eyes widened as he looked up, his arrogant smirk vanishing in an instant. His teeth clenched as a sudden, sinking realization hit him. What is this? Thousands of insects poured out of Jiang Chen's hand, filling the air with a deafening buzz. His gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired man, his voice calm yet menacing. Get ready. The girl, still sitting on the floor behind him, clutched her wounded shoulder, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had assumed Jiang Chun was from the creation class, but now, she wasn't so sure. Surrounding Jiang Chun, several insects turned their piercing gazes toward the blue-haired man, their bodies tensed, ready to strike. Jiang Chun took a step forward. Attack! At his command, the swarm surged toward their target. For the first time, the blue-haired man clenched his teeth, a flicker of panic flashing across his face. He knew one thing for certain. If this many insects attacked at once, survival would be impossible. Still, he refused to back down. Unsheathing his sword, he assumed a defensive stance, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. With a deep breath, he activated Descending Dragon Cut. A wave of energy exploded from his blade as he swung furiously, determined to slice through the approaching swarm. They're just disgusting little bugs, he spat, cutting down insect after insect with each strike. But Jiang Chun remained unmoved, his body still cloaked in the poisonous mist of Little Nine. He extended a hand, his tone laced with mockery. Do you really believe that's enough? A horrifying sight unfolded before the blue-haired man's eyes. The severed insect bodies began to regenerate. His breath hitched. What? The insects reformed almost instantly and resumed their relentless assault. Realizing he couldn't stop them, panic set in. He swung again, slashing more insects in half, but each time, they regenerated and came back stronger. Jiang Chun observed him with cold amusement. Let's see how long you can last. The girl, still behind Jiang Chun, turned her head toward him, astonished. Just how powerful was he? The blue-haired man, now furious, tightened his grip on his sword. With a roar, he unleashed another Descending Dragon Cut, this time targeting a large insect directly in front of him. The spiritual dragon materialized once more, its mouth opening wide as it devoured the creature's midair. Unlike his sword, the dragon's energy continuously consumed the insects, preventing them from regenerating. For a moment he smirked, but in that brief moment of confidence, he let his guard down. One of the insects seized the opportunity, lunging from behind and sinking its fangs deep into his arm. A sharp pain shot through his body. His sword slipped from his grip. His head snapped to the side, eyes wide with horror. This isn't good. Poison was already spreading through his veins, numbing his right hand. Without his sword, his situation had gone from bad to worse. Realizing he had no other choice, he reached into his robes with his uninjured hand. The insect saw the opening and surged forward, closing in on him. But just before they could land another blow, he yanked a small red object from his clothes, raising it high into the air. J protection of life. A surge of crimson energy erupted from his body, forming a protective aura around him. With a sneer, he turned to Jiang Chun, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you really think a few pathetic insects could kill me, the great Xiao Yuanwu? Jiang Chun stood still, his gaze locked onto Yuanwu. He made no move, nor did he speak, just silently observed. Then, he extended a hand toward Yuanwu, his expression unreadable. What kind of treasure is that? He asked calmly. How does it hold such power? Without waiting for an answer, he gave a simple command. Devour him. The swarm responded instantly, surging toward Yuanwu like a tidal wave. But the moment they reached him, they were stopped cold. A translucent shield, glowing faintly with an ancient aura, surrounded Yuanwu's body. The insects attacked relentlessly, yet no matter how fiercely they bit and clawed, they couldn't leave so much as a scratch. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. This wasn't normal. Yuanwu, still pressing a hand against the wound on his arm, turned his head slightly, his lips curling into a smirk. You're wasting your time, he said. This is the Jade Treasure, an inherited relic of the Shao family. It possesses divine power. Jiang Chun refused to back down. Attack again? The insects obeyed, launching another frenzied assault. But once more, the shield held firm. Yuanwu slowly stepped forward, completely unfazed. I'll admit, you've impressed me, he said, his tone almost amused. To think you could push me this far, even forcing me to use an ancestral treasure. His smirk widened. But even if you throw everything you have at me, it won't make a difference. As long as the shield is active, you can't lay a finger on me. Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes unreadable as he watched the insect struggle against the barrier. Meanwhile, the girl beside him hesitated, then grabbed onto Jiang Chun's sleeve. Yuanwu, wiping the blood from his lips, let out a low chuckle. You're strong, but you lack vision. He took another step closer, confidence radiating from him. I'll make you one last offer, he said smoothly. Join me. Swear loyalty to the Shao family, and I'll grant you the Shao surname. An honor countless men would kill for. His eyes gleamed with superiority. Think carefully, he added. This is an opportunity you won't get twice. Jiang Chun didn't react right away. Instead, he simply stared at Yuanwu, his expression calm, almost as if he were considering it. For several moments, he remained deep in thought. Then his gaze darkened. A quiet anger bubbled beneath the surface as he looked at Yuanwu, at the sheer arrogance of a man so blinded by his own power that he couldn't even recognize the danger he was in. The girl glanced at Jiang Chun, noticing the subtle shift in his demeanor. Her brows furrowed in confusion. What was he planning? Yuanwu extended a hand toward Jiang Chun, his smirk unwavering. Enough with the pride, he said. Whether you accept or not doesn't really matter. Even if I don't kill you today, the Shao family's influence stretches across the entire country. You can't run. You can't fight us. Sooner or later, we will. Jiang Chun suddenly cut him off, his voice smooth yet sharp. Didn't you say something earlier? Yuanwu frowned slightly. Jiang Chun's lips curled into a smirk. You said one can investigate something, if there's nothing left to find. Yuanwu's expression flickered. Jiang Chun tilted his head slightly. So tell me, what happens if you die here, leaving no trace behind? Boom! A thunderous impact shook the ground. Yuanwu's eyes widened as he instinctively turned his head. From the depths of the insect swarm, something massive emerged. A grotesque, towering tentacle slammed into the ground behind them, leaving deep cracks in the stone. His breath hitched. What? His body stiffened, his pulse hammering in his chest. Then slowly he looked up. Towering above him, emerging from the writhing swarm, was the insect mother. She was monstrous. Her massive, twisted form cast a shadow over the battlefield, her many eyes glistening with a predatory hunger. The girl gasped, her knees giving out as she collapsed onto the ground, staring in pure horror. Yuanwu's entire body tensed. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he realized, for the first time in his life, he was afraid. Jiang Chen's gaze remained cold and steady as he gave the command. Devour him. At his words, Little Nine let out a delighted hum, slithering forward with eerie excitement. Finally, she purred. I'm starving. Yuanwu's expression twisted in pure terror. A fear unlike anything he had ever known gripped him as the monstrous creature loomed over him, her massive tentacles writhing hungrily. Then, with a wicked smile, she struck. Her powerful tentacle smashed into Yuanwu's shield with overwhelming force. The impact sent him flying, his body crashing violently through the warehouse wall, shattering it into rubble. A blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. This can't be real, he gasped, his voice shaking. What kind of monster is she? Jiang Chun, completely unfazed, simply answered with calm indifference. She just finished reproducing. You, and that jade treasure of yours? You're exactly what she needs to satisfy her hunger. Yuan Wu's breath hitched. Little Nine wasted no time, her tentacles striking him over and over again, each blow creating shockwaves that kicked up thick clouds of dust and debris. The warehouse trembled under the sheer force of her relentless assault. Within seconds, cracks splintered across Yuan Wu's so-called impenetrable shield. His confidence shattered along with it. No, no, this is impossible, he choked, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. His mind raced in denial. The Shao family's jade treasure, an ancient relic said to be unbreakable, was crumbling before his eyes. If the shield failed, if he fell here, the Shao family would lose everything. As the last fragments of the shield disintegrated, Little Nine loomed over him, her predatory gaze locked onto her prey. With slow, deliberate movements, she raised her tentacle for the final blow. Jiang Chun remained motionless, watching silently. Then, a devastating strike. The ground beneath them shattered into countless pieces, and when the dust finally settled, nothing remained of Yuan Wu except a pool of blood. Little Nine lifted her tentacle from the ground, her expression satisfied. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly. No one could ever find out about this. With that thought, he raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm mark. Little Nine's body shimmered. Then, within seconds, she transformed back into her human form. Smiling sweetly, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chun in an affectionate embrace. Delicious, she murmured, closing her eyes. Thank you, Jiang Chun. You really are the best. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, and don't forget, I'm the one who loves you the most. From a few feet away, the girl on the ground turned her head toward them. The sight of Little Nine in her human form left her utterly bewildered. A mixture of confusion and fear flickered across her face. Jiang Chun said nothing. He simply turned his back to her and started walking away. But then, after a brief pause, he glanced back at her. He had unfinished business. The girl tensed immediately. Her heart pounded as a cold realization hit her. She had seen everything, and now that she knew his secret, the question was, would he let her live? Jiang Chen's gaze darkened as he looked at her, deep in thought. His body tensed slightly, releasing faint traces of Little Nine's poisonous mist. Behind him, several insects emerged, their sharp eyes locking onto the girl. Their intent was clear. Jiang Chen took a slow step toward her. Give me one good reason, he said quietly, his tone unreadable. Why I shouldn't kill you right now. The girl's breath hitched. Panic took over. Without hesitation, she dropped to her knees, trembling. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a handful of gold coins, her entire fortune. Head bowed, she held them out with both hands, her voice shaking. This is everything I have, she stammered. It's worth millions, practically my entire life. Please take it. Take all of it. Just let me live. Jiang Chen picked up a gold coin, rolling it between his fingers as he studied the girl. She seemed sincere, but sincerity wasn't enough. She had seen too much, lied too many times. Eliminating her would be the safest option. Sensing the danger, she suddenly stood up, eyes shut tight. With one hand raised toward the sky, she swore by her name, Luo Sandow. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down with 5 thunders. Jiang Chun arched a brow, slightly amused yet skeptical. Luo Sandow. He wasn't sure if that was even her real name. After all, lying seemed to be second nature to her. Without hesitation, she stepped closer, holding out an identification card. Her gaze was steady, her expression serious. I'm telling the truth, she insisted. I don't know what my parents were thinking when they gave me this name, but I'm not deceiving you. Jiang Chun took the card, lifting it for a closer look. His eyes landed on the image. A round-faced, chubby girl stared back at him. He blinked. Then, his gaze flickered between the photo and the girl standing before him. Are you sure this is you? Luo Sandow sighed dramatically. She grabbed strands of her hair, twisting them into makeshift ponytails. Puffing up her cheeks, she closed her eyes and struck a pose. That was 2 years ago, she exclaimed. I hadn't grown yet, and I hadn't lost weight either. Jiang Chen stared at her for a moment. Then, a deep laugh erupted from him. He turned away, shaking his head as he laughed out loud. Even the insects hovering behind him seemed momentarily confused. After regaining his composure, Jiang Chen looked at her again, his expression turning serious. Still, he said, his voice calm yet firm, I can't trust you. His gaze darkened. This secret is something only the dead can keep. Before he could finish a sentence, Luo Sandow suddenly leaped forward. A portal appeared beside her as she activated her storage ring. Without hesitation, she reached inside and pulled out a scroll. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as she approached him, her face unusually serious. "Don't worry," she said. His gaze flickered to the scroll in her hands. "What is that?" Luo Sandao carefully unrolled it, gripping it with both hands. "This is a sealing scroll." Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. She continued, her voice unwavering. "If I reveal your secret, I will die immediately." Jiang Chen studied her carefully. There was no trace of hesitation in her eyes, only fear. She wasn't bluffing. Then, a system window appeared before him. "Luo Sandao has sworn to protect your secret with her life. If she reveals it, she will be executed immediately." Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Something like this actually existed. He picked up the scroll, closing one eye as he inspected it with the other. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Fine, she had signed a literal life-binding contract. For now, he would let her live. Hearing Jiang Chen's decision, Luo Sandao let out a deep breath of relief and quickly thanked him. Jiang Chen, however, turned his head toward her, his expression unreadable. "How much does this scroll cost?" he asked. She tapped a finger on her cheek, thinking for a moment before responding. Around 10 million." Jiang Chen's grip on the scroll tightened. His eye twitched. This meant she had just used the most valuable item in her storage ring. Luo Sandao noticed his sudden shift in demeanor and immediately panicked. She waved her hands frantically, her voice filled with nervous laughter. "But if you take me home, my parents will definitely reward you. They'll treat you really well and give you way more than just 10 million. Jiang Chen turned his back on her, uninterested. "I don't have time for that," he said flatly. "Tomorrow morning, I need to report to the night watch. I can't waste any more time." With that, he started walking away. "Good luck." Luo Sandao scrambled to her feet. Watching him disappear into the distance, she quickly called out, Wait. At least take me home." Jiang Chen stopped but didn't turn around. "My house is much closer than the night watch headquarters," she explained. "And there's a teleportation station nearby. You'll still make it on time." At first, he refused, but after considering her words for a moment, he changed his mind. Several hours later, they arrived at the Luo family mansion. It was breathtaking, massive, elegant, almost like a castle. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a solemn atmosphere filled the grand hall. Hooded men knelt in submission before a regal woman seated on a grand throne. A man approached her and bowed deeply before delivering urgent news. "Your daughter has returned." At first, the woman was shocked. Impossible. The Shao family was ruthless. They didn't just steal, they killed without hesitation. Yet now, they dared to spread lies as well. As fury boiled within her, the man quickly interjected, urging her to contain her rage. "Please, my lady, I am merely the messenger. I am not the one who caused you suffering." Minutes later, Luo Sandao entered the hall. Without hesitation, she ran to her mother, sat beside her, and buried her face in her lap, sobbing uncontrollably. Her mother gently placed a hand on her head, comforting her daughter. But as her gaze shifted toward her subordinates, her expression hardened. This would not go unanswered. She made up her mind. She would not let the Shao family get away with this. Just then a man, her husband, stepped forward. Placing his hands to his sides, he spoke with a firm, level voice. "For now, we must remain calm." His gaze met his wife's, steady and unwavering. "The most important thing is that Luo Sandao has returned safely." He took a deep breath before adding, "The Shao family is one of the most powerful forces in this country. We cannot afford to act recklessly. We are merchants, not warriors." Jiang Chen stood silently to the side, watching everything unfold. So, her real name is Luo Sandao after all. Moments later, Luo Sandao's father turned toward Jiang Chen. With a respectful nod, he handed him a black card. "Take this." Jiang Chen examined the card as the man closed his eyes and smiled. "This is our token of gratitude," he said warmly. "Thank you for saving our daughter." He then added in a firm tone, "Do not lose this card. It may come in handy in the future." At that moment, Luo Sandao's mother turned to face Jiang Chen. Her previous fury had faded, replaced by a graceful, almost motherly warmth. With a kind smile, she said, "You are our benefactor. As thanks, I have prepared a meal for you. Eat, rest, and then you may use our teleportation station to continue your journey." Jiang Chen accepted the black card with a nod, closing his eyes briefly as he smiled. "I won't be staying to eat," he said casually. But the moment he finished speaking, grrrl, a loud stomach growl echoed through the room. Jiang Chen froze. A faint redness crept up his ears as he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. With a sheepish grin, he quickly changed his mind. "Actually, maybe just a little." Luo Sandao's father chuckled, pointing him toward the dining area. "Right this way. We'll have everything ready shortly." Meanwhile, her mother covered her mouth with a hand, closing her eyes as she smiled knowingly. Within minutes, the best chefs in the Luo family prepared an extravagant feast. Jiang Chun wasted no time digging in. Plate after plate, dish after dish, he devoured everything in front of him with surprising speed. Before long, he had stacked the empty plates into a precariously high column. A passing waiter, bringing another dish, paused mid-step. His eyes widened at the sight. Was Jiang Chun building a tower out of his plates? Unbothered, Jiang Chun leaned back slightly, resting one hand on the table while the other held a massive meat thigh. As he continued eating, a thought crossed his mind. The more my insects grow, the hungrier I get. Beside him, Luo Sandow sat quietly, watching him with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Slow down, she laughed. No one's going to take your food away. Seated next to her, her parents exchanged a glance. They simply smiled, sipping their tea as they silently observed Jiang Chun. As he continued eating, Luo Sandow found herself staring at him, her cheeks warming slightly. Her mother, gently swirling her cup of tea, finally spoke. Sandow mentioned that Jiang Chun is from the creation class and even possesses a divine rank. She glanced at her husband. It's quite fascinating, isn't it? Her father, resting his chin on his hand, nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, he mused, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. Though our daughter hasn't said much, I suspect Jiang Chun has hidden abilities. He's not as simple as he seems. After a brief pause, he added, and he's quite handsome too. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. If Jiang Chun was capable of standing against the Xiao family, if he could protect their daughter for a lifetime, then perhaps he was the perfect person. Luo Sandow's mother suddenly leaned forward, her eyes twinkling as she smiled warmly at Jiang Chun. Tell me, Jiang Chun, she asked, her voice pleasant. Do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Chun, mid-bite, nearly choked. Before he could even process the question, she continued cheerfully. You see, our Sandow doesn't have a boyfriend either. Luo Sandow visibly tensed. She's quite talented, her mother added smoothly. An expert in business, a skilled financial manager, and, of course, very responsible. Her father, standing behind Jiang Chun, gave him a very enthusiastic thumbs up. And her body is quite... Wait, what? Jiang Chun turned his head slightly, sensing something very wrong. Very sexy, her father finished proudly. Her measurements are 36-24-36. Luo Sandow practically exploded. Father. He, however, was not done. In fact, he continued excitedly. We've already thought of names for your future children. Jiang Chun, who had just taken a sip of water, immediately spat it back out. Coughing violently, he slammed his glass onto the table, eyes wide in pure shock. Meanwhile, Luo Sandow's face turned as red as a tomato. Her hands shot up to her burning cheeks as she shrieked internally. What is even happening right now? Without a second thought, Jiang Chun bolted from the dining hall. Thank you for your hospitality, he called over his shoulder. His excuse? He was full and had urgent matters to attend to. Truthfully, he just needed to escape. Luo Sandow's father watched him disappear and quickly called out, Wait, we still need to talk. Before he could finish, Sandow rushed forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. Quiet, she hissed, her face still burning with embarrassment. Her mother, however, simply turned to her daughter, eyes narrowing slightly in disappointment. Calmly, she sat down in her chair, letting out a small sigh. Meanwhile, her father pried Sandow's hand away and muttered, Our son-in-law ran away. Then, with a teasing smile, he added, As his wife, shouldn't you go after him and say goodbye? Sandow's entire body stiffened. Before she could protest, her mother chimed in. No need to worry, she said with a knowing smile. He has the black card. No matter where he runs, we can track him. Sandow immediately grabbed her knees, clenched her eyes shut, and let out a frustrated scream. Just be quiet. Lowering her head, she groaned, her mind swirling with thoughts of Jiang Chun. Yes, he was strong. Yes, he was handsome. But he was also terrifying. Then again, even though he was terrifying, there was no denying how strong and handsome he was. Meanwhile, within the Xiao family's estate, Xiao Yuanshan, the head of the family, sat rigidly in his chair, his fingers gripping the armrests. His expression darkened as he received the news. His grandson, Xiao Yuanwu, was dead. Fury ignited in his eyes. His voice was cold and sharp as he issued his command. Find out who did this. Immediately, his suspicion fell upon Xiao Jinluo, another powerful figure within the family. Without hesitation, he ordered his other grandson to send men to investigate him. As one of his subordinates knelt before him, another figure entered the room. A man named Xiao Beihan, hands casually tucked into his pockets, stepped forward. With an amused smirk, he extended one hand to the side and spoke. Grandfather, let's be honest. Yuan Wu was already over 20 years old and had only reached level 30 of the second transformation. His tone was indifferent as he continued. He was useless. He then glanced toward his grandfather and shrugged. Is his death really something to grieve over? Xiao Yuanshan, still seated, rested both hands on his knees and observed Xiao Beihan carefully. After a long pause, he finally spoke. You're right. Yuan Wu was mediocre. Nothing compared to you. He leaned forward slightly, his voice cold. But in the end, he was my grandson. His eyes flickered with menace. Even when beating a dog, one must consider who its owner is. His fingers curled slightly. I want to know, who in this country dared to kill someone from the Xiao family? Hearing this, Xiao Beihan's smirk widened. He stepped forward, extending his hand. A sinister, dark energy swirled around his palm. Grandfather, there's no need to concern yourself with this trivial matter. He turned his hand slightly, watching the dark energy shift between his fingers. Once we're finished dealing with the Tianjiao camp, it won't matter who the culprit is. His smile sharpened. I'll handle it for you. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already arrived at the Night Watch office. Pushing open the heavy doors, he stepped inside. Inside the dimly lit room, several figures stood waiting, including Ji Gang and a group of high-ranking officers. Ji Gang turned slightly, surprised to see Jiang Chun had arrived. Jiang Chun introduced himself as the newest member of the Night Watch, casually scratching the back of his head. Curiosity crept in as he wondered why so many people had gathered. Ji Gang, always the charismatic one, approached Jiang Chun with a welcoming gesture, placing a hand on his shoulder and extending the other dramatically to the side. With a warm smile, he revealed they had all been waiting for him. Jiang Chun was taken aback by this unexpected reception. Ji Gang wasted no time introducing Jiang Chun to the group's key members. First up was Yun Xiaoku, a level 45 healer in the second stage. Ji Gang teased that she used to be the youngest until Jiang Chun stole her title. Flustered, Yun Xiaoku blushed as her eyes lingered on Jiang Chun. She couldn't help but think he was the most handsome teammate she had ever worked with. Next was Duan Feng, a level 49 archer, also in the second stage. He was stoic and somewhat full of himself, but with a confident pose. One hand on his hip, the other saluting his forehead. He politely welcomed Jiang Chun to the team. Then came Chu Bulang, a level 49 warrior, whose small frame betrayed his remarkable strength. A talkative soul, he stood proudly before Jiang Chun, grinning with his eyes closed. He enthusiastically declared it a lifetime achievement to have someone of Jiang Chun's divine-level expertise join their ranks. Finally, there was Tan Jin, the sub-commander of the group, a level 61 master in the third stage and a formidable fire class expert. She radiated authority and warmth. She approached with a motherly demeanor, playfully ruffling the heads of both Chu Bulang and Jiang Chun. Flashing a pleasant smile, she insisted they call her Aunt Tang from now on, promising they'd enjoy meals together daily. Jiang Chun humbly introduced himself as a spiritual master from the creation class, modestly downplaying his worth. Despite his divine-level power, he was well aware that the creation class was often undervalued. Sensing his self-doubt, Ji Gang dismissed such concerns, waving off the opinions of narrow-minded critics. He assured Jiang Chun that everyone here respected his abilities. Tanjin chimed in with her usual cheer, emphasizing that Jiang Chun was special because he chose to join the Night Watch. She warmly declared that this group was now his family. The mood shifted as Ji Gang addressed a pressing matter. If Jiang Chun wanted to enroll in the prestigious Tianjiao training camp, he needed to reach level 20. Ji Gang hesitated, unsure of Jiang Chun's current status. Calmly, Jiang Chun revealed he was already level 17, despite having only switched jobs 3 days earlier. Ji Gang was visibly impressed, gripping Jiang Chun's shoulders with excitement. He burst into hearty laughter, convinced he'd made the right choice in recruiting him. Ji Gang declared with confidence that Jiang Chun's divine talent would make reaching level 20 in 3 days a breeze, immediately deciding to enroll him in the Tianjiao Genius Camp. Ji Gang slowly opened his eyes and turned his head, noticing that everyone around him had suddenly gone quiet, their expressions unusually serious. Sliding a hand into his pocket, he shifted his gaze to Jiang Chun, his tone turning grave. He asked if Jiang Chun had gotten himself into trouble with someone dangerous in the past 3 days, revealing that an unknown third-grade master was currently using their divine class abilities to investigate his whereabouts. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, his mind racing at the possibility. Could it be someone from the Xiao family? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Ji Gang, ever the leader, crossed his arms and instructed Yun Xiaoku to handle the situation. Without hesitation, she acknowledged his command and raised her hands toward the sky. Almost instantly, a surge of green energy spread out, forming a protective barrier around their headquarters. Turning to the group, she calmly explained that this would prevent any form of espionage, allowing them to speak freely without the risk of being overheard. Jiang Chun stood motionless, observing the power unfolding before him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of ability Yun Xiaoku possessed. Her energy expanded rapidly in all directions, strengthening the barrier until it encompassed the entire area. Ji Gang then approached him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. With a warm smile, he gently asked if there was something Jiang Chun was hiding, reminding him that they were all here to support him. The rest of the group listened intently, waiting for his response. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, lowering his head as his fingers ran through his hair. His expression darkened before he finally revealed the truth. Just yesterday, he had killed Xiao Yuanwu from the Xiao family. Though he had meticulously erased all traces of the event, he wasn't certain whether the Xiao family had other means of tracking him. Silence fell over the room, but the shock on everyone's faces spoke volumes. Tanjin's expression stiffened in disbelief as she stared at Jiang Chun, her voice laced with urgency as she asked if he had truly eliminated a member of the Xiao family. Ji Gang's reaction was no different. His eyes widened as he reached out toward Jiang Chun, his voice filled with surprise. He asked if Jiang Chun had actually killed Xiao Yuanshan's grandson, a cultivator whose strength was at the terrifying 8th stage of cultivation. The weight of the revelation hit the group hard. Just how powerful was Jiang Chun to have pulled off such a feat? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, seeing their stunned reactions, ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Had he just dragged all of them into trouble? But Ji Gang, rather than showing fear, folded his arms and addressed the group. He reminded everyone that the Xiao family had long been infamous for their corruption, with their younger generation causing countless problems over the years. In his eyes, Jiang Chun had done the world a favor by taking out someone like Xiao Yuanwu. His expression remained serious as he acknowledged the power of an 8th stage master. But from what he had heard, Yuanwu was the weakest and least favored among Xiao Yuanshan's descendants. That being the case, there was a chance that the old master wouldn't personally intervene. Tanjin, who had one hand on her waist, extended the other toward Jiang Chun with a determined look. With unwavering confidence, she assured him that if the Xiao family came seeking revenge, the Night Watch would stand by him. After all, they were far from weak. Jiang Chun looked at Ji Gang with warmth in his eyes, a rare smile forming on his lips. For the first time in his life, he felt a sense of belonging. He had grown up as an orphan, relying on the kindness of neighbors. But this was different. This felt like home. Ji Gang, however, had other concerns. Turning his back to Jiang Chun, he took a few steps away, deep in thought. Even if Xiao Yuanwu had been incompetent, reaching the 2nd level of cultivation meant he wasn't entirely weak. Suddenly, Ji Gang spun back around, grabbed Jiang Chun firmly by the shoulders, and locked eyes with him, his expression filled with disbelief. He demanded to know how Jiang Chun, a level 17 awakened to the creation class, had managed to kill someone of level 30 in the combat class. Jiang Chun hesitated, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. A nervous sweat broke out as he lifted a hand in a calming gesture, urging Ji Gang not to get too excited. He admitted that, at that crucial moment, someone had helped him. Ji Gang immediately pressed him for details, wanting to know who had been his ally. With a forced smile, Jiang Chun finally confessed. It was the 3rd daughter of the Luo family from Jiangnan. She had awakened a hidden defense class. The entire group fell silent, their gazes locked onto Jiang Chun in shock. The Luo family? The wealthiest merchant family in Jiangnan? Could he possibly be talking about Luo Sandao? Ji Gang wasted no time. He grabbed Jiang Chun by the shoulders again and started shaking him, laughing heartily. Even though the Luo family wasn't known for producing warriors, their wealth alone made them a powerful force. If Jiang Chun ever found himself in trouble, having the Luo family on his side would be no small advantage. Jiang Chun, still being shaken, could only sweat nervously, wondering what on earth Ji Gang was doing. But then, something changed. A powerful surge of purple energy began radiating from Jiang Chun's body. Ji Gang, mid-laugh, suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as he instinctively pulled his hands away. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as he stared at Jiang Chun, his mind racing. If Luo Sandao had awakened a defense class, then her offensive abilities were minimal, which meant the one who had actually killed Yuanwu was Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, as if confirming Ji Gang's thoughts, extended his palm forward. A sinister mist of dark poison appeared, swirling ominously in his hand. The air around him grew heavy as he finally revealed the truth. He wasn't just an awakened to the creation class. He was also specialized in a 2nd, hidden class, poison. Duan Feng, who had been silently observing from behind, took an involuntary step back, his expression filled with disbelief. He wasn't the only one. The entire group stared at Jiang Chun, processing what they had just learned. Ji Gang, however, wasn't done yet. He reached out again, attempting to shake Jiang Chun's hand, half laughing as he asked just how many more secrets Jiang Chun was hiding. But Jiang Chun quickly moved his hand aside, warning that the mist in his palm was highly toxic. If Ji Gang wasn't careful, even he might not be able to withstand it. The group remained silent, watching with wary fascination. But before Jiang Chun could finish explaining, Ji Gang suddenly grasped his hand without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he smiled reassuringly and told Jiang Chun not to worry. He knew how to handle poisons. As the venomous mist of Little Nine made contact with Ji Gang's skin, Tanjin's gaze sharpened. She studied the interaction carefully, her expression tense. What kind of poison was this? A few seconds later, Ji Gang finally let go of Jiang Chen's hand and pulled back, only to realize that his own hand had already been poisoned. His expression stiffened as the toxic mist began to spread across his skin. This was bad. Jiang Chen placed a hand on Ji Gang's shoulder, shaking his head with his eyes closed. He sighed and told Ji Gang that this time, he had really overdone it. But Ji Gang didn't seem the least bit panicked. Instead, he grabbed his own wrist, stared Jiang Chen down, and snapped at him, demanding he stop acting like this was a big deal. He hadn't even attempted to defend himself against the poison in the first place. Behind him, Tanjin chuckled, closing her eyes as if entertained by the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Chu Belang crouched near Ji Gang's poisoned hand, studying it with intense curiosity. What kind of poison was this? Realizing that the situation was getting out of hand, Ji Gang turned sharply toward Yun Xiaoku and called her over to help remove the poison. Without hesitation, she deactivated the protective barrier, allowing its green energy to slowly dissipate. Placing a hand near her mouth, she laughed lightly before agreeing to assist. Jiang Chun, however, couldn't help but remind Ji Gang, again, that this poison was no joke. As he sat down on the couch, he rested one hand on his knee while extending the other to the side, showing the poison's lingering effects. Yun Xiaoku approached him with a calm smile, closing her eyes before placing both hands near his affected hand. A soft glow radiated as she used her abilities to cleanse the poison. As she worked, Ji Gang turned his head toward Jiang Chun, his expression unreadable. Then, with a forced smile, he admitted that the poison was actually quite impressive. He added that the more skills Jiang Chun had, the better it would be for him in the long run. Chu Belang, who had been silently observing from a distance, moved closer. He placed both hands on the arm of the sofa and watched Jiang Chun intently, analyzing him without a word. Once Yun Xiaoku had completely removed the poison, Ji Gang's demeanor shifted. His usual confidence gave way to a more serious expression as he locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Despite recognizing his talent, Ji Gang advised against enrolling in the Tianjiao camp. With the Shao family now involved, it was simply too risky. The camp might offer valuable resources, but there was no doubt that a prodigy from the Shao family would be participating as well. It wasn't worth gambling their safety for a few benefits. Behind him, Tanjin crossed her arms, nodded in agreement, and closed her eyes as if sealing the decision. But Jiang Chun wasn't convinced. A confused look crossed his face as he asked Ji Gang what exactly he meant by resources. Ji Gang, still rubbing his wrist, explained patiently. The camp provided access to rare materials, fierce beast blood, advanced equipment, and other valuable items. For those who ranked among the top participants, there were even greater rewards, mysterious fruits and scrolls leading to hidden realms. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Was Ji Gang serious? As his mind raced, he couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. If what Ji Gang said was true, then these resources were far superior to simply hunting fierce beasts in the wild. Perhaps the insects could even reproduce again. With that thought lingering in his mind, Jiang Chun, still surrounded by a faint trace of the poisonous mist, met Ji Gang's gaze with unwavering determination. He insisted on enrolling in the camp, declaring that he wasn't afraid of danger. He had full confidence in his abilities and knew he could protect himself. Ji Gang studied him carefully before sighing. He raised a hand, signaling Jiang Chun to wait. He needed some time to think this through. In the middle of the vast West Lake, a grand temple stood in isolation, its presence commanding respect. Suddenly, the calm waters began to shift as someone entered, using their immense power to part the lake, revealing a deep crack in the ground. The water trembled as the figure moved forward, making his way toward the temple. This was Xiao Beihan, the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan, and the undisputed strongest genius of the Xiao family. His combat prowess had reached a terrifying new level, leaving onlookers in silent awe. As droplets of displaced water fell around him like rain, Beihan stood tall, gripping his sword with one hand. Without turning fully, he cast a sharp gaze over his shoulder and ordered his subordinates to stop their pointless chatter. Then, with a serious tone, he demanded to know if they had found what they were looking for. 3 hooded men, standing respectfully before him, placed their hands on their abdomens and bowed their heads. One of them spoke, revealing that they had uncovered crucial information. Young Master Yuan Wu had been pursuing a woman named Luo Sandao before his disappearance. Moreover, she hadn't been traveling alone. She was accompanied by someone named Jiang Chun. Hearing this, Beihan's eyes darkened as he processed the information. He knew that the girl from the Luo family wasn't a combat class warrior, which left one question. Who exactly was Jiang Chen? His subordinate quickly answered. Jiang Chen had awakened a creation class ability of divine rank, and the latest reports indicated that he had gone to the Night Watch headquarters. Another hooded man stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest in a formal gesture. With his head still lowered, he disclosed even more information. Both Jiang Chen and Luo Sandao had recently enrolled in the Tianjiao camp. However, there was still no direct evidence linking them to Yuan Wu's death. A slow, sinister smile crept across Beihan's face. His gaze turned sharp as he stared into the distance. Evidence? That didn't matter. To him, these two were already prime suspects. What intrigued him even more was Jiang Chen's divine rank awakening. Someone like that was worth his attention. But now that they had joined the camp, there was no need for him to personally track them down. A cold resolve settled in his mind. After 3 days, he would simply eliminate them both at the camp. Inside Ji Gang's office, the atmosphere was heavy with thought. Both he and Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, the weight of their earlier discussion still lingering. Ji Gang, resting one arm on his knee, extended his other hand to the side as he studied Jiang Chen carefully. Despite having already enrolled Jiang Chen in the Tianjiao camp, Ji Gang couldn't shake his concerns. However, he had taken precautions. He had secured a powerful ally for Jiang Chen, someone who could provide both protection and valuable connections. That person was Mu Hanxiu, the little princess of the Mu family. At the 7th level of transformation, she was an elite cultivator and widely regarded as one of the strongest among the camp's participants. But before heading to the camp, Jiang Chen would need to accompany her on a mission to explore a secret realm. Not only would this help him increase his level, but it would also allow him to establish relationships with potential allies before entering the camp. Jiang Chen, seated across from Ji Gang with his elbows resting on the arms of the sofa, remained silent, listening intently. Then, with his usual playful smirk, Ji Gang leaned in, took Jiang Chen's hand, and grinned. He mentioned that Mu Hanxiu was not only incredibly powerful, but also known for her stunning beauty. Since she was the same age as Jiang Chen, Ji Gang suggested, with a mischievous glint in his eye, that Jiang Chen should use his charm to win her over. Jiang Chen, caught completely off guard, instantly broke into a nervous sweat. His expression tensed as he forced an awkward smile. Unsure of how to respond, he scratched the back of his head and hesitantly replied that he'd give it a try. As Ji Gang and Jiang Chen sat in the office, a sudden knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Ji Gang casually granted permission to enter, and soon, 2 figures stepped inside. One of them was a young woman, Mu Hanxiu. She rested her elbow on one hand, propped her chin on the other, and studied Jiang Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. Without wasting time, she stated that Ji Gang had asked her to accompany someone to a secret realm. Beside her, a man with a relaxed demeanor placed his hand behind his head, closed his eyes, and smiled as if he found the whole situation amusing. Mu Hanxiu, however, turned to Ji Gang with an impatient look, questioning whether he had changed his mind. Ji Gang responded with his usual charm, saying it was an honor to meet her in person. Mu Hanxiu crossed her arms, glancing at the ground in mild confusion, while the man next to her continued to touch his head, still smiling, as if he was enjoying the moment. Seeing their strange reactions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wonder what exactly was going on. Both he and Ji Gang stood up, and without hesitation, Ji Gang draped an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulder, his other hand resting on his waist. With a confident stance, he explained the reason for his delayed response. Apparently, he had been angry with Mu Hanxiu's grandfather yesterday, which was why he hadn't answered. But today, he was willing to accept the arrangement, with one special condition. Mu Hanxiu would have to take Jiang Chen with her. Jiang Chen's expression shifted immediately. Surprise flashed across his face as he wondered what was happening. Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her hip, then walked toward them with a confident stride. She reminded Ji Gang that she had already given him a level 30 secret realm scroll. Then, with a raised brow, she asked if he still wanted to add more conditions. Ji Gang, still relaxed, shrugged slightly and told her that everyone had their own conditions. Mu Hanxiu thought about it for a moment, then came to a conclusion. Ji Gang was simply looking for someone reliable to help Jiang Chen level up. Since Jiang Chen couldn't enter a secret realm lower than level 50, it made sense why they were pushing for her assistance. Meanwhile, the man behind her placed his hands behind his back, still smiling silently as he walked toward them, observing the interaction with quiet amusement. Mu Hanxiu then turned her full attention to Jiang Chen. Staring into his eyes, she asked what level he was and what class he had awakened. Jiang Chen met her gaze with a calm expression and answered that he was level 17 and had awakened the creation class. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her waist, pointed at him with the other, and openly scoffed. With a look of complete disdain, she dismissed him as trash. Jiang Chen's patience wore thin. His irritation flared as he immediately labeled her a spoiled brat in his mind. But before he could say anything, Ji-gang's mood changed in an instant. His face darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. Rage filled his eyes as he prepared to teach her a lesson. With an unfiltered burst of anger, he called her an empty-headed brat and demanded that she show some respect, reminding her that Jiang Chun had awakened a hidden divine rank ability. The tension in the room escalated, but before Ji-gang could act, the man accompanying Mu Hanxiu quickly stepped in. Moving swiftly, he grabbed Ji-gang by the waist, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, urged him to calm down. He explained that Mu Hanxiu's outburst wasn't personal. Her boyfriend had just dumped her, and she was taking out her frustration on others. Upon hearing this, Mu Hanxiu flinched slightly. She turned her head away, and for the first time, uncertainty flashed in her eyes. She realized she might have gone too far this time. Jiang Chun, still processing Ji-gang's intense reaction, felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Since when did Ji-gang get this worked up on his behalf? Feeling a wave of nervousness, Mu Hanxiu quickly turned her body toward Ji-gang, closed her eyes, and extended both hands in a gesture of apology. With a noticeably softer tone, she sincerely asked him to calm down. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, finding the entire situation rather strange. Despite the tension, their main task still lay ahead. The secret realm they were headed to was known as the Village of Light. It was a level 30 realm with strict entry conditions. Only 5 people below level 50 could enter. The objectives to clear the realm were straightforward: eliminate all the monsters, defeat the boss, or destroy the sacrificial altar. Several hours later, the group finally reached the portal leading to the Village of Light. Standing at the front, Duan Feng placed a hand on his waist and turned to face everyone with a serious expression. He wasted no time asserting his authority. This time, he would be the leader. His instructions were clear. If anyone got separated or found themselves in danger, they were to return immediately to this teleportation point. While the chances of the secret realm becoming unstable were low, they couldn't afford to be careless. If anything went wrong, retreating was the priority. Mu Hanxiu, arms crossed, listened silently with a faint, amused smile on her lips, as if the whole situation entertained her. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang stepped toward Jiang Chun, reaching a hand toward the portal. With a smirk, he closed his eyes and casually mentioned that a level 30 secret realm scroll was worth at least 1 billion. A reminder of just how valuable this opportunity was. Yun Xiaoku, standing nearby with one hand resting on her elbow, also remained silent, listening. Mu Hanxiu, however, had other thoughts. Turning her head toward Jiang Chun, she shot him a smug look before calling him a newbie. With a condescending tone, she warned him not to start crying like a baby once they entered, as she didn't want him holding the team back. Jiang Chun simply stared at her without saying a word. With that, the group stepped into the portal. As they disappeared into the swirling energy, Chu Bulang turned back with a reassuring grin, telling Jiang Chun not to worry. He'd protect him. Jiang Chun took a step forward, but despite the fact that this was only a level 30 secret realm, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Something about this place felt off. After several minutes, the group emerged in a vast, open landscape. They stood atop a lush green mountain, surrounded by thick forests and rolling hills. In the distance, nestled between towering snowy mountains, was a mysterious village. The sight was breathtaking, almost too peaceful. Standing at the back of the group, Chu Bulang admired the scenery, commenting on how beautiful the village looked. But as his gaze wandered, he couldn't help but ask, where were the monsters? Jiang Chun remained silent, simply observing the eerie village below. Duan Feng, his hand still resting on his waist, stared down at the village as well. After a moment of thought, he made an unsettling observation. The monsters were probably hiding inside the villagers' houses. Without wasting time, he decided they would need to search each house individually. The group carefully made their way down the mountain, approaching the village cautiously. As they walked, Duan Feng reassured the others not to worry. He quickly assigned roles. Chu Bulang would act as the vanguard, attracting enemy attention. Duan Feng himself would focus on dealing damage. Yun Xiaoku would be responsible for healing. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu were instructed to stay close behind them and not fall behind. Everyone nodded in agreement, responding with a firm, understood. Deeper within the village, a strange stone sat atop a large rock. Inscribed upon it were the words, Guangming Village. However, instead of radiating light or warmth, the stone exuded a strong and evil aura. Duan Feng, Yun Xiaoku, and Jiang Chun approached the mysterious rock. Sensing something was off, Duan Feng immediately raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. His instincts told him this was no ordinary rock. There was something deeply suspicious about it. He urged everyone to proceed with extreme caution. Yun Xiaoku, standing beside him with her magical staff in both hands, frowned. She admitted she hated the atmosphere of this village, going so far as to say it felt dark, as if something unnatural lurked beneath its surface. Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes fixed on the unsettling scene before them. After a brief pause, Yin Xiaoko made a decision. Before going any further, she would apply a purification buff to the entire village. Closing her eyes, she extended a hand toward the sky. Instantly, blue magical energy erupted from her palm, spreading like a mist throughout the village. The entire area was bathed in shimmering magical dust. Jiang Chun instinctively raised a hand to his face, watching as the sparkling particles danced around him. A look of surprise crossed his face as he quickly realized something. This buff was incredibly powerful. Not only did it clear the mind, but it also significantly increased attributes and energy. Suddenly, a strong wind howled through the village, carrying with it an ominous presence. A thick cloud of smoke began to form, swirling violently as the once clear sky darkened, turning a deep, blood-red hue. The flickering lanterns in the village suddenly came to life, casting eerie shadows against the stone walls. Above them, an evil energy gathered, pulsing in the sky like a living entity. Everyone tensed, their instincts screaming that something was terribly wrong. Duan Feng's sharp eyes immediately locked onto the source of the disturbance, the mysterious stone they had just examined. A terrible realization struck him. This wasn't just an ordinary artifact. It was the cause of the corruption. His expression turned grim as he turned back to the others, urgently shouting for everyone to run. But before he could finish his warning, the stone released a powerful force, pulling him in like a vortex. Caught off guard, Duan Feng struggled against the invisible grip, but it was too late. His body was dragged into the stone. With his final breath before disappearing, he desperately called out, "Stay away from the stone. Call for reinforcements immediately. This is a mutation." Then he was gone. A blinding light descended from the sky, crashing into the center of the town. An invisible force expanded outward, forming a magical barrier around the entire village, sealing them inside. There was no escape. At that moment, multiple system windows flashed before everyone's eyes. Warning! The secret realm, the beautiful town, has undergone a mutation. It is now classified as the Village of the Dead. Difficulty level, Nightmare. New completion conditions. Eliminate all the undead in the Village of Light. Kill the final boss. A final system message followed. The light fades away. Darkness flourishes. That is when the door to the Kingdom of Death will finally open. The thick smoke suddenly dispersed, and before Jiang Chen could react, he found himself teleported into a dimly lit house. Jiang Chen's breath was unsteady as he processed the system messages. His mind raced. This wasn't just a difficulty increase. The realm had jumped directly from normal to nightmare level. Worse, the group had been scattered. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He clenched his fists. At his current level 17, going up against nightmare-level threats alone was suicide. He recalled Duan Feng's strict orders. If you get separated or find yourself in danger, return to the teleportation point immediately. Jiang Chen wasn't about to take any unnecessary risks. He made a quick decision. Getting out came first. Without wasting another second, he rushed toward the wooden wall of the house. With all his strength, he delivered a powerful kick. Crack! The wooden planks splintered apart, but instead of an exit, Jiang Chun found himself inside another room. The atmosphere was unsettling. From the ceiling, dimly lit lamps swayed eerily. The floor was littered with old, decayed coffins. But what caught Jiang Chen's attention was a framed painting hanging on the wall. It was an old man. Something about the painting sent a chill down his spine. The old man's expression was blank, lifeless. But then, the old man in the painting moved. His lips curled into a smile. Jiang Chen's body tensed. His instinct screamed that something wasn't right. Is this an illusion? He wondered. Before he could react, a loud creak echoed through the room. One of the coffins began to shift. The lid slowly opened, revealing a set of razor-sharp claws emerging from the darkness inside. Jiang Chen immediately spun around, his body tense as he locked onto the source of the noise. His confusion deepened. What the hell was happening? The other coffins suddenly burst open, and from within, several necromancers emerged. Their skeletal frames, wrapped in tattered robes, radiated a dark, twisted energy. Their hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light as they fixated on Jiang Chun. The system instantly identified them. Level 30 necromancers. Abilities: Charge, Decapitate, Corrosion. Main characteristic: Immune to normal physical attacks. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. Immune to physical attacks. That meant conventional weapons would be useless. The necromancers moved fast, closing in on him with inhuman speed. Their clawed hands twitched, preparing to strike. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to wait for death. His expression darkened as he raised his hand. A thick, purple mist began to swirl around his palm. It was the poisonous mist of Little Nine. He narrowed his eyes, watching as the necromancers advanced. If normal attacks don't work, then I'll just use poison. The hunt begins, Little Nine's feast. Just as the necromancers prepared to strike, Jiang Chun moved first. With lightning speed, he unleashed the poisonous mist of Little Nine, filling the entire room in seconds. The thick, toxic fog spread rapidly, enveloping the undead figures in its deadly embrace. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Chun bolted out of the house, leaping effortlessly onto the roof of a nearby building. From his vantage point, he kept a sharp eye on the house below, waiting to see the effects of his attack. But then, they emerged. The necromancers walked out of the mist unharmed, their skeletal bodies completely unaffected by the poison. Jiang Chun frowned. So it was as he thought. Poison was still considered a physical attack, making it ineffective against them. He needed a different approach. If he wanted to deal with these creatures properly, he had to find Yin Xiaoku as soon as possible. Only a mage's magic could truly counter these undead beings. As he was lost in thought, a familiar presence stirred beside him. Little Nine manifested herself. Clenching her tiny fists and bringing them close to her chest, she stared at the necromancers below with an intense, hungry gaze. Drool dripped from the corner of her mouth as she eagerly licked her lips. "Can I eat them?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Jiang Chun turned to her, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected this reaction. With a confused look, he hesitated before asking, "Wait, you can devour necromancers? Wouldn't that still count as a physical attack?" Meanwhile, the necromancers began advancing toward the house, their lifeless eyes fixed on Jiang Chun. Little Nine, her body now surrounded by a dark, pulsating aura, kept her eyes locked on them like a predator sizing up its prey. A wicked grin spread across her face as she confidently declared, "I can eat them. They're delicious." Jiang Chun studied her carefully before nodding. "All right, give it a try, but don't push yourself. If you get into trouble, I'll get you out." Upon hearing this, Little Nine's grin widened. She launched forward with incredible speed, her expression turning murderous as she charged straight at the necromancers. From the rooftop, Jiang Chun observed her movements closely. She was terrifyingly fast. Before the necromancers could even react, Little Nine tore through their bodies, cutting them apart with razor-sharp precision. She ripped into them with an almost playful aggression, devouring them piece by piece. Once the fight was over, she casually sat down on the ground, pulling her knees together and resting her chin on her hands. Closing her eyes, she let out a satisfied sigh, smiling like she was in heaven. To her, these necromancers were nothing more than a delicious meal. Jiang Chun, watching from above, couldn't help but be amazed. His mind drifted back to what he knew about Little Nine's origins. She came from the abyss, which meant she was essentially an undead being herself, a creature of darkness. Now that he possessed divine evolution, she could continue to grow stronger, eventually becoming the mistress of the abyss, a being whose very essence surpassed these low-level necromancers entirely. Remembering this, Jiang Chun made a decision. Stretching out his hand toward the battlefield, his body began to emit the poisonous mist of Little Nine once more. He looked down at her and smiled. If she could devour these necromancers, then it was time for the others to feast as well. His body trembled as he unleashed a powerful surge of energy. A split second later, thousands of insects erupted from his body. The swarm of dark, venomous creatures spread like a plague, descending upon the necromancers without mercy. Jiang Chun issued a single command. "Spread out. Feast. But don't let the others see you." Like a well-coordinated army, the insects swarmed their prey, ripping into the necromancers and devouring them whole. System notification. Your spiritual pets have killed 3 low-level necromancers. You have gained 15,210 points. Little Nine has devoured additional necromancers. She has gained 4,602 points. As the swarm of insects devoured the remaining necromancers, another system window appeared before Jiang Chun. "Congratulations. You have leveled up. Level 17, level 18. +1 to all attributes, +10 potential points." Jiang Chun stepped back inside the house, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Extending one hand to the side, he clenched the other into a tight fist, watching the power surging through him. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This is insane. In mere seconds, he had racked up over 500,000 experience points and leveled up instantly. This secret realm wasn't just a challenge. It was a paradise tailored for him. Now that the necromancers had been wiped out, Jiang Chun turned his attention back to the old man's photograph. Before, the old man had been smiling. But now, the smile was gone. The man in the picture looked absolutely terrified, his entire body trembling with fear. Jiang Chun placed his hands on his waist, smirking as he mockingly asked the old man, "Why aren't you smiling anymore?" At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. Glancing outside, She casually reported that everything had already been eaten. Jiang Chun gave her a thumbs up. Good work. But then he turned back to the trembling photo and, with a sly smile, asked, "Hey, can you eat this too?" Little Nine's eyes glowed hungrily. She stared at the photograph like it was her next meal. The moment the old man saw her hungry gaze, his trembling worsened. And then, bang, the photograph exploded into pieces. Both Jiang Chun and Little Nine flinched, momentarily stunned. A system window popped up. Congratulations. You have successfully scared off the level 35 Elite Death Guardian. You have earned 8,701 experience points. As the shattered remains of the photograph fell to the ground, Jiang Chun and Little Nine stared at the pieces. A strange sense of disappointment settled over them. For some reason, they both felt a little let down. Elsewhere in the village, Duan Feng was fighting for his life. With a powerful swing, he smashed a necromancer across the face with his bow, sending it staggering backward. More undead surrounded him. Teeth clenched, Duan Feng gripped his bow tightly, using it as both a weapon and a shield. He swung fiercely, striking another necromancer with enough force to send it crashing to the ground. Another undead lunged at him from behind. Reacting instantly, he twisted his body and used the sharp string of his bow to slice clean through its outstretched hand. His heart pounded. If I didn't have a longbow, I wouldn't even be able to fight these things. As he continued battling, his mind drifted to the others. Most of them were strong enough to hold their own, but Jiang Chun, he wasn't even level 30 yet. Duan Feng clenched his jaw. If something happened to Jiang Chun, he didn't know how he would explain it to Ji Gang. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a system window appeared in the sky. Teammate has killed a lower-level Spectre in an elite rank Guardian, level 35. You have earned 12,161 points. Duan Feng's head snapped up. His body froze. Wait, what? A Asterisk Spectre? An elite Guardian? A level 35 boss? His hands trembled as his mind raced. Who? Who could have done this? His thoughts were cut short as another horde of necromancers suddenly rushed toward him. No time to think, he turned and ran. As he sprinted, his mind replayed the system message. Someone was wiping out monsters instantly, and that person had to be insanely strong. At first, he suspected Chu Balang, but no, his physical stats were too passive. Then, he thought about Yin Xiaoko, but while she was a mage, she wouldn't be able to kill this many enemies so quickly. Finally, he considered Muhanxio. Was she this powerful? If so, then there was hope. The necromancers continued to close in on him, forcing him to pick up his pace. At least now, with a hidden powerhouse on their team, there was a chance to save the others. Still, he hoped Jiang Chun could hold on a little longer. Somewhere else in the village, a figure staggered through the darkness, one hand clutching a deep wound on her shoulder. Her body was covered in scratches and bruises, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. It was Muhanxio. Behind her, a horde of necromancers relentlessly pursued her, their hollow eyes glowing with an eerie light. She was barely holding on. Each step felt heavier than the last. Her strength was draining fast, and even her primary ability, speed, had become useless in her current state. Her breathing was ragged. She didn't want to die. I can't die here. I still have to participate in the young talent camp. I have to revitalize my family. But no matter how much she tried to fight back, her hope was fading. She wanted to go home. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stumbled forward, her legs trembling. Just as she was about to collapse, she noticed something strange. The necromancers behind her suddenly changed direction, running away. Muhanxio's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Was it one of her teammates? Did someone just kill the undead? Summoning the last bit of her strength, she pushed forward, forcing herself to walk faster. A few moments later, she reached the end of an alley. But then, a thick purple mist began to drift from around the corner. The moment she felt its presence, her heart pounded. This energy, it's powerful. Relief washed over her. If this was coming from one of her teammates, then I'm saved. She just had to hold on a little longer. But luck wasn't on her side. Her legs finally gave out. She collapsed to the ground, arms barely supporting her weight as more blood dripped onto the cold floor. Her vision blurred. This isn't good. The necromancers closed in, their bony hands reaching for her. Panic surged through her as she stretched her hand forward, eyes filled with desperation. Oh, please. And then, Jiang Chun appeared, his sharp gaze locked onto her, his expression unreadable. Muhanxio's breath hitched. The necromancers were running away from him. She reached her trembling hand toward him, shocked beyond belief. What? How is he this strong? But the necromancers weren't going to wait. They lunged. With her last ounce of strength, she desperately reached for Jiang Chun. Save me. For a brief moment, Jiang Chun remained silent, staring at her in deep thought. Then, just as the necromancer's claws sank into her arm, Jiang Chun grabbed her wrist. With one powerful motion, he yanked her away from danger. Get out of here. he commanded, his voice cold and firm. And stop interfering. Mu Hanxiu barely had time to process what happened before she was thrown backward. She hit the ground hard, tumbling until she finally stopped. Groaning, she pushed herself up, one eye half closed as she wiped the dirt from her face. Her breathing was heavy as she lifted her head to look at him. Jiangchun, you're insane? But then, the air changed. A surge of purple energy erupted around him. Mu Hanxiu's expression twisted in shock. She watched, wide-eyed, as Jiangchun extended his hand forward. And then, a swarm of insects burst forth, surging toward the necromancers like a living storm. The undead barely had time to react before the swarm tore into them, ripping their bodies apart. Mu Hanxiu's realization, falling for Jiangchun. Behind Jiangchun, Mu Hanxiu sat frozen, staring at him. Her heartbeat quickened, watching him command thousands of insects with ease. Poison mist swirling around him like a dark aura. She found herself unable to look away. For the first time, she seriously questioned everything she had believed about him. Was this really the same useless guy from the creation class? Jigang had mentioned that Jiangchun had 2 classes, but she never paid much attention. But now she understood. This wasn't some weak, insignificant ability. This was power. His true power. A faint blush spread across her cheeks as she placed a hand over her mouth. Her gaze softened, her chest tightening as she continued watching him in admiration. She was in love. 30 minutes later, the rest of the team finally regrouped after finishing off the remaining necromancers. Chu Bulang, exhausted, placed both hands on his knees, panting. Damn, these necromancers are no joke. Duan Feng, rubbing his temple, frowned in confusion. Something was off. He hadn't encountered a single necromancer since leaving that house. The whole thing felt unnatural. Yun Xiaoku, gripping her magical staff with both hands, turned toward Duan Feng and spoke up. Could it be that Mu Hanxiu has the ability to control necromancers? It was a wild thought, but not impossible. They had no idea if she had awakened any hidden class. This entire situation felt strange. But before they could discuss further, Yun Xiaoku suddenly pointed ahead. Look over there, she exclaimed. The group followed her gaze and spotted clear traces of a battle. The ground was scorched and torn apart, proof that someone had fought not long ago. Chu Bulang furrowed his brows. What the hell happened here? Duan Feng, however, wasn't focused on the battlefield. He was worried about Jiangchun. Was he okay? Not far from them, the remnants of necromancers lay scattered on the ground, shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. The moment Yun Xiaoku saw the remains, she froze. Duan Feng's face paled. This is bad, he muttered. If Jiangchun was here, we need to find him. Now! Panic set in. If something happened to Jiangchun, none of them would be able to explain it to Jigang. Without hesitation, the team split up and began searching. After several minutes, they followed the traces through the village. Turning a corner, they stopped in their tracks. And what they saw left them completely stunned. Duan Feng's eyes widened in shock. Yun Xiaoku was speechless. Even Chu Bulang, who was usually the most laid-back, froze in disbelief. In front of them, on a small stairway, sat Jiangchun. He rested his elbows on his knees, his head supported by his hand, looking completely calm and relaxed. But the real shock was who was behind him. Sitting directly behind Jiangchun, Mu Hanxiu clenched her fists tightly and was massaging his back. The granddaughter of a king, massaging Jiangchun? Near them, more necromancer remains littered the ground. Chu Bulang, still trying to process the scene, leaned toward Duan Feng. Is that Jiangchun? Yun Xiaoku, still pointing at the sky in disbelief, confirmed it. It's really him. Duan Feng, however, didn't move. His instincts screamed that something wasn't right. He narrowed his eyes. Don't move, he ordered. Something is off. There was no way Mu Hanxiu, the arrogant and prideful granddaughter of a king, would lower herself to massage Jiangchun like a servant. This had to be an illusion, a trick from the boss of this secret realm. Doubts and confusion. Is this really Jiangchun? Mu Hanxiu clenched her fists, standing behind Jiangchun as she continued massaging his shoulders. But the moment they looked up and saw Duan Feng and the others, they both froze. Jiangchun immediately stood up, casually pointing his thumb toward the side. The boss is in the backyard, he informed them, his voice relaxed. However, instead of looking relieved, the group tensed up. Duan Feng immediately raised his bow, his expression serious. Nobody move. Chu Bulang clenched his fists, ready to charge, while Yun Xiaoku tightened her grip on her magical staff. She locked eyes with Jiangchun and spoke firmly. We'll ask you one question. Answer honestly. Jiangchun and Mu Hanxiu exchanged confused glances. Before he could respond, Mu Hanxiu stepped forward, placing herself in front of Jiangchun. Extending her arms to the sides in a protective stance, she shot the group a serious glare. If you want to hurt Jiangchun, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Jiang Chen blinked, stunned. What is she doing? For a second, he couldn't help but wonder why she was acting like this. With a sigh, he placed a hand on her face and gently pushed her aside. Stepping forward, he faced Duan Feng directly, closing his eyes and pressing a hand to his chest. With a playful smirk, he calmly said, I know what you're thinking. Relax. I'm not a monster. I just have a little more charm than most. The group remained silent. Seeing their unmoved expressions, Jiang Chun decided to prove himself. Your boss is Ji-Gang. Aunt Tang's cooking is amazing. Yun Xiaoku immediately stepped closer, placing both hands on his chest. Are you hurt? She asked. Jiang Chun simply touched his head, closed his eyes, and smiled. Chu Belang let out a relieved sigh. Seeing Jiang Chen's usual behavior, he finally relaxed. Duan Feng, however, still looked a little suspicious. Meanwhile, Muhan Xiao, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chun, gripped the edge of his cloak, blushing furiously. Don't be mad at me, she muttered, her face as red as a tomato. I was just being obedient. Duan Feng narrowed his eyes at her. Tell the truth and stop lying. His sharp words took the others by surprise. Even Yun Xiaoku raised an eyebrow, not expecting him to be so direct. Duan Feng, however, was already smirking. I see. So this is Jiang Chen's real skill, conquering women? Chu Belang chuckled, shaking his head. He's hopeless. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Enough already, he shouted, feeling overwhelmed by their teasing. Aren't we supposed to be fighting the boss? The others laughed and quickly changed the subject. Yeah, let's go. Sometime later, they finally arrived at the backyard of the village. With a determined look, Jiang Chun delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The others fell silent. As the door swung open, revealing the dark battlefield ahead, they cautiously stepped inside. And there, it stood. A colossal figure loomed before them, its glowing red eyes filled with a murderous gaze. The boss of the secret realm. It slowly lowered its head, its chilling gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. A system window appeared. Boss encounter. The undead god. Rank boss. Level 40. Jiang Chun raised his head, staring at the terrifying enemy before him. Everyone stared at the towering boss, frozen in shock. With a serious and determined expression, Duan Feng spoke up, revealing that this was a level 40 boss. His voice carried urgency as he warned the team to stay cautious. He quickly assigned roles. He would attract the boss's attention first. Mu Hanxiu was tasked with protecting Jiang Chun. Yun Xiaoku was reminded to apply buffs and stay alert for the boss's attacks. This isn't a game, Duan Feng reminded them. They needed to be careful. The boss remained silent, watching them. Then, without warning, it began to move. Duan Feng immediately signaled to the others. It's moving. Stay sharp and spread out. But instead of attacking, the boss crouched down, resting its elbow on the ground. It lowered its massive head and prostrated itself before them. Silence. The entire team stood in utter disbelief. Duan Feng was dumbfounded. What is happening? He muttered, his mind racing. Chu Belang was equally astonished. Why is it begging for forgiveness? Even Mu Hanxiu, who had braced herself for battle, was at a loss for words. Jiang Chen took a slow step forward, extending his hand toward the kneeling boss. His body began to emit Little Nine's poisonous mist. Everyone was injured from their previous battles, so he decided to handle the boss himself. Seeing this as a perfect opportunity, he called out to Little Nine. It's time to eat. In an instant, Little Nine materialized in her full insect mother form. Opening her massive mouth, she lunged forward, prepared to devour the boss whole. The boss lifted its head in horror, looking to the side as if contemplating escape. But before it could react, Little Nine devoured it completely. Jiang Chen remained silent, simply smiling as his pet finished her meal. Several system windows appeared. Congratulations! You have slain the boss, God of the Undead. Rewards, 76, 60, 190 experience points. Another system message followed. Little Nine has transferred 31,224 experience points to you. In an instant, Jiang Chen leveled up from 25 to 26. All his attribute points increased, and he received 10 additional potential points. Within seconds, the boss was completely gone. The poisonous mist slowly returned to Jiang Chen's body. Another system notification appeared. Secret Realm cleared. You have completed Village of the Undead, Nightmare difficulty. The system began calculating their final rewards. As Jiang Chun absorbed the notifications, Duan Feng and the others were hit with realization. Not only had Jiang Chun instantly eliminated the boss, he had also wiped out all the necromancers in the village. Jiang Chun scratched his head, forcing an awkward smile. Oh yeah, total coincidence. My poison just happens to work well against necromancers. The system finished its calculations, and the final mission status window appeared. The team's evaluations were as follows. Duan Feng, level 49, C rank. Chu Bulang, level 49, D rank. Yun Xiaoku, level 46, D rank. Muhan Xiao, level 36, E rank. Jiang Chun, level 26, triple S rank. A golden medal materialized in the sky. The entire team was stunned. They had just cleared a level 30 nightmare difficulty secret realm with a triple S rank evaluation. The system granted them a special reward. Item obtained. Dead Soul Medal. Effect. Can withstand one deadly attack. Bound to player. Cannot be transferred or sold. Duan Feng's jaw nearly dropped. This is insane. Even the standard individual rewards were already impressive. But now, they had also obtained a top-tier survival item, something none of them had ever received before. And it was all thanks to following Jiang Chun. They had won without even doing anything. The team approached Jiang Chun, placing their hands on their knees and bowing their heads in gratitude. Thank you, they all said in unison. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Aha, it was nothing, but in reality he had gained the most. Among his many rewards, there were 2 skill books, a metal glove, a magic scroll, a mysterious crystal, a scythe, a necklace, a ring, a shield. As he crossed his arms and examined the items, he couldn't help but think, no wonder the secret realm had such a high death rate. The rewards were worth billions. But among all these treasures, one item stood out the most. Invisibility Cape, Platinum Quality, plus 80 Agility, plus 50 Energy. Grants invisibility for 3 minutes, cooldown, 2 hours. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was perfect. Not only was it practical and useful, but it was also fashionable. Without hesitation, he reached for the cape, claiming it for himself. As for the other items, most weren't particularly useful to him. He decided he would sell them once he returned and use the money to buy pure blood for his insects. Just then, a portal appeared in the sky, accompanied by a system window. Due to the mutation of a secret realm and the successful completion of the challenge, this realm will soon disappear. Please exit immediately. Jiang Chun checked his devour value. It had increased significantly. If his insects drank a little more blood, they would be able to reproduce for the second time. But there was no time left. Night fell, and they returned to the Night Watch headquarters. After arriving, the team reported back to Ji Gang. They informed him that 1. The secret realm had mutated. 2. Jiang Chun had single-handedly cleared it. 3. Muhan Xiao had been conquered, a fact they made sure to emphasize with teasing smirks. Upon hearing this, Ji Gang was speechless. He quickly dismissed everyone from the office, stating that he needed to speak with Jiang Chun alone. Duan Feng, standing behind Jiang Chun, nodded. Understood. Once the room was empty, Jiang Chun stepped inside. Ji Gang turned to face him, his expression serious. His voice was stern as he spoke. Confess everything now, and I'll be lenient. If you resist, I'll have no choice but to punish you severely. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. Huh? His voice trembled slightly as he asked, what exactly am I supposed to confess? Ji Gang's sharp eyes locked onto his. Jiang Chen had told the others that the Venom class was effective against necromancers, but Ji Gang wasn't buying it. He saw right through him. This was an excuse, one meant to deceive Duan Feng and the others. Ji Gang knew Jiang Chun was hiding something. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes as he stepped forward. What are you hiding? He asked, his voice calm, but filled with undeniable pressure. Jiang Chun began sweating. His mind raced. Inside his consciousness, little Nine trembled in fear. Are the insects about to be discovered? The abyssal insects were an ancient, forbidden plague. If people found out about their existence, would they even let him live? Ji Gang stepped even closer, his gaze piercing. Speak. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. He hesitated, his voice shaking as he tried to explain. But before he could finish, Ji Gang suddenly grinned. Then, he started laughing. Loudly. Jiang Chen blinked, completely thrown off. Ji Gang, still laughing, placed one hand on his hip and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with the other. Jiang Chen, still tense, slowly relaxed. Wait, why am I so nervous? He had killed monsters without hesitation, yet now he was sweating like a guilty criminal. His confidence from the secret realm had vanished in seconds. Jiang Chen was sweating like crazy. For a moment, his entire body tensed, but then he finally realized Ji Gang was just messing with him. Letting out a long sigh, he dropped onto the sofa, resting one arm on the backrest. Extending his other hand toward the ceiling, he spoke calmly. You weren't pulling my leg. You just don't want to pressure me into talking. Ji Gang remained silent, watching him carefully. But it's fine, Jiang Chen continued, placing a hand on his chest. I promise you don't have to worry. I'll tell you when the time is right. For now, he decided not to reveal anything. But in return, I'll get you an epic-level piece of equipment. Uncle Ji. Ji Gang closed his eyes and burst into laughter. An epic-level piece of equipment? Did Jiang Chen even realize how rare that was? Seeing his reaction, Jiang Chen smirked. I'm serious. Ji Gang's laughter slowly faded. The atmosphere shifted. Extending his hand toward the ceiling, he activated a magic circle. His expression grew serious. It's good that Jiang Chen has a hidden ace up his sleeve, but there are things he still needs to understand. A moment later, 3 bandaged corpses suddenly fell from the magic circle, landing with a heavy thud right in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in confusion. Uncle Ji, what is this? Ji Gang stared at him, his voice calm but firm. These guys were all at least 3rd-grade masters, level 60 or higher. 2 of them were even 4th-grade grandmasters with a level above 90. Jiang Chen felt a cold chill crawl up his spine. Even Ji Gang himself couldn't handle these kinds of people. Jiang Chen gulped, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek. His gaze flickered between Ji Gang and the corpses. Are you saying all these guys wanted to kill me? Ji Gang rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. These guys weren't after you. They were after Manhua. Jiang Chen's head snapped toward him. Manhua? Ji Gang reached into his coat and pulled out a scroll. Holding it in one hand, he tossed it toward Jiang Chen. Read it. Jiang Chen took the scroll with both hands, unrolling it carefully. The moment his eyes scanned the text, his expression darkened. Great Summer Hunting List. First place. Ingzhan, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Capital Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Second place. Ji Xinyue, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Demon City Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Third place. Jiang Wushuang, level 45, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. 12th place. Xiao Beihan, level 41, National Defender Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 2 Celestial Rewards. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. What is this list? He didn't recognize a single name. The Great Summer Hunting List, a dangerous truth. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he examined the scroll more closely. Then his gaze froze. A familiar name appeared, Xiao Beihan. His heart skipped a beat. With a surprised look, he turned to Ji Gang. Wait, isn't this guy from the Xiao family? The ones who protect the country. Ji Gang met Jiang Chen's gaze with a serious expression. Yes, all of them on this list are the top geniuses of their generation, and Xiao Beihan is one of them. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Ji Gang continued, his voice grim. Xiao Beihan will also be participating in the Tianjiao camp. But more importantly, Xiao Beihan will be in the Yangtze River Southern War Zone. The same one you will be in? Jiang Chen stiffened. Ji Gang didn't stop there. Listen carefully. If someone reaches the 7th transformation, they are considered a king protector. If they reach the 8th transformation, they are a country protector. And if they reach the 9th transformation, they are considered invincible. The top 100 prodigies of Great Xia were all descendants of sealed kings. And Manhua, being one of those 12 descendants, had only managed to rank 77th. Jiang Chen tightened his grip on the scroll. There was information about her as well. Rank 77, Manhua, descendant of a sealed king. Current location, Jiangnan War Zone. Bounty, Celestial Level Reward. Jiang Chen slowly exhaled. This wasn't just a ranking. This is a hit list. Ji Gang glanced at him. If the descendants of sealed kings are already this powerful, then imagine how terrifying the Xiao family is. Several minutes later, Jiang Chen finished reading the entire scroll. He stepped forward and returned it to Ji Gang. With a serious expression, he finally spoke. You showed me this, so I wouldn't be completely unprepared in the Tianjiao camp, right? Ji Gang took the scroll from his hands and nodded. Exactly. The stronger you appear, the more danger you'll attract. Don't expose your power recklessly unless it's absolutely necessary. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His gaze dropped to the floor as he processed everything. Unlike these other so-called geniuses, he had no powerful family backing him. Ji Gang was his only protector, and while he was strong, he was still only a 3rd-grade master. Ji Gang himself looked troubled. I had a good master, but I never mastered the arts well. So far, I'm only a 3rd-level master. He hesitated. I don't know if I can protect you properly, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen lifted his head. Then, without hesitation, he smiled. I understand, Uncle Ji. I won't reveal my power in Tianjiao camp. He made a mental note. Ji Gang didn't just accept his secrecy. He was actively protecting him. Even knowing Jiang Chen was hiding something big, Ji Gang was still willing to help him survive. Jiang Chen couldn't help but respect that. He placed his hand under his chin, a small smirk forming. If the others found out about my performance in the secret realm, I'd probably outrank Manhua on the list. But strangely enough, she hadn't said a single word to anyone about it. She was keeping a secret. Why? At that moment, Ji Gang suddenly stood up. Still keeping his hand under his chin, he slowly walked toward Jiang Chen. Then, he leaned in close. His eyes glinted mischievously as he smirked. Now, be honest with me, Jiangchun. Jiangchun blinked, confused. What? Ji Gang's smirk widened. What exactly did you do to Muhanxiu? Jiangchun froze. Ji Gang sighed, dramatically. There were only necromancers in the secret realm, so your tastes must be really strange, huh? Feeding the insects. A new generation is born. Jiang Chen's face stiffened as he stared at Ji Gang, sweat dripping down his forehead. He needed to escape this conversation. Quickly turning his back, he waved goodbye while walking away. I'm going to take a shower and get some sleep. I need a rest. Ji Gang, still looking confused, called after him. Wait, did I ever say it was a bad thing? Jiang Chen pretended not to hear and disappeared down the hallway. Hours passed, and night fell. Back in his apartment, Jiang Chen stood before a table covered in jars. His eyes sparkled with excitement. 33 units of 3rd-level blood. 14 units of 4th-level blood. He had sold most of his equipment to get these resources. But it was worth it. This amount of blood should be enough for the insects to reproduce a 2nd generation. Jiang Chen picked up a jar, removed the lid, and began pouring the thick, purple blood onto his arm. With a smile, he called out to his insects. All right, little ones, time to eat. He decided to start with the 3rd-level blood first. This blood was equivalent to devouring a human master of level 60 or higher. To extract, just one jar required hundreds of ferocious beasts. Jiang Chun sighed dramatically and told the insects, Your father worked really hard for this. At that moment, Little Nine appeared. She climbed onto Jiang Chen's head, staring intently at the blood on his arm, her hungry eyes glowing. I want to eat too, she whined. Jiang Chen glanced up at her with an amused look. Not yet. You still have a long way to go before you can reproduce. The moment she heard this, she pouted. Her tiny hands grabbed his hair, and her eyes welled up with tears. Then, like a spoiled little girl, she started crying. Jiang Chen sighed. Fine. He plucked her off his head and tossed her onto the table. Little Nine immediately perked up, grabbing a jar of blood with sparkling eyes. You're the best, Dad, she giggled, popping off the lid. A tiny straw appeared in her hand, and she began happily sipping the blood like it was some luxury drink. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen grabbed another jar, removed the cap, and poured the 4th-level blood onto his arm. This was different. 4th-level blood was equivalent to a great human master of level 90 or higher. The moment its scent filled the air, the insects inside his body reacted. Thousands of them crawled out, eagerly drinking the blood. A system window appeared. System notification. Reproduction process of 9 wings insect larvae has begun. Each insect can reproduce between 40 and 60 larvae. Divine evolutionary acceleration is in progress. Jiang Chen watched silently as more and more insects emerged, drinking the blood. Minutes later, another system window appeared. System notification. Reproduction process completed. Total new offspring, 100,000. Jiang Chen's hand trembled. Suddenly, a thick, purple mist erupted from his palm. But it wasn't just mist. It was made of living insects. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. He stared at his own hand in confusion. His instincts screamed at him. Something had changed. His expression hardened as he went on full alert. What is happening to me? The insect rebellion. A terrifying discovery. For a brief moment, Jiang Chun stood frozen. Then, the insect larvae began pouring out of his hand. His eyes widened in horror. Panicked, he grabbed his wrist, trying to force the insects back inside. But it was useless. All 100,000 insect larvae erupted from his arm, filling the apartment in an instant. They swarmed through the air, devouring everything in their path. Jiang Chen looked up. His ceiling was already being eaten. His heart pounded. Are they rebelling? Gritting his teeth, he extended his fist toward the ceiling and roared. Return to the nest. Now! The insects froze midair. Then, like a wave retreating into the ocean, they quickly swarmed back into his arm, vanishing inside. Jiang Chen let out a long breath. He turned his head. The insects had already devoured part of the table and an entire painting. A cold realization hit him. These insects are terrifying. If I lose control for even a second, they could destroy everything. On the table, Little Nine was still happily licking the last drops of blood from a jar, completely unbothered by the chaos around her. Jiang Chen's eye twitched. Are you serious right now? With an angry look, he scolded her. You're too busy eating to keep an eye on your mischievous offspring? Little Nine ignored him. She let out a content sigh, hugging the empty jar like a satisfied child after a big meal. Jiang Chen groaned. She's hopeless. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen turned his attention to his status window. A glowing system panel appeared before him. Jiang Chen status. Level 26. Title: Sovereign of Insects. Profession: Divine Rank Creation Class. Talents: O Growth of All Things, Level 1. O Divine Evolution, Level 1. Oh, ancestral tree? Unawakened. Then, another status window appeared, this time for Little 9. Little 9 status, level 21. Title, Insect Mother, 9 wings of miasma. Disaster rank, offspring count, 100,000 units. Combat power, 197 stars. Jiang Qin's eyes widened. Her combat power had skyrocketed. At 197 stars, she was already approaching the level of a 3rd-level master. A grin spread across his face. This is insane. The growth rate is too fast. His body hummed with power. He clenched his fist tightly. Everything is ready. Tomorrow, he would enter Tianjiao camp. Once he reached level 30, he could finally complete Little 9's 2nd reproduction cycle. Jiang Qin's mind drifted for a moment. He imagined the next mother insect, a sexy, dangerous existence. His smirk deepened. Things are only going to get more interesting from here. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Tianjin had just returned. She sat across from Ji Gang, her brows furrowed in concern. Are you really thinking about calling Chanawang for this? Her voice held a hint of disbelief. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over Jiangchen? Ji Gang sat on the sofa, resting one hand on the armrest while placing the other under his chin. His gaze was deep and unreadable. I'm doing this just in case. Tianjin's expression tightened. Ji Gang's voice lowered. In the Yangtze River Southern War Zone, Jiangchen will cross paths with Xiao Beihan, the prodigy of the Xiao family. But that's not the real problem. His fingers tapped against the sofa. The real danger is Tianjiao camp itself. There are no secrets in Tianjiao camp. Tianjin stiffened. Ji Gang's gaze darkened. There's something about Jiangchen that terrifies me. Tianjin frowned. You're exaggerating. Ji Gang shook his head. No, I don't think I am. He leaned forward, his voice low. It's his poison. Jiangchen is hiding many secrets. Tianjin's breath caught in her throat. She met Ji Gang's eyes, and for the first time, she saw genuine fear. A chill ran down her spine. Are you trying to scare me? The forbidden professions. A fear from the past. Tianjin's expression darkened as old memories surfaced. She recalled something that had happened 600 years ago, a time when the Devourer caused mass disturbances in Great Xia. To counter the threat, the kingdom had created the forbidden professions. Anyone found using these forbidden abilities was hunted down and eliminated on sight. A chill ran through her body. Standing up, she looked at Ji Gang with fear in her eyes. If Jiangchen really had a forbidden profession, it would have been revealed at the moment of awakening. You're overthinking this, Ji Gang. Ji Gang didn't respond immediately. Instead, he clasped his hands together, his gaze locked on the ground. His expression was full of terror. I hope she's right. I hope I'm just being paranoid. The next morning, Jiangchen left his apartment and headed toward a dense forest. Holding a map in both hands, he squinted at the markings. Which way is the right one? He wasn't entirely sure. Had he gotten lost again? Before he could figure it out, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Help! Someone help me! Jiangchen turned his head, frowning. Who the hell is screaming this early in the morning? He looked behind him and spotted a giant tree. At the base of the tree, a sword was stabbed into the ground. At the top of the tree, a man with white hair clung desperately to a branch. The man's voice trembled with fear. Please, help me. I'm afraid of heights. Jiangchen stood there in silence. His brain refused to process what he was seeing. This guy had climbed all the way up, only to realize he was afraid of heights? Is he an idiot? Jiangchen sighed. Whatever. Might as well help him before he dies of stupidity. Raising his hand, he activated Growth of All Things Vine. Immediately, thick branches emerged from the ground, twisting upward. Just as the man lost his grip and began to fall, the branches wrapped around him, gently lowering him to safety. Once on the ground, the man collapsed onto his hands and knees, panting heavily. I was so scared, he gasped. Jiangchen folded his arms, watching him with a blank expression. The man continued rambling. I just wanted to save a bird's nest. I thought it wasn't that high, but when I climbed up, I realized it was really high. Jiangchen stared at him. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. So let me get this straight. This guy is afraid of heights, yet he still climbed a massive tree just to save a bird's nest? He took a deep breath. This man is definitely an idiot. A mysterious swordsman. An offer rejected. The older man stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Extending his hand toward Jiangchen, he gave him a pleasant smile. Thank you for saving me. Then, as if it was completely normal to get stuck in a tree, he added, So, what do you want in return? Jiangchen, still trying to process this man's existence, scratched his head. Actually, I'm just trying to find my way to Tianjiao camp. Do you know the way? The man turned his back on Jiangchen, closing his eyes as he walked away. With a calm smile, he waved his hand. Follow me. I'm heading there too. I have a task there. Jiangchen sighed in relief. Thanks. Putting his hand behind his head, he fell in step behind the old man. As they walked, Jiang Chun felt curious. This man carried a sword on his back instead of storing it in his system inventory. That was unusual. Extending his hand toward the man, he asked, "Are you a job changer too?" The old man chuckled, shaking his head. "No, I never change jobs. I'm just an enthusiast who loves practicing with the sword." Jiang Chun blinked. "Seriously?" The man smiled. "When I was young, I didn't have talent. I failed to change jobs." He turned his head slightly, meeting Jiang Chun's gaze. "For 10 years, I fought and struggled, but I couldn't even afford to buy a bathroom in the city." Jiang Chun's eye twitched. That's an oddly specific way to describe being broke. The man continued, his tone suddenly nostalgic. "At my lowest point, I ran to the mountains, found a small, abandoned cabin, climbed onto a table, and..." Jiang Chun's expression tensed. "You were going to?" The man nodded. "Yeah, I was ready to hang myself. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a sword." Jiang Chun frowned. "A sword?" The old man's smile returned. "Something inside me changed. I decided to live. From that moment on, I trained with the sword every single day. I practiced drawing the sword for 20 years. Then I practiced fencing for 30 years. His eyes gleamed with excitement. And one day, I had a revelation." He paused dramatically. "Amazing, isn't it?" Jiang Chun stared at him. A long silence followed. Then, forcing a polite nod, he replied, "Yes, that's certainly something." The old man beamed, gripping the hilt of his sword. "Want to learn a special move? I can teach you right now." Before he could even finish saying the name of the technique, Jiang Chun immediately cut him off. "No thanks." The old man froze. Then, with a calm chuckle, he slowly put the sword back. "You're a bit impatient, huh? It's fine. I'll wait. One day, you'll come asking me to teach you." Jiang Chun ignored him and turned his eyes toward the sky. That's when he saw it. Tianjiao Camp. His eyes lit up. "Look, isn't that Tianjiao Camp?" He turned to the old man, expecting a response. But when he looked back, the old man was gone. Jiang Chun froze. His head snapped left and right, but there was no sign of him. He frowned. Where the hell did he go? That old man was too strange. At the entrance of Tianjiao Camp, helicopters hovered in the sky. A long line of participants stretched out before a registration desk. A receptionist stood at the front, addressing the crowd. "All geniuses entering the camp must line up for registration. Each of you will receive an identification bracelet. Once worn, it cannot be removed unless you are eliminated." Among the newcomers, a man with black hair slowly approached the entrance. After waiting in line, it was finally Jiang Chun's turn. The receptionist glanced at his registration details. Jiang Chun from Chujiang City. He handed Jiang Chun an identification bracelet, which he promptly secured around his wrist. Just as he finished, he felt two intense gazes on him. Turning his head slightly, he saw Manhua and Luo Sundao. Both of them had their hands over their chests. Their eyes locked onto him with a dreamy expression. Their faces slowly turned bright red. Jiang Chun blinked. What's happening? He understood why Luo Sundao was looking at him that way. He was her benefactor. That made sense. But Manhua, why was she acting like this? Before he could make sense of it, the two girls suddenly turned on each other. Their expressions darkened. "What are you doing here?" Luo Sundao's tone was sharp. "I should be asking you that." Manhua shot back. The tension escalated instantly. Their aggressive stares turned into full-blown insults. Luo Sundao crossed her arms. "Why are you even calling Jiang Chun love?" She gave Manhua an exasperated look. "I told you to stop reading those romance novels. Now you're hallucinating." Manhua smirked. "You're right. I was clueless before. But now I know what true love is." She flipped her hair dramatically. "Compared to me, you're nothing." Luo Sundao's eyebrow twitched. The argument continued, growing more intense. Meanwhile, Little Nine materialized, casually pulling out a slice of watermelon. Taking a slow, satisfied bite, she glanced at Jiang Chun. "This is getting good," she mumbled between chews. Jiang Chun remained completely silent. "This information is too much to process." Luo Sundao, frustrated, pointed at Little Nine. "And why is she so close to Jiang Chun?" Before Little Nine could respond, Manhua swooped in, grabbing Jiang Chun's arm. She smirked at Luo Sundao. "Jealous much?" Then, mockingly, she added, "Stop being so narcissistic. I'm not following him." With a teasing smile, she leaned her head against Jiang Chun's shoulder. "Besides, Jiang Chun has the final say in this." Jiang Chun still didn't say a word. Luo Sundao's eyes narrowed. "You told me something similar a long time ago." She smirked. "And now it's actually happening." Manhua's face turned even redder. Fidgeting, she muttered, "Double. Jiang Chun is very handsome." Luo Sundao approached her, resting a hand on her shoulder. With a playful laugh, she asked, "So, Are we good friends again? Muhan Shio hesitated. Then, nodding firmly, she declared, we're no longer just friends. We're rivals in love. We're frenemies. Jiang Chun started sweating. Girls are really strange. Just as things were getting out of control, a loud explosion echoed across the area. Bang! The entire camp fell silent. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the blast. A curtain of smoke rose in the distance. Jiang Chen's instincts flared. What's going on? Luo Sundao narrowed her eyes, focusing on the scene. Someone's fighting. Through the fading smoke, a figure emerged. It was the black-haired man from the camp entrance. Rolling up his sleeves, he clenched his fists, his expression livid. With gritted teeth, he barked, who the hell is fighting already? Not everyone has even entered yet. His eyes burned with fury. Is someone looking for death? The arrival of the elite. Chaos unfolds at Tianjiao camp. Jiang Chun, standing behind the scenes, narrowed his eyes. His gaze locked onto the black-haired man, the one shouting earlier. This guy, he's a patrol instructor. But what shocked Jiang Chun the most was the sheer power of the fighters in the area. Do instructors normally have third-level master strength? The instructor stormed toward the battlefield, but before he could even react, bang! A fist slammed into his stomach, sending him flying backward. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The instructor crashed into the ground, coughing up blood. Clutching his chest, he forced himself to speak. Notify the superiors. This is getting out of hand. Silence fell over the camp. Luo Sundao stood frozen. A third-level master had been taken down in 1 second? Her voice trembled as she whispered. Who did that? Mu Hanchio's expression darkened. They're from Jiangnan's war zone. The standouts. A woman with blood-red eyes stepped forward. Her form-fitting assassin gear emphasized her deadly aura. Resting a hand on her hip, she stared at the downed instructor, saying nothing. Her presence alone sent chills down people's spines. Her name was Tang Ying, an assassin. Her name carried fear because of one simple fact. She had recently assassinated a level 4 grandmaster in Sakura country. Then, a second figure emerged. A man with fiery red hair, his body crackling with raw, destructive energy. His lips curled into a crazed smile. Apathetic, his name was by phone. People called him the little god of death. He wasn't just any prodigy. He was the personal disciple of the chief commander of the East Sea Defense Line, a future warlord. But there was one problem. He had severe psychological issues. When he lost control, he turned into a demon on the battlefield. And finally, the third figure stepped forward, a man with deep blue hair, gripping his sword tightly. With a sharp flick, he pointed his sword toward Jiang Chun, smirking. His name was Xiao Beihan. His grandfather was one of the 7 guardians of Great Xia. His profession? Qing Lian, sword immortal. A divine rank profession. Luo Sundao's face turned pale. I know that damn dog. Her fist clenched as she glared at Xiao Beihan. That epic sword in his hand. It was stolen from my house. Jiang Chun turned his calm gaze toward Xiao Beihan. And that's when he confirmed it. This wasn't just any swordsman. This was Xiao Beihan. There was no doubt in his mind now. His strength far surpassed Xiao Yuanwu. But even more pressing was the battle unfolding in front of them. In the center of the fight, a shirtless man with striking orange hair stood tall, unshaken. His muscles tensed, his posture unchanging. Yet, despite being surrounded, his murderous aura only grew stronger. He clenched his fists, preparing to attack. As the smoke cleared, his piercing gaze locked onto his enemies. Then, boom! His fist struck the ground, shattering it into pieces. The earth split apart, sending shockwaves through the air. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. This guy. The entire camp held its breath. Jiang Wushuang, the third-ranked invincible descendant. It was rumored he possessed 3 hidden, unique professions. And right now, not even 3 elite prodigies could take him down. Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao's faces paled in shock. Even Jiang Chun felt uncertain. Can my insects even face this guy? But before he could dwell on it, Xiao Beihan leaped into the air. With both hands gripping his sword, he prepared to strike. Jiang Chun looked up, his eyes narrowing. This isn't good. Xiao Beihan landed forcefully, his sword striking the ground with immense pressure, causing the earth to crack beneath him. He was far too close to Luo Sundao. Reacting instantly, Jiang Chun grabbed her by the waist, leaped into the air, and dodged the attack. Xiao Beihan's sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang. A rare flicker of admiration appeared in his eyes. Your wind fist not bad. But before Wushuang could respond, Xiao Beihan's attention shifted. His eyes met Jiang Chen's. A wave of recognition flashed across his face. Slowly, he sheathed his sword. Then, he drew it again, pointing the tip directly at Jiang Chun. His aura surged, crackling with lethal intent. So, you're the one who killed Xiao Yuanwu. His tone was calm, but his eyes burned with hatred. He may have despised Xiao Yuanwu for being useless, but that didn't mean he would let an outsider get away with killing him. Jiang Chun remained unmoved. With a determined expression, he extended his hand. A dense, purple mist spread around him. Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was unwavering. I may be weaker than you, but don't act like the Shao family isn't just as rotten at its core. Shao Beihan smirked, extending his sword to the side. Then he stepped forward. Each movement carried unshakable confidence, as if Jiang Chen's struggle was meaningless. Jiang Chen stood his ground. He extended both arms, preparing to unleash his full strength. I promised Uncle Ji Gang I wouldn't reveal my power too soon. But now, I have no choice. Luo Sundao watched from behind, silent. Then, before the battle could begin, slash! A powerful sword strike cut through the battlefield, splitting the ground in two. A voice echoed through the air. Enough! Step aside. Both Jiang Chun and Shao Beihan instantly deactivated their powers. They turned toward the source of the attack. A figure stood in the distance, sword extended. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. He recognized him instantly. No way. It was him. The same old man Jiang Chun had saved from the tree. Only now, he wasn't a helpless fool afraid of heights. He was the chief instructor of Tianjiao Camp, the Heavenly Blade King, a man so powerful that even the 4 strongest prodigies in camp froze in place. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. That weird old man is this strong. With just a single sword energy attack, he had forced 4 top-ranked geniuses into submission. Jiang Chun didn't even know if his insects had survived that shockwave. The old man lowered his sword, gripping the hilt. His piercing gaze shifted between Jiang Chun and Shao Beihan. Then, without a word, he sheathed his sword. At that moment, another figure stepped forward, a man in military uniform, the vice commander of Tianjiao Camp, Yang Guang. With a calm expression, he spoke. All 300 geniuses have arrived. He turned to the Heavenly Blade King. Please prepare to take the stage and lead the opening ceremony. The old man gave a small nod, then walked toward the stage. All around the camp, whispers spread like wildfire. Some of the newcomers trembled in fear. I heard there were many Tianjiao camps in Jiangnan, but none of them ever had a king-level figure in charge. This is insane. Even from dozens of meters away, he could kill us all in a single move. For many, this was beyond terrifying. The Heavenly Blade King was not someone to defy. The Blade King's return. A mystery unfolds. The camp was buzzing with speculation. One of the bystanders muttered, "This is strange." They said the old master was living in seclusion. Another nodded, "Yeah, why is he suddenly showing up now?" Some of them had overheard the instructors talking privately. Apparently, the Sword King himself had taken the initiative to come here. Could he be looking for a disciple? Someone whispered. If that were the case, then this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. But most of them quickly shook their heads. People like us should stop dreaming. If he's recruiting, he's only taking the absolute best. Tang Ying, the deadly assassin, stared at the old man, her shock visible. He really came? Beside her, Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had finally met the living legend. Shao Beihan, gripping his sword tightly, made a firm decision. I'll defeat Jiang Wushuang once camp begins. I need to leave a strong impression. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang cracked his fingers, a feral grin appearing on his face. He had never expected the old man to actually attend. Perfect. He wanted this man as his master. Jiang Chun, still confused, pointed at the old man. Wait, who exactly is this guy? Luo Sundao's eyes sparkled. She rushed up to Jiang Chun, clenching her fists excitedly. You don't know? I've been hearing about his legend since I was a kid. Her voice was full of awe as she recalled one of his greatest feats. One time, a red dragon appeared, threatening the empire. But the old man jumped onto its head and, with a single sword strike, drove his blade straight into its skull. She gestured dramatically, mimicking the dragon's dying screams. Jiang Chun blinked. That sounds ridiculously exaggerated. But Luo Sundao wasn't done. He's not even an awakened. Yet he can suppress a group of 7th Transformation Sealed Kings. Some say his power even rivals an 8th Transformation Master from the Xia Empire. He once killed a dragon in a single blow. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. This guy killed a dragon. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu placed her hand under her chin, deep in thought. She added, even though he's at the level of a sealed king, my grandfather always said he was the most respected figure in our world. Then, her expression turned a little sour. My grandfather once asked him to take me as a disciple, but he rejected me. Jiang Chun looked at her, surprised. Mu Hanxiu sighed. At first, I was furious, but then I found out that even the invincibles from the Jinan Empire had been rejected. Jiang Chun turned back toward the old man, his curiosity growing. Wait, so you're saying it's really that hard to become his disciples? Mu Hanxiu turned to him, her expression serious. Are you joking? As far as I know, Both Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were rejected by the sword god before. The truth about the Sword King, a disciple's struggle. Jiang Chun had personally witnessed Jiang Wushuang's monstrous strength. If even he wasn't good enough to be the old man's disciple, then just how difficult was it? His shock was evident as he turned to Muhan Xiao. Is it really that hard to become this guy's disciple? At that moment, Luo Sundao stepped forward. She lifted her hand, pointing toward the sky. With a serious expression, she explained, "You might not know this, but the old master has only ever taken 2 disciples in his entire life. And that was over 20 years ago." Jiang Chun stiffened. His mind flashed back to the strange old man clutching a tree in fear. The same old man who, after casually sheathing his sword, had turned to him and said, "Do you want to learn from me?" Jiang Chun closed his eyes. His head hurt just thinking about it. Could that tree-hugging lunatic really be the same king of the celestial sword they were all talking about? He exhaled slowly. With a forced smile, sweat dripping down his cheek, he muttered, "Now I understand everything." On the stage, the old man cleared his throat. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. His presence alone silenced the entire camp. Then, with a serious tone, he introduced himself. "I am Gu Katian, Heavenly Blade King, the chief instructor of Tianjiao camp." He placed both hands on the table, leaning forward. His next words sent a chill through the air. As you all know, the Tianjiao camp in Jiangnan has been performing below average in recent years. His voice carried weight. The fight's here? A farce. If you don't dare to give it your all in training, then in a real battlefield, you will die. No burial. No second chances. The atmosphere grew heavy. Then, Gu Katian's expression shifted. He gripped the microphone tightly and smiled. "That's why, starting this year, I've introduced a new rule." His eyes glowed with terrifying intensity. "I call it the death quota." The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. Standing behind him, Yang Guang paled. His body tensed with fear. "Wait, what?" With a horrified look, he stepped forward, trying to interrupt. "Instructor Gu, you can't." Before he could finish, Gu Katian raised his hand, silencing him. His smile never faded. "I have the final say here. If something happens, I take full responsibility." Yang Guang's face was drenched in sweat. His mind raced. What the hell is he talking about? There has never been a death quota in Tianjiao camp before. Why wasn't I informed of this? Meanwhile, Gu Katian raised the microphone again. His voice remained calm, but merciless. "Starting today, 10 of you will die in every round of the test. If you wish to withdraw, do it now." The panic was instant. A young boy grabbed his friend's arm, his face pale with fear. "I can't back out. If I do, my entire family will be disgraced." His friend swallowed hard, his hands trembling. "I don't want to die." At the front of the crowd, Jiang Wushuang remained still. His arms were crossed over his chest. Then he grinned. A wild, bloodthirsty excitement flickered in his eyes. As expected from the senior Heavenly Blade King, the game of death begins. A target on Jiang Chen's back. Jiang Wushuang crossed his arms, smirking. This should have been done years ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan turned his head, his eyes locking onto Jiang Chen. A chilling smile spread across his face. "This rule was made just for you." Jiang Chun remained calm, analyzing the situation. Xiao Beihan's meaning was clear. Once the camp started, he was planning to take him out immediately. But Jiang Chun also realized something important. With this new rule, even if he killed Xiao Beihan, Uncle Jigang and the others wouldn't have to worry about retaliation. This death quota gave him a free pass to kill. Minutes passed. Not a single person withdrew. Gu Katian, still holding the microphone, placed a hand on his waist and grinned. "Seems like you all have some pride." Behind him stood the 4 vice commanders. He lifted his hand, shouting, "Let the entrance evaluation begin." The 300 participants tensed, waiting for instructions. Gukan gripped his sword hilt and unsheathed it. His voice boomed across the battlefield. "Scattered across the camp, 150 advancement flags have been hidden. I don't care how you get them. The round ends at dawn on the second day. If you have a flag, you advance. If you don't, you're out." His sword gleamed under the sunlight as he pointed it at them. His eyes burned with intensity. "Fight confidently. Kill confidently. You can fight alone, form alliances, even destroy the entire camp if you wish. Show me your bloodlust." Then, with a sharp motion, he raised his sword to the sky. "Begin." At his signal, chaos erupted. As soon as the test started, participants scattered in all directions. Some, knowing they weren't strong enough, immediately ran into hiding. They planned to find a flag and avoid conflict. Survival was more important than pride. But Xiao Beihan had a different goal. As his body became shrouded in powerful blue energy, he grinned. Then, he unsheathed his sword and began walking toward Jiang Chun. Step by step, he closed the distance. Jiang Chun, standing between Muhan Xiao and Luo Sundao, remained silent. Then, he extended his hands to the sides and issued a command. Find a flag. I'll handle this. Muhan Xiao's face paled. Her voice trembled as she grabbed his arm. Are you sure? Jiang Chun didn't answer. Instead, he raised his hand, took a defensive stance, and gave them a cold order. Go. Now. Seeing his determined expression, Muhan Xiao and Luo Sundao reluctantly turned their backs and ran. As Xiao Beihan's sword radiated blue mana, he began to laugh. A rookie who hasn't even reached his second transfer wants to be a hero? His tone was mocking. He wasn't taking Jiang Chun seriously. Jiang Chun's face remained expressionless. Slowly, he extended his hand to the side. A thick, purple mist seeped from his palm. Little Nine's poisonous mist. Despite Xiao Beihan's terrifying sword aura, Jiang Chun wasn't afraid. He had faced worse. However, one thought lingered in his mind. Even though I'm much stronger than before, can I handle Xiao Beihan using only poison, without revealing the mother insect? An unexpected intervention. The assassin's disruption. Jiang Chun stood his ground, his body enveloped in Little Nine's poisonous mist. With a calm gaze, he looked at Xiao Beihan and spoke. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Beihan's expression darkened. He gripped his sword tightly, eyes burning with rage. TCH. No point wasting words on a dead man. Then, with full force, he swung his sword, sending a devastating slash toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun braced himself, preparing to counter. But before the attack could reach him, stop! A rain of small knives shot through the air, shattering Xiao Beihan's attack into pieces. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. Standing before him was Tang Ying, holding more throwing knives in her hands. Tang Ying stared coldly at Xiao Beihan. Her gaze was sharp, full of anger. Xiao Beihan clenched his sword, his expression dark and serious. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Chun, still on edge, turned his head toward Tang Ying. Is she really the assassin, Tang Ying? Before he could ask, Tang Ying put her hands on her hips and shouted at Xiao Beihan. Did you forget our agreement with by phone? Her tone was harsh and unforgiving. We agreed to kill Jiang Wushuang as soon as camp started. Yet you keep running off to deal with insignificant matters. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. Tell me the truth. Are you just using excuses because you're scared of Wushuang's? Xiao Beihan's fist tightened. His aura flared with anger. Who said I was afraid? Tang Ying smirked. Then prove it. She turned her back on Jiang Chun, pointing toward the forest. Wushuang ran that way. Bai Feng is already chasing him. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth, but ultimately turned away from Jiang Chun. Fine. I'll deal with Wushuang first. It's not too late to handle the trash afterward. With that, both Xiao Beihan and Tang Ying left Jiang Chun behind. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly, deactivating his poisonous mist. That was close. His gaze followed Tang Ying as she walked away. Just before she disappeared, she turned back, put a finger near her mouth, and winked at him. Jiang Chun froze. She was helping me. But why? They didn't even know each other. Unseen by others, Tang Ying's expression shifted. Her gaze lowered, a sadness flickering in her eyes. She was the niece of Tang Jin. Before the camp started, her aunt had given her a secret mission, protect Jiang Chun. But with her current abilities, she couldn't fight Xiao Beihan directly. The best she could do was buy time and redirect his focus. For now, Jiang Chun was safe. But she could only hope that Muhan Xiao and Luo Sundao would protect him moving forward. While Xiao Beihan walked away, a man with black hair named Huang Yongchao approached. He carried a bow on his back, and in his hands were 3 advancement flags. Then, he knelt before Xiao Beihan. My father is a loyal subordinate of your grandfather. These 3 flags are a token of my dedication to you. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Tang Ying remained silent, watching closely. Xiao Beihan, looking down at the kneeling man, responded coldly. I don't need the flags. Then, his expression darkened. But if you really want to prove your loyalty, there is something you can do for me. Tang Ying's body tensed. This is bad. If Xiao Beihan gained more allies, it would only make things harder for Jiang Chun. She could only pray that Muhan Xiao and Luo Sundao could protect him. A deadly ambush. Jiang Chun's next battle begins. At the same time, Luo Sundao successfully obtained 2 advancement flags. Holding them in her hands, she closed her eyes and smiled. With a joyful expression, she turned to Jiang Chun. I just found 2 flags. She rushed over to where Jiang Chun was, placing the flags on the table. Jiang Chun, standing with one hand resting on his waist, responded in a calm voice. You 2 take the flags first. I'm going to check something elsewhere. Luo Sundao frowned slightly, resting both hands on the table. We'll help you find one together. Beside her, Muhan Xiao remained silent, arms crossed. Then, whiz! A deadly arrow tore through the air, heading straight for them at high speed. Jiang Chen's instincts flared instantly. His eyes sharpened. Be careful. Without hesitation, he grabbed the table and hurled it into the sky. Boom! The arrow collided with the table, shattering it into pieces. Wooden debris rained down around them. Luo Sundao looked up, her heart pounding. Her face paled as panic set in. She quickly hid behind Jiang Chun, clutching his arm tightly. Peeking out slightly, she whispered, "What's happening?" Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stepped forward, his voice cold. "Who's attacking?" His gaze swept the area. "Are you after the flags?" Beside him, Shia drew her 2 daggers, gripping them tightly in both hands. She took a defensive stance, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Then, a figure leaped into view. A man holding a bow, his eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. His arrow radiated with powerful energy. The attacker's identity was revealed. Huang Yongchao. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. "So, it's him?" Luo Sundao and Shia also recognized him immediately. "That's Huang Yongchao." They turned to Jiang Chun, their voices filled with urgency. "He has the hidden profession, Extreme Archer of the Sunchasur. He's level 39. His father is a 6th transfer venerable and serves under Xiao Beihan." Luo Sundao's expression darkened. "My Eternal Earth Shield might not be able to stop his attacks." Huang Yongchao's penetrating gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Then, he fired. Boom! The arrow surged with energy, its blade glowing menacingly as it sped toward them. Jiang Chun knew he had to act. He turned to Luo Sundao and Shia. "Step aside." Then, he leaped forward. His eyes gleamed with determination as he charged toward the incoming attack. Extending his hand, his palm began releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was cold and unforgiving. "I can tolerate a lot of things, but if you want to take my life, don't blame me for being ruthless." His aura surged. After all, someone has to fulfill the old master's death quota. Luo Sundao, standing behind him, clutched her chest in fear. Shia, gripping her daggers tightly, stared at Jiang Chun in shock. She swallowed hard, her mind racing. What is he planning to do? A ruthless victory. Jiang Chun strikes back. Jiang Chun thrust his hand forward, releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. The dark purple fog surged, colliding head-on with Huang Yongchao's arrow. Boom! The arrow shattered instantly, completely overpowered by the corrosive mist. But Jiang Chun didn't stop there. The mist kept advancing, surging toward Huang Yongchao. Still hovering in the air, Huang Yongchao's eyes widened in terror. His grip on his bow tightened, but his body froze. This wasn't what he had been told. "Wait, poison?" His voice trembled. Wasn't he supposed to be a life-type awakened? Panic set in. Desperately, he shouted for backup. "Stop hiding! Attack together!" But he never finished a sentence. The poisonous mist reached him. It wrapped around his body like a living nightmare, instantly corroding his flesh. "Ayaha!" His agonized screams filled the air. The swarm of insects burst out from the mist, hungrily devouring his body piece by piece. His so-called allies? They turned and ran. Fear gripped them. If even a long-range expert like Huang Yongchao couldn't survive, then those with close combat professions had zero chance. They had to escape before they became the next victims. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood firm, his hand controlling the swarm. Within seconds, the insects finished their feast. Huang Yongchao's body no longer existed. Inside the monitoring room, Chief Instructor Gu Katian and Vice Commander Yang Guang observed the battle through surveillance cameras. Gu Katian's sharp eyes followed Jiang Chen's movements. Seeing how effortlessly he killed, the old man smiled in approval. Impressive. He leaned back, crossing his arms. Not only a creation class user, but also poison class. Behind him, Yang Guang was frozen. His mouth hung open in disbelief. A second transformation prodigy, killed in seconds? He tried to process what just happened. Jiang Chen wasn't just strong. He was terrifying. A dangerous, unknown factor. Why didn't Chu City's Night Watch report anything about him? As his mind spiraled, Gu Katan turned toward him, his expression serious. "Go. Inform the others." Yang Guang snapped out of his daze. "Right away." But just as he was about to leave, "Wait." Gu Katian cleared his throat. Yang Guang paused, turning back. Deep down, he feared. Was the old man regretting all this? Gu Katian simply rubbed his chin, staring at the ceiling. Then, in a calm voice, he issued another order. "Bring in 10 third-level ferocious beasts." Yang Guang's eyes widened. "What?" Gu Katan's smirk grew wider. "And release them separately." Then, he leaned forward, his eyes flashing with amusement. "Also, place the advancement flags on the beasts. The battlefield shifts, a new challenge begins." Yang Guang turned around, gave a military salute, and, despite his confused expression, responded with a firm Understood? Deep down, he couldn't help but be impressed. The old man's move was brilliant. By releasing ferocious beasts with advancement flags, he would force the strongest contenders to fight first. This way, those monsters could eliminate each other before they turned on the weaker participants. It was both strategic and ruthless. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and Xiao Beihan had surrounded Jiang Wushuang. All three drew their weapons, preparing to strike. On the other side, Jiang Wushuang stood with his arms crossed. He had been fighting Bai Feng for several minutes, and even though he was injured, his confidence never wavered. Bai Feng clutched his chest wound, panting heavily. Jiang Wushuang smirked. I told you already, even if you gang up on me, you still won't win. Then, with mocking amusement, he asked, will you really feel proud winning a 3-on-1 fight? Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. Gripping his sword tighter, his blue energy surged, making his blade glow. His eyes sharpened. Winning this way isn't honorable, but fighting strong opponents is the only thing that keeps me entertained. At that moment, the camp loudspeaker crackled to life. A mechanical voice echoed across the battlefield. Participant Huang Yongqiao has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. The entire camp fell silent. Then, shockwaves rippled through the crowd. Jiang Chun had made the first kill? Not just anyone, but a level 39 second transformation prodigy? Most people couldn't believe it. Xiao Beihan's smile faltered. His expression darkened. That fast. Even though Huang Yongqiao wasn't top tier, he was still among the top 50 geniuses in camp. He was also far stronger than Xiao Yuanwu. And yet, he had been erased in seconds. Tang Ying, clutching her throwing knives, felt her heart drop. This isn't good. She had been told Jiang Chun was only level 26 in the creation class. And yet, he had effortlessly slaughtered a level 39 combat class prodigy. Even she, an assassin, couldn't have killed Huang Yongqiao so easily. Bai Feng, still catching his breath, looked to the sky and smirked. This year's Tianjiao camp is full of hidden monsters. Jiang Wushuang, still standing there, tilted his head and grinned. Are you sure you want to waste your time with me? Shouldn't you be worried about that other expert? Jiang Chen? Xiao Beihan ignored him. All three tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to attack. Before they could strike, the camp loudspeaker blared again. Attention. 10 third-level ferocious beasts are being released into the battlefield. Each beast carries an advancement flag. Participants who acquire a flag will receive an additional ranking score. The top 10 participants will receive special rewards. First place will receive 100 million. The moment the announcement ended, Xiao Beihan, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying immediately backed away. Jiang Wushuang's grin widened. His arms still crossed, he chuckled. Looks like the king of the celestial sword just gave us some new toys to play with. He turned to the side, his smirk growing. Fine, I'll join in. He had set his sights on the blue flag. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood in the distance, still processing what he just heard. His expression shifted. A 100 million reward? The moment he remembered how fast his insects could reproduce, his eyes gleamed. If he secured first place, he wouldn't just get money. He'd get resources. And with more resources, he could evolve his insects even faster. A giant beast falls from the sky. A new battle begins. Suddenly, boom! Something massive dropped from the sky, shaking the ground upon impact. Jiang Chun, who wasn't far away, instantly went on alert. His eyes narrowed. What is that? The dust settled. Standing before them, a massive mutant wolf. Luo Sundao, standing next to him, gripped her shield. It's the first ferocious beast. Jiang Chun examined it closely. His brows furrowed. This is a third-level beast. Nearby, Mu Hanchio's face paled. Her voice trembled with urgency. Be careful. This thing is as strong as a level 90 awakened. The beast's enormous frame trembled. Its body was partially paralyzed from the fall. Luo Sundao squinted. Then, turning to Jiang Chun, she asked, it's still regaining consciousness. Should we take advantage of this? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward, his hands releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. Move back. He prepared to strike. But, swoosh, a powerful slash shot toward him from above. Jiang Chun reacted instantly. He jumped, dodging the attack at the last second. Landing on the ground, he clenched his fist tightly. His mind raced. Who just attacked me? Then, his gaze lifted. Standing atop the beast's head, gripping his sword, Xiao Beihan. Xiao Beihan's eyes locked onto Jiang Chun. His lips curled into a smug smile. Not only did you kill Huang Yongqiao in seconds, now you're trying to steal my flag? Jiang Chun didn't waste words. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing Little Nine's poisonous mist. If you're here to fight, stop talking. Xiao Beihan laughed. Then, he jumped into the air, raising his sword. Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash. A massive, swirling wind slash tore through the battlefield, slicing through everything in its path. It collided with Jiang Chen's mist, dispersing it instantly. Xiao Beihan landed back on the beast's head, his sword glowing with blue energy. His expression was full of confidence. No wonder you're so arrogant. His eyes gleamed. Turns out you have the hidden poison class. He smirked. Too bad for you. Poison is difficult to control, and in front of my wind, it's nothing. Muhan Xiao clenched her fists, her face tense. She turned to Luo Sundao. This isn't good. Wind counters poison. We need to help him. But Luo Sundao grabbed her arm. Her expression was serious. No, Muhan Xiao froze. Luo Sundao's voice was calm, but firm. Jiang Chen's poison isn't ordinary poison. If we interfere, we'll just get in his way. The poisonous dragon versus the blue lotus. Jiang Chen's deadly counterattack. Jiang Chen took an offensive stance, his body engulfed in poison. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. This had gone on long enough. It was time to end it. Then, he unleashed his technique. Poisonous Mist Dragon. From the swirling toxic mist, a massive poison dragon emerged. Its serpentine body coiled through the air, its sinister green eyes burning with deadly energy. With a roar, it opened its mouth, ready to devour everything in its path. Seeing the sheer size of the dragon, Xiao Beihan's confidence wavered. Teach, this isn't good. He knew just slicing it wouldn't work. So instead, he made a bold decision. Gripping his sword tightly, he ran his fingers across its blade. The winds howled around him. Then, he lifted his sword toward the sky and activated a forbidden technique. Immortal Swordsman of Blue Lotus. A massive, glowing blue flower bloomed behind him, radiating with sword energy. The lotus petals began to absorb the poison dragon. Xiao Beihan smirked. Watch as my sword's energy consumes your poison. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed. His lips curled into a smile. Are you serious? Xiao Beihan had just created the perfect meal. Within the mist, Little Nine manifested. Her eyes sparkled. She licked her lips. Then, she lunged at the giant flower, her mouth wide open. Crunch! She began devouring it, petal by petal, sword energy by sword energy. The blue lotus was delicious. Jiang Chen's devouring value skyrocketed. +2000. He glanced at Little Nine, grinning. She's eating the entire thing. Xiao Beihan's smirk vanished. His eyes widened in horror. What? In the blink of an eye, the blue lotus shattered. The sword energy collapsed, releasing a surge of poisonous mist. Boom! The toxic cloud exploded, engulfing Xiao Beihan. His body was thrown backward. Slam! He crashed into the ground, gasping for breath. His sword trembled in his grip. Pain surged through his nerves. His chest burned from the poison. Impossible! His mind reeled. How could poison overpower sword energy? The poison dragon, now larger than before, slithered through the sky. Its glowing eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. Then, it lunged forward, aiming to end him. Xiao Beihan's mind raced. He knew if that dragon touched him, he was dead. So, he hugged himself, activating his life gem. A glowing shield surrounded his body. The poison dragon slammed into it. Boom! But the life gem held firm. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. He had survived. Now, it was Jiang Chen's turn to die. Jiang Chen analyzed the situation. Xiao Beihan had used a life gem. Poison alone won't break through, and the battlefield has cameras everywhere. If he unleashed the insects here, his secrets would be exposed. He needed cover. He turned his head toward Luo Sundao. Can you create an opaque earth shield around this area? Luo Sundao clenched her fists. She nodded firmly. I'll try. She raised her hands to the sky. Energy surged. Then, earth protection, shield cover. A dome of earth formed, enclosing the battlefield. Xiao Beihan stared upward, confused. What is he doing? Luo Sundao dropped to her knees, breathing heavily. She had used a lot of energy. Jiang Chun turned back to Xiao Beihan. With the cameras blocked, it was time to finish this for good. The battle escalates. Xiao Beihan's defense begins to crumble. Jiang Chun stood calm and composed, his hand releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. Can you guess how Xiao Yuanwu died? Xiao Beihan's face twisted with anger. Surrounded by his magical barrier, he extended his sword to the side, his voice filled with disdain. You think that worthless trash's death compares to mine? Naive. Jiang Chun remained silent. For a few seconds, he simply stared. Then, Little Nine reappeared. Her sinister grin widened as she locked eyes with Xiao Beihan. Jiang Chen's voice was calm, but firm. Are you really comparing the past me to the current me? Now that's naive. He was tired of this. He turned to Little Nine. Teach him a lesson. Little Nine's body surged with energy. Her hands extended to the sides, releasing waves of poisonous mist. Then, she charged. Xiao Beihan raised his sword, positioning it defensively. His eyes narrowed. Who is she? Little Nine struck at high speed. Left, right, above, below. But Xiao Beihan's blade intercepted every single attack. No matter how fast she moved, he deflected everything. Jiang Qin's eyes narrowed in surprise. He's using protective sword energy? This was unexpected. Xiao Beihan's defensive mastery was far beyond what he anticipated. Then, a new danger arrived. A deafening roar filled the battlefield. The giant mutant beast suddenly lunged forward. Its massive jaws opened wide, aiming straight for Little Nine. Both Little Nine and Xiao Beihan turned. They immediately went on alert. Jiang Chun reacted instantly. His hands surged with poisonous mist. His gaze locked onto the beast. It had fully awakened. Now, it was time to unleash everything. Jiang Chun extended his hand, summoning two poisonous mist dragons. They coiled through the air, their eyes burning with deadly intent. Then, he released his small insect swarm. That's top-quality fierce beast meat. First to arrive, first to eat. The insects surged forward. Their tiny wings buzzed, filling the battlefield with an eerie hum. Now, the fight had become even more chaotic. Xiao Beihan's eyes darted between the incoming attacks. His sword energy had been corroded. He could no longer counter Little Nine. The beast turned, roaring a warning to Xiao Beihan. But Little Nine was already on the move. She closed the distance instantly. With a devilish grin, she threw her full strength into a punch. Boom! Her fist collided with Xiao Beihan's magical barrier. Cracks spread across the shield. She didn't stop. Another punch. Another. With each impact, the barrier weakened. Xiao Beihan's strongest defense was starting to crumble. Xiao Beihan's barrier begins to shatter. Jiang Chun sees the weakness. Jiang Chun stood calmly, his arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. He had realized something. Xiao Yuanwu had been weak because the Xiao family favored some grandchildren over others. But Xiao Beihan? He was one of their true elites. Defeating him was far more difficult. Yet, Little Nine's relentless barrage of punches was slowly cracking the magical barrier. Her eyes gleamed, sensing victory approaching. Inside the fading shield, Xiao Beihan was drenched in sweat. His panic grew. He knew. If before she had needed 3 seconds, now she needed at most 3 minutes. He clenched his sword tighter. He couldn't believe it. His life gem's protection was actually breaking. Meanwhile, inside the Tianjiao camp surveillance room, Yang Guang's expression darkened. On the monitors, a blue magical barrier covered the battlefield. This anti-vision shield prevented them from seeing inside. He knew what that meant. Xiao Beihan was at a disadvantage. Yang Guang turned sharply to Fang Qingyuan. His voice was stern. Conduct a manual investigation. If the situation is too dangerous, stop the fight immediately. Fang Qingyuan, a 4th-level great master of the spatial system, pressed his fingertips together and nodded. Understood. In the corner of the room, Gu Kaitian, aka the king of the celestial sword, sat with one leg crossed, his chin resting on his hand. His expression was calm, but curious. Are they really this desperate to protect the Xiao family's grandson? Yang Guang turned toward him, placing his hands behind his back. You don't understand. His voice was calm but heavy. It's not about favoritism. It's about consequences. If Xiao Beihan was injured or killed, nobody knew how the Xiao family would react. Gu Kaitian raised an eyebrow. Then, with a slight smirk, he asked, Are you really prepared for war with the Jingwei Empire? Yang Guang froze. A chill ran down his spine. Zhima, if word got out about what happened inside Tianjiao camp, things could spiral out of control. He clenched his teeth. No information leaves the camp. Not until this ends. Gu Kan leaned back, his eyes drifting to the ceiling. He didn't know if Jiang Chun could actually kill Xiao Beihan. But he was curious. Why had Jiang Chun created an anti-vision barrier? What was he hiding? Back at the battlefield, Jiang Chun had defeated the mutant beast. The giant wolf collapsed, its body engulfed in poisonous mist. Jiang Chun stood beside it, arms still crossed. His expression was indifferent. Powerful? Sure. But when facing his insects, it had met its natural predator. At the same time, Little Nine's attacks had reached their peak. The barrier surrounding Xiao Beihan was now covered in deep cracks. A particularly large fracture split through the shield. Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword. His panic turned into dread. No, this can't be happening. The life gem's barrier was actually failing. Jiang Qin's eyes locked onto the barrier. Then, his gaze sharpened. With a calm but firm voice, he spoke. Little Nine attacked there. He pointed at the largest, deepest crack. That was the weak point. A sudden warning. Jiang Chun must end it now. Just as Jiang Chun was about to strike the final blow, a voice echoed in his mind. Don't play around too much. Fang Qingyuan, the great master of the spatial system, has arrived. Jiang Qin's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened in shock. His heart pounded. A spatial master was here? That meant he was being watched. If they see the insects, I'll be exposed. No hesitation. Jiang Chun extended his hand toward Little Nine. Return. Little Nine mid-punch froze. Her fist was inches from breaking the barrier. Her eyes flickered with confusion. Huh? What's happening? But she obeyed. She dissolved into poisonous mist, retreating back into Jiang Chen's body. Now, he needed to end this fight immediately. Jiang Chen raised his hand. A massive insect appeared. It crawled toward Xiao Beihan's barrier. Then, it began to glow. Inside the barrier, Xiao Beihan's breathing was ragged. He saw the strange insect approach. His brow furrowed in confusion. Then, his face paled. His entire body tensed. He began to sweat uncontrollably. What is that? Then, it was too late. Boom! The insect exploded. The energy pierced through the magical barrier. Then, a massive chain reaction. Boom! A shockwave surged outward. The barrier shattered instantly. But the explosion didn't stop. A second explosion erupted inside the broken barrier. It was so powerful. It was like a miniature nuclear blast. The explosion tore through the battlefield. Luo Sundao's earth shield collapsed under the impact. She clutched her stomach, gasping in pain, before falling to the ground. Luo! Mu Hanxiu rushed forward, catching her before she collapsed completely. Her eyes were filled with concern. Are you okay? Luo Sundao forced a weak smile. I'll be fine. Meanwhile, the dust slowly settled. What remained? The ground was completely destroyed, scattered across the battlefield, advancement flags, and the only thing left of Xiao Beihan, his severed arm and his sword. Jiang Chen walked forward. His gaze scanned the remains. He picked up the sword. Then, his eyes narrowed. Did he die? Or had he been rescued by the spatial master? He wasn't sure, but he grabbed the severed arm anyway, just in case. Jiang Chen approached Luo Sundao. With a calm expression, he tossed her the sword. Take good care of your family's weapon. The sword spun in the air, descending toward her. Luo Sundao reached out her hands, catching it. Her cheeks turned red. She hugged the sword tightly. Her voice was soft, but grateful. Thank you. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu picked up the fallen flags. She turned to Jiang Chun with an excited smile. We're in the top 10. Jiang Chun looked at the flags. He offered to share them. But Mu Hanxiu shook her head. No, her eyes were determined. I want to see you surpass Jiang Wushuang and take first place. Luo Sundao smiled. I don't need the flags either. She held up the sword. Getting this back is enough. Jiang Chun smirked. Bang! A fist slammed onto the table. Yang Guang's face was twisted in anger. Beside him, Fang Qingyuan. Yang Guang gritted his teeth. His voice was filled with rage. What the hell happened? Why didn't you teleport Xiao Beihan in time? The poison was too strong. Fang Qingyuan's failure. Fang Qingyuan closed his eyes, deep in thought. Then, with a calm yet resigned voice, he explained. The poison was too strong. He barely managed to extend his spiritual energy toward Xiao Beihan. But the moment it touched the poisonous mist, it corroded instantly. He hadn't seen anything clearly. Then, boom, the explosion erupted. He had tried to teleport Xiao Beihan with all his strength. But it was already too late. Yang Guang explodes in rage. He pointed an accusing finger at him. His eyes burned with disbelief. How the hell can poison corrode mental power? His voice rose with fury. Stop making excuses. You failed to do your job. Then, a booming voice cut through the room. Shut up, Yang Guang. Yang Guang froze. He turned around, his body trembling. Then, he stiffened. The one who had spoken was Gukatian, the king of the celestial sword. Gukatian glared at Yang Guang. His voice was sharp. Do you know why you're stuck at the peak of the fifth transformation? Yang Guang gulped. Gukatian continued. Because you always follow the powerful. Because you lack the heart to stand on your own. He folded his arms. A moment ago, you mentioned consequences, commanders, and generals, but do you know what a real battlefield is? His gaze darkened. Even those who have reached the ninth transformation can die in battle. Xiao Beihan was no exception. Yang Guang took several steps back, his confidence shattered. His face paled. I wasn't talking about the great general. I only meant Commander Duan. Gukhan turned his back to him. Then, with a calm but commanding voice, he gave his order. Report everything inside the camp first. Keep all information strictly confidential. Until tomorrow at 6 a.m., before the evaluation ends, no one, not even Xiao Beihan, is allowed to leave the camp. Then, without another word, he walked toward the door. His final words echoed behind him. I'm heading to the Southern Command. Yang Guang and Fang Qingyuan remained silent. At that moment, a system window appeared in the sky. It announced, Xiao Beihan has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. Silence. Then, shock. Everyone looked up in disbelief. Their minds refused to process what they had just heard. Xiao Beihan? Eliminated? By Jiang Chen? Impossible. He was the legitimate grandson of the great general of the nation. And yet, he was gone. Elsewhere, a massive boar-like beast charged forward. But Tang Ying and Bai Feng dodged effortlessly. The beast crashed into the ground. Tang Ying stood frozen, staring blankly at the sky. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. Jiang Chen actually eliminated Xiao Beihan? Bai Feng, however, remained calm. His expression turned serious. Something's not right. Meanwhile, a white lion-like beast lunged forward. Then, bam! A single punch sent it flying. It crashed into the dirt, lifeless. Standing over its corpse was Jiang Wushuang. He crossed his arms. A smirk played on his lips. Interesting. A secret conversation. The mystery of Jiang Chen's poison. A hand slowly lifted the lid of a teacup. The fragrant steam rose into the air. The man holding the cup was none other than Duan Xinghai, commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military district. He took a slow sip of tea and then glanced at Gu Katian. With a calm yet curious tone, he asked, "So, have you found any remarkable talent? Is that why you called me here so urgently?" In front of him, Gu Katan remained silent. Then, he closed his eyes. He raised his hand toward the sky. A powerful energy surged from his palm. He used the ability called Forbidden Listening. The energy spread outward, forming a protective barrier around them. Duan Xinghai watched quietly. Once the barrier was in place, the two men moved to another room. They sat down to enjoy their tea. Duan crossed his legs and took another slow sip. Then, his eyes sharpened. "You're being cautious. This means the situation is more serious than you're letting on." Gu Katan, resting one hand on the chair and the other on the table, made his decision. He needed to ask Duan something. Something important. His eyes locked onto Duan's. Then, can poison corrode mental strength? Duan paused. Then, with a knowing smile, he set down his cup. He closed his eyes. Theoretically, it's possible, but it would be extremely difficult. He leaned forward slightly. Poisonous mist and miasma typically affect the physical body. Mental strength, however, is different. It comes from the soul itself, formed by pure thought and intent. He tapped his fingers against the wooden table. For poison to corrode something like that, he shook his head. "I can't even begin to estimate the level of toxicity required." Gu Katian watched him closely. Then, with a calm and unreadable gaze, he asked, "Have you ever seen someone accomplish this?" Duan placed his hand under his chin, deep in thought. His gaze drifted downward. After a moment of silence, he replied, "No, I once knew a poison king at the peak of the fourth transformation. Even he couldn't do it." Then, Duan lifted his head. A playful smirk appeared on his face. "Are you telling me that Tianjiao camp has produced a poison prodigy with such terrifying power?" He leaned back slightly. "If someone can truly corrode spiritual energy, then they are holding a weapon more lethal than any blade." Gu Katian crossed his arms. Then, he shook his head. He closed his eyes. His voice was firm. "It's too soon to draw conclusions." Duan remained calm. He had refrained from questioning Gu Katian's decisions before. But now, something was wrong. Very wrong. With a sharp gaze, he finally spoke. "What's happening? And why aren't you telling me the whole truth?" Gu Katan opened his eyes. His gaze met Duan's. Then, with a serious expression, he asked, "What if the poison had its own consciousness?" Duan froze. Then, he burst into laughter. He reached out and patted Gu Katian on the shoulder. "You're joking, right?" Then, his expression turned serious. "Poison doesn't have consciousness, unless—" His voice trailed off. His eyes darkened. His breathing slowed. Then, a single drop of sweat ran down his cheek. With a calm but deeply thoughtful look, he whispered, "Unless it's not actually poison, but something else entirely. A forgotten calamity. The 9 wings of miasma." Duan Xinghai's eyes darkened. Then, a memory resurfaced. He pictured an ancient ruin, a place lost to time. Its name was Ruin Number 0. Inside that ruin, he had once seen an ancient record. It described a calamitous creature, a being known as the 9 wings of miasma. It was said that this creature could transform into a poisonous mist. Its birth had nearly destroyed the world. A great calamity from the past. Then, Duan imagined something else. A small, shadowy figure, hugging her knees. A pair of glowing eyes. The creature that had been born in the 9 hells. The very same existence recorded in Ruin Number 0. And now, it had reappeared. Gu Katian's entire body tensed. His mind raced. "This is bad. Very bad." Duan Xinghai extended his arms, laughing loudly. His voice was filled with amusement. "What? Are you scared?" Then, he smirked. "Come on, old friend. This type of calamity has been extinct for a long time. It's impossible for it to still exist. Gukan remained silent. His expression did not change. But deep down, he was not so sure. Suddenly, a portal appeared in midair, a crack in space itself. Gukatian stood up from his chair. Then, he turned his back on Duan and walked toward the portal. Duan reached out a hand to stop him. Wait, I haven't told you the good news yet. Gukatian ignored him. He stepped inside the portal without hesitation. Duan sighed. Then, he shook his head. Inside the portal, Gukatian crossed his arms. He closed his eyes. Then, he thought of her. Little Nine, a walking disaster. Jiang Chun, the boy who awakened a divine-level class called Growth of All Things. It was no surprise that he had climbed to the top of the hunter list. But Jiang Chun still had too many secrets. Then, he remembered something else. A conversation from just a few days ago. Jigang had approached him with a cheerful smile. He had said, I have someone named Jiang Chun. His talent is incredible, but he's still developing. Oh, and he got into trouble with the Xiao family. So, I need you to watch over him while he's at Tianjiao camp. At the time, Gukatian had listened silently. But now, as he walked through the dimensional corridor, he realized the truth. Jigang hadn't asked him to watch over Jiang Chun. He had asked him to cover for him. That old bastard. Gukatian emerged from the portal. Then, he snapped his fingers. A gust of wind followed his motion. The sword could kill, but it could also protect. He muttered to himself. Buddha and demon exist in the same heart. Then, his eyes sharpened. I've made my decision. From now on, Jiang Chun is under my protection. Still, even if he had decided to protect Jiang Chun, a calamity should never be underestimated. So, he needed confirmation. A final piece of evidence. He raised his hand. Then, he fired an arrow into the sky. The arrow flew backward, vanishing into the horizon. This arrow carried an urgent order, a command for Hong Yao. Go to ruin number 0. Investigate the 9 wings of miasma. Find out the truth, because this concerns my new disciple. A sudden attack. Jiang Chun versus the final fierce beast. Gu Kaitian stepped into the surveillance room. His gaze locked onto the screens. With a calm but curious tone, he asked, How's the entrance evaluation progressing? Yang Guang turned back. With a composed look, he reported the current status. It's nearly over. The ordinary awakened are still struggling for flags. But the elite talents have already defeated 9 of the fierce beasts. Now, only 1 remained. On the screen, several geniuses displayed overwhelming strength. Laze and Lu Jiezi teamed up. The beast charged at them, but Laze met it with a devastating punch. The creature slammed into the ground, defeated instantly. Elsewhere, Tang Ying and Bai Feng worked together. She leapt onto the beast's back, ended its life in a single move. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang stood atop a pile of beast corpses. 3 fierce beasts had fallen before him. Without hesitation, he turned and started heading toward one place. Jiang Chun. Gu Kaidian watched the screens closely. Where is Jiang Chun? Yang Guang answered immediately. He's already defeated 2 fierce beasts. The 9th beast was just released near him. A shadow loomed over the battlefield. From the sky, the final beast descended. Jiang Chun looked up, eyes shiny. Instead of panic, he smiled. Time to eat, little Nine. The beast lunged, but before it could even attack, Jiang Chun extended his hand. Poisonous mist erupted outward. In seconds, little Nine materialized. With no hesitation, she devoured the beast whole. The system flashed with a notification. Plus 2,000 devouring value. Jiang Chun watched calmly. Little Nine chewed happily. And then, she leveled up. Now level 22. She grinned, satisfied. Jiang Chun smiled too. But his joy didn't last. A fist of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the sky and descended upon them. Jiang Chun and the others looked up. Realization hit instantly. This was an attack. They snapped into alert mode. A battle between monsters. Wu Shuang versus Jiang Chun. Mu Hanxiu drew her daggers, stepping into a defensive stance. Her eyes flashed with urgency. Jiang Chun, it's a surprise attack. Luo Sundao didn't hesitate. With a determined expression, she extended her hand. Earth Protection Shield. A powerful green barrier emerged, shielding them from the attack. But the moment Jiang Chun got a closer look, his eyes narrowed. This technique, it was Wang's fist style. The energy fist smashed into the barrier. Cracks spread instantly. The shield wasn't holding. Boom! In mere seconds, it shattered completely. The impact sent Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu flying backward. Blood spilled from their lips. Jiang Chun was the only one left standing. Jiang Chun didn't waver. He clenched his fists. Poisonous mist surged around his body. Then, he threw his hand forward. Little Nine's poisonous mist exploded outward, colliding with Wang's attack. But Even with the poison, the force was overwhelming. Jiang Chen's body was blasted backward. Sliding across the ground, he planted his feet firmly, stopping his momentum. He raised his arm defensively. And then, he waited for the next strike. The last remnants of the attack dissipated into smoke. From within the haze, Wang appeared. His body radiated terrifying energy. He clenched his fists. His intense gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Mu Hongqiu's body hit the ground behind Jiang Chun. Luo Sundao struggled to rise. Jiang Chun wiped his lips, staring at Wang. It's no wonder they call you the third genius of Daxia. Then, he tightened his fist. Poisonous mist coiled around it. With a sharp smile, he asked, "So, you came to steal my beasts?" Jiang Wushuang laughed. His body pulsed with red energy. No need to misunderstand. He cracked his knuckles. "I know your poison already killed the beast." Jiang Chen's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" Jiang Wushuang grinned. "I just came to satisfy my curiosity.